slain my father's chivalry, and it is noised abroad that I have separated myself from the Nazarenes and have become no better than I should be with the Muslims. Wherefore it were wiser that I leave this dwelling while Zat al-Dawahi is on my track, but I require of thee the like kindness and courtesy I have shown thee, for enmity will presently befall between me and my father on thine account. So do not thou neglect to do aught that I shall say to thee, remembering all this betided me not save by reason of thee. Hearing her words, Shark enjoyed greatly, his breast broadened and his wits flew from him for delight, and he said, By Allah, none shall come at thee, while life is in my bosom. But hast thou patience to bear parting from thy parents and thy people? Even so, she answered, and Sharkan swore to her, and the two plighted their troth. Then said she, Now is my heart at ease, but there remaineth one other condition for thee. What is it? Asked he, and she answered, It is that thou return with thy host to thine own country. Quoth he, O lady mine, my father, King Omar bin al-Nu'man, sent me to wage war upon thy sire, on account of the treasure he plundered from the king of Constantinople, and amongst the rest 3 great jewels, noted givers of good fortune. Quoth she, Cheer thy heart and clear thine eyes, I will tell thee the whole of the tale and the cause of our feud with the king of Constantinople. Know that we have a yearly festival, high's the convent feast, whereat kings from all quarters and the noblest women are wont to congregate. There also come merchants and traders with their wives and families, and the visitors abide there 7 days. I was wont to be one of them, but, when the befell enmity between us, my father forbade me to be present at the festival for the space of 7 years. One year, it chanced that amongst the daughters of the great who resorted to the patron, as was their custom, came a daughter of the king of Constantinople, a beautiful girl called Sophia. They tarried at the monastery 6 days, and on the 7th the folk went their ways. FN number 205, but Sophia said, I will not return to Constantinople save by water. So they equipped for her a ship, in which she embarked with her suite, and making sail they put out to sea, but as they were voyaging, behold, a contrary wind caught them and drove the vessel from her course till, as fate and fortune would have it, she fell in with a Nazarene craft from the Camphor Island FN number 206, carrying a crew of 500 armed Franks, who had been cruising about a long time. When they sighted the sails of the ship, wherein Sophia and her women were, they gave chase in all haste, and in less than an hour they came up with her. Then they laid the grappling irons aboard her and captured her. Then taking her in tow they made all sail for their own island, and were but a little distant from it when the wind veered round and, splitting their sails, drove them onto a shoal which lies off our coast. Thereupon we sallied forth and, looking on them as spoil driven to us by fate, FN number 207, boarded and took them, and, slaying the men, made prize of the wreck, wherein we found the treasures and rarities in question, and 40 maidens, amongst whom was the king's daughter, Sophia. After the capture we carried the princess and her women to my father, not knowing her to be a daughter of King Afridan of Constantinople, and he chose out for himself 10, including her, and divided the rest among his dependents. Presently he set apart 5 damsels, amongst whom was the king's daughter, and sent them to thy father, King Omar bin al-Nu'man, together with other gifts, such as broadcloth FN number 208, and woolen stuffs and Grecian silks. Thy father accepted them and chose out from amongst the 5 girls Sophia, daughter of King Afridan, nor did we hear more of her till the beginning of this year, when her father wrote to my father in words unfitting for me to repeat, rebuking him with menaces and saying to him, 2 years ago, you plundered a ship of ours which had been seized by a band of Frankish pirates, in which was my daughter, Sophia, attended by her maidens numbering some 70. Yet ye informed me not thereof by messenger or otherwise, nor could I make the matter public, lest reproach befall me amongst the kings, by reason of my daughter's honour. So I concealed my case till this year, when I wrote to certain Frankish courtiers and sought news of my daughter from the kings of the isles. They replied, By Allah, we carried her not forth of thy realm, but we have heard that King Hardub rescued her from certain pirates. And they told me the whole tale. Then he added in the writing which he writ to my father, Except you wish to be at feud with me and design to disgrace me and dishonour my daughter, you will, the instant my letter reacheth you, send my daughter back to me. But if you slight my letter and disobey my commandment, I will assuredly make you full return for your foul dealing and the baseness of your practices. FN number 209. When my father read this letter and understood the contents, FN number 210, it vexed him and he regretted not having known that Sophia, King Afridun's daughter, was among the captured damsels, that he might have sent her back to her sire, and he was perplexed about the case because, after so long a time, he could not send to King Omar bin al-Nu'man and demand her back from him, especially as he had lately heard that heaven had granted him boon of babe by this Sophia. So when we pondered the truth, we knew that this letter was none other than a grievous calamity, and my father found nothing for it but to write an answer to King Afridun, making his excuses and swearing to him by strong oaths that he knew not his daughter to be among the bevy of damsels in the ship, and setting forth how he had sent her to King Omar bin al-Nu'man, who had gotten the blessing of issue by her. When my father's reply reached King Afridun, he rose up and sat down, FN number 211, and roared and foamed at the mouth, crying, What? Shall he take captive my daughter and even her with slave girls and pass her on from hand to hand, sending her for a gift to kings, and they lie with her without marriage contract? By the Messiah and the true faith, said he, I will not desist till I have taken my blood vengeance for this and have wiped out my shame, and indeed I will do a deed which the chroniclers shall chronicle after me. So he bided his time till he devised a device and laid notable toils and snares, when he sent an embassy to thy father, King Omar, to tell him that which thou hast heard. Accordingly thy father equipped thee and an army with thee and sent thee to King Afridun, whose object is to seize thee and thine army to boot. As for the 3 jewels whereof he told thy father when asking his aid, there was not one soothfast word in that matter, for they were with Sophia, his daughter, and my father took them from her, when he got possession of her and of her maidens, and gave them to me in free gift, and they are now with me. So go thou to thy host and turn them back ere they be led deep into, and shut in by, the land of the bevy of damsels in the ship, and setting forth the Franks and the country of the Greeks, for as soon as you have come far enough into the interior, they will stop the roads upon you, and there will be no escape for you till the day of retribution and retaliation. I know that thy troops are still halting where thou leftest them, because thou didst order a 3 days' rest. Withal they have missed thee all this time, and they wot not what to do. When Sharkan heard her words, he was absent a while in thought. Then he kissed Princess Abriza's hand and said, Praise be to Allah who hath bestowed thee on me and appointed thee to be the cause of my salvation and the salvation of whoso is with me. But 'tis grievous to me to part from thee, and I know not what will become of thee after my departure. Go now to thine army, she replied, and turn them back, while ye are yet near your own country. If the envoys be still with them, lay hands on them and keep them, that the case may be made manifest to you, and, after 3 days, I will be with you all and we will enter Baghdad together. As he turned to depart, she said, Forget not the compact which is between me and thee. Then she rose to bid FN number 212 him farewell and embrace him and quench the fire of desire. So she took leave of him and, throwing her arms round his neck, wept with exceeding weeping, and repeated these verses. I bade adieu. My right hand wiped my tears away, the while my left hand held her in a close embrace. Fearest thou naught, quoth she, of shame? I answered nay, the lover's parting day is lover's worst disgrace. Then Sharkan left her and walked down from the convent. They brought his steed, so he mounted and rode downstream to the drawbridge, which he crossed and presently threaded their woodland paths and passed into the open meadow. As soon as he was clear of the trees he was aware of horsemen, which made him stand on the alert, and he bared his brand and rode cautiously. But as they drew near and exchanged curious looks, he recognized them, and behold, it was the Wazir Dandan and 2 of his emirs. When they saw him and knew him, they dismounted and saluting him, asked the reason of his absence, whereupon he told them all that had passed between him and Princess Abriza from first to last. The Wazir returned thanks to Almighty Allah for his safety and said, FN number 213, let us at once leave these lands, for the envoys who came with us are gone to inform the king of our approach, and haply he will hasten to fall on us and take us prisoners. So Sharkan cried to his men to saddle and mount, which they did, and, setting out at once, they stinted not faring till they reached the soul of the valley wherein the host lay. The ambassadors meanwhile had reported Sharkan's approach to the king, who forthright equipped a host to lay hold of him and those with him. But Sharkan, escorted by the Wazir Dandan and the 2 emirs, had no sooner sighted the army than he raised the cry, march! March! They took horse on the instant and fared through the first day and second and third day, nor did they cease faring for 5 days, at the end of which time they alighted in a well-wooded valley, where they rested a while. Then they again set out and stayed not riding for 25 days, which placed them on the frontiers of their own country. Here, deeming themselves safe, they halted to rest, and the country people came out to them with guest gifts for the men and provender and forage for the beasts. They tarried the 2 days, after which, as all would be making for their homes, Sharkan put the Wazir Dandan in command, bidding him lead the host back to Baghdad. But he himself remained behind with 100 riders, till the rest of the army had made 1 day's march. Then he called to horse, and mounted with his 100 men. They rode on 2 parasangs FN number 214, space till they arrived at a gorge between 2 mountains, and lo! There rose before them a dark cloud of sand and dust. So they checked their steeds a while till the dust opened and lifted, discovering beneath it 100 cavaliers, lion-faced and in mail coats cased. As soon as they drew within earshot of Sharkan and his Mayini, they cried out to them, saying, by the virtue of John and Mary, we have won to our wish. We have been following you by forced marches, night and day, till we forewent you to this place. So dismount and lay down your arms and yield yourselves, that we may grant you your lives. When Sharkan heard this, his eyes stood out from his head and his cheeks flushed red, and he said, how is it, O Nazarene dogs, ye dare enter our country and overmatch our land? And doth not this suffice you, that ye misadventure yourselves and address us in such unseemly speech? Do you think to escape out of our hands and return to your country? Then he shouted to his 100 horsemen, up and at these hounds, for they even knew in number. So saying, he bared his sabre and bore down on them, he and his, but the Franks met them with hearts firmer than rocks, and white dashed against white, and night dashed upon night, and hot waxed the fight, and sore was the affright, and nor parley nor cries of quarter helped their plight, and they stinted not to charge and to smite, right hand meeting right, nor to hack and hew with blades bright white, till day turned to night and gloom oppressed the sight. Then they drew apart, and Sharkan mustered his men and found none wounded save 4 only, who showed hurts but not death hurts. Said he to them, by Allah, my life long have I waded in the clashing sea of fight, and I have met many a gallant sprite, but none so unfrightened of the sword that smites and the shock of men that affrights like these valiant knights. Know, O king, said they, that there is among them a Frankish cavalier who is their leader, and, indeed, he is a man of valor and fatal is his spear thrust, but, by Allah, he spares us great and small, for whoso falls into his hands he lets him go and forbears to slay him. By Allah, had he willed he had killed us all. Sharkan was astounded when he heard what the knight had done and such high report of him, so he said, when the morn shall morrow, we will draw out and defy them, for we are 100 to the 100, and we will seek aid against them from the Lord of the heavens. So they rested that night in such intent, whilst the Franks gathered round the captain and said, Verily this day we did not win our will of these, and he replied, At early dawn when the morrow shall morn, we will draw out and challenge them, one after one. They also rested in that mind, and both camps kept guard until Almighty Allah sent the light of day dawn. Thereupon King Sharkan and his 100 riders took horse and rode forth to the plain, where they found the Franks ranged in line of battle, and Sharkan said to his followers, Our foes have determined like ourselves to do their devour, so up and at them and lay on load. Then came forth an herald of the Franks and cried out, saying, Let there be no general engagement betwixt us this day, save by the duello, a champion of yours against a champion of ours. Whereupon one of Sharkan's riders dashed out from the ranks and drave between the two lines crying, Ho! Who is for smiting? Let no dastard engage me this day nor idling. Hardly had he made an end of his vaunt, when there sallied forth to him a Frankish cavalier, armed cap a pie and clad in a surcoat of gold stuff, riding on a grey-white steed, FN number 215, and he had no hair on his cheeks. He urged his charger onto the midst of the battle plain, and the two fell to daring do of cut and thrust, but it was not long before the Frank found the Muslim with the lance point, and, toppling him from his steed, took him prisoner and led him off crestfallen. His folk rejoiced in their comrade and, forbidding him to go out again to the field, sent forth another, to whom sallied out another Muslim, brother to the captive, and offered him battle. The two fell to, either against other, and fought for a little while, till the Frank bore down upon the Muslim and, falsing him with a feint, tumbled him by a thrust of the lance heel from his destrier and took him prisoner. After this fashion the Muslims ceased not dashing forwards, one after one, and the Franks to unhorse them and take them captive, till day departed and the night with darkness upstarted. Now they had captured of the Muslims 20 cavaliers, and when Sharkan saw this, it was grievous to him, and he mustered his men and said to them, What is this thing that hath befallen us? Tomorrow, I myself will go forth to the field and offer singular combat to their chief and learn what is the cause of his entering our land and warn him against doing battle with our band. If he persist, we will punish him with death, and if he prove peaceable we will make peace with him. They righted on this wise till Allah Almighty caused the morn to dawn, when mounted the twain and drew up for battle fain, and Sharkan was going forth to the plain, but behold, more than one half of the Franks dismounted and remains on foot before one of them who was mounted, till they reached the midst of the battle plain. Sharkan looked at that horseman, and lo! He was their chief. He was clad in a surcoat of blue satin and a close-ringed mail shirt. His face was as the moon when it rises, and no hair was upon his cheeks. He held in hand an Indian scimitar, and he rode a sable steed with a white blaze on brow, like a dirham, and he smote the horse with heel till he stood almost in the midst of the field, when, signing to the Muslims, he cried out in fluent Arab speech, Ho, Sharkan! Ho, son of Omar bin al-Nu'man! Ho, thou who forest fought allies and overthrowest cities and countries! Up and out to battle bout, and blade single-handed wield with one who halves with thee the field. Thou art prince of thy people and I am prince of mine, and whoso overcometh his adversary, him let the other's men obey and come under his sway. Hardly had he ended his speech, when out came Sharkan with a heart full of fury, and urging his steed into the midst of the field, closed like a raging lion with the Frank who encountered him with wariness and steadfastness and met him with a meeting of warriors. Then they fell to fawning and hewing, and they stinted not of onset and offset, and give and take, as they were two mountains clashing together or two seas together dashing, nor did they cease fighting until day darkened and nights darkened. Then they drew apart and each returned to his own party. But as soon as Sharkan foregathered with his comrades, he said, Never looked I on the like of this cavalier. He hath one quality I have not yet seen in any, and this it is that, when his foeman uncovereth a place for the death blow, he reverseth his weapon and smiteth with the lance heel. In very deed I know not what will be the issue twixt him and me, but 'tis my wish that we had in our host his like and the like of his men. Then he went to his rest for the night, and, when morning dawned, the Frank came forth and rode down to the midfield, where Sharkan met him, and they fell to fighting and to wheeling, left and right, and necks were stretched out to see the sight, nor did they stint from strife and sword play and lunge of lance with main and might, till the day turned to night and darkness overwhelmed the light. Then the twain drew asunder and returned each to his own camp, where both related to their comrades what had befallen them in the duello, and at last the Frank said to his men, Tomorrow shall decide the matter. So they both passed that night restfully till dawn, and, as soon as it was day, they mounted and each bore down another and ceased not to fight till half the day was done. Then the Frank bethought him of a ruse, first urging his steed with heel and then checking him with the rein, so that he stumbled and fell with his rider. Thereupon Sharkan threw himself on the foe, and would have smitten him with the sword, fearing lest the strife be prolonged, when the Frank cried out to him, O Sharkan, champions are not wont to do thus. This is the act of a man accustomed to be beaten by a woman. FN number 216. When Sharkan heard this, he raised his eyes to the Frank's face and gazing steadfastly at him, recognized in him Princess Abriza, with whom that pleasant adventure had befallen him in the convent, whereupon he cast brand from hand and, kissing the earth before her, asked her, What moved thee to a deed like this? And she answered, I desired to prove thy prowess afield and test thy doughtiness in tilting and jousting. These that are with me are my handmaids, and they are all clean maids, yet they have vanquished thy horseman in fair press and stress of plain, and had not my steed stumbled with me, thou shouldst have seen my might and prowess in combat. Sharkan smiled at her speech and said, Praise be to Allah for safety and for my reunion with thee, O Queen of the Age. Then she cried out to her damsels to loose the 20 captives of Sharkan's troop and dismount. They did as she bade and came and kissed the earth before her and Sharkan, who said to them, It is the like of you that kings keep in store for the need hour. Then he signed to his comrades to salute the princess, so all alighted and kissed the earth before her, for they knew the story. After this, the whole 200 took horse, and fared on night and day for 6 days' space, till they drew near to Baghdad, when they halted and Sharkan bade Abriza and her handmaids doff the Frankish garb that was on them, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 51st night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Sharkan bade Princess Abriza and her damsels doff the garb that was on them and on the garments of daughters of Greece, and thus did they. Then he dispatched a company of his companions to Baghdad to acquaint his father Omar bin al-Nu'man with his arrival and report that he was accompanied by Princess Abriza, daughter of King Hardub, lord of Grey-Isha land. They halted forthright in the place they had reached, and Sharkan also halted and all righted there, and when Almighty Allah made morning dawn, Sharkan and his company and Abriza and her company took horse and fared on towards the city, when lo! On the way they met the Wazir Dandan, who had come out amongst 1,000 horse to honour Abriza and Sharkan, by a special commandment of King Omar son of al-Nu'man. When the two drew near, they turned towards them and kissed ground before them. Then they mounted again and escorted them into the city and went up with them to the palace. Sharkan walked in to his father, who rose and embraced him and questioned him of his case. So he told him all that Abriza had told him, and what had passed between them, and said, She hath parted from her sire and departed from her reign and hath chosen to take part with us and make her abode with us. And indeed, he said to his father, the king of Constantinople hath plotted to do us a mischief, because of his daughter Sophia, for that the king of Greece had made known to him his story and the cause of her being given to thee, and he, the Grecian king, not knowing her to be daughter of King Afridan, lord of Constantinople, and, had he known that, he would not have bestowed her upon thee, but he would have restored her to her parent. And of a verity, he continued, we were saved from these perils only by the Lady Brisa, and never saw we a more valiant than she. And he went on to tell his father all that had passed from first to last of the wrestling and the single fighting. When King Omar heard the story of Sharkan, Brisa was exalted in his eyes, and he longed to see her and question her. Thereupon Sharkan went out to her and said, the king calleth for thee. She replied, I hear and I obey. And he took her and brought her into his father, who was seated on his throne and who, having dismissed his high officers, was attended only by his eunuchs. The princess entered and kissing the ground between his hands, saluted him in choice terms. He was amazed at her eloquent speech and thanked her for her dealing with his son Sharkan and bade her be seated. So she sat down and unveiled her face, FN number 217, and, when the king saw her beauty, his reason fled his head and he made her draw near and showed her favour, appointing her an especial palace for herself and her damsels, and assigning them solder and allowances. Then began he to ask her of the 3 jewels aforesaid, and she answered, here be they with me, O king of the age. So saying, she rose and going to her lodging, unpacked her baggage and from it brought out a box and from the box a casket of gold. She opened the casket and taking out those 3 jewels, kissed them and gave them to the king. Then she went away bearing his heart with her. After her going, the king sent for his son Sharkan and gave him 1 jewel of the 3, and when he inquired of the other 2 replied, O my son, I mean to give 1 to thy brother Zor al-Makan, and the other to thy sister Nazat al-Zaman. But when Sharkan heard that he had a brother, for to the time he knew only of his sister, he turned to his sire and said to him, O king, hast thou a son other than myself? He answered, yes, and he is now 6 years old, adding that his name was Zor al-Makan and that he and Nazat al-Zaman were twins, born at a birth. This news was grievous to Sharkan, but he kept his secret and said, the blessing of Allah Most High be upon them, and he cast the jewel from his hand and shook the dust off his clothes. Quoth the king, how do I see thee change thy manner when hearing of this, considering that after me thou becomes heir of the kingdom? Of a truth the troops have sworn to thee and the emirs and grandees have taken the oath of succession to thee, and this one of the 3 jewels is thine. Sharkan bowed his head to the ground and was ashamed to bandy words with his parents, so he accepted the jewel and went away, knowing not what to do for exceeding wrath, and stayed not walking till he had entered Brisa's palace. As he approached she stood up to meet him and thanked him for what he had done and prayed for blessings on him and his sire. Then she sat down and seated him by her side, but when he had taken his place she saw rage in his face and questioned him, whereupon he told her that Allah had blessed his father with 2 children by Sophia, a boy and a girl, and that he had named the boy Zor al-Makan and the girl Nazat al-Zaman, adding, he hath kept the other 2 jewels for them and hath given me 1 of thine, so I left it behind. I knew naught of Zor al-Makan's birth till this day, and the twain are now 6 years old. So when I learnt this, wrath possessed me, and I tell thee the reason of my rage and hide nothing from thee. But now I fear lest my further take thee to wife, for he loveth thee and I saw in him signs of desire for thee, so what wilt thou say, if he wish this? Quoth she, know, O Sharkan, that thy father hath no dominion over me, nor can he have me without my consent, and if he prevail over me by force, I will take my own life. As for the 3 jewels, it was not my intent that he should give any of them to either of his children, and I had no thought but that he would lay them up in his treasury with his things of price. But now I desire of thy favour that thou make me a present of the jewel which he gave thee, if thou have accepted it. hearkening and obedience, replied Sharkan, and gave it to her. Then said she, Fear nothing, and talked with him a while and continued, I fear lest my father hear that I am with you and sit not patiently under my loss, but do his endeavours to find me, and to that end he may ally himself with King Afridun, on account of his daughter Sophia, and both come on thee with armies, and so there be full great turmoil. When Sharkan heard these words, he said to her, O my lady, if it please thee to sojourn with us, take no thought of them, though they gather together against us all that be on land and on sea. 'Tis well, rejoined she, if ye entreat me fair, I will tarry with you, and if ye deal evilly by me, I will depart from you. Then she bade her slave maidens bring food, so they set the tables, and Sharkan ate a little and went away to his own house, disturbed and perturbed. Such was his case, but regarding the affairs of his father, Omar bin al-Nu'man, after dismissing his son Sharkan, he arose and, taking the other two jewels, betook himself to the lady Sophia, who stood up when she saw him and remained standing till he was seated. Presently, his two children, Zor al-Makan and Nazat al-Zaman, came to him and he kissed them and hung a jewel round each one's neck, at which they rejoiced and kissed his hands. Then went they to their mother, who joyed in their joy and wished the king long life, so he asked her, Why hast thou not informed me all this time that thou art the daughter of King Afridun, Lord of Constantinople, that I might have honoured thee still more and enlarged thee in dignity and raised thy rank? O king, answered Sophia, and what could I desire greater or higher than this my standing with thee, overwhelmed as I am with thy favours and thy benefits? And, furthermore, Allah hath blessed me with two children by thee, a son and a daughter. Her reply pleased the king, and after leaving her, he set apart for her and her children a wondrous fine palace. Moreover, he appointed for them eunuchs and attendants and doctors of law and doctors of philosophy and astrologers and physicians and surgeons to do them service, and in every way he redoubled his favour and entreated them with the best of treatment. And presently he returned to the palace of his dominion and to his court, where he distributed justice among the lieges. So far concerning him and Sophia and her children, but in the matter of Abriza the king was greatly occupied with love of her and burnt with desire of her night and day, and every night he would go into her and converse with her and pay his court to her, but she gave him no answer, only saying, O king of the age, I have no desire for men at this present. When he saw her withdraw from him, his passion waxed hotter and his longing and pining increased until, when weary of this, he summoned his Wazir Dandan and, opening his very heart to him, told him of his love for Princess Abriza, daughter of Hardab, and informed him how she refused to yield to his wishes and how desire for her was doing him to die, for that he could get no grace of her. The Wazir, hearing these words, said to the king, As soon as it is dark night, take thou a piece of bang the measure of a misk, about an ounce, and go into her and drink somewhat of wine with her. When the hour of ending the carousel shall draw near, fill her a last cup, and dropping therein the bang, give it to her to drink, and she will not reach her sleeping chamber ere the drug take effect on her. Then do thou go into her and take thy will of her, and such is my advice. FN number 218, thy rede is right, quoth the king, and seeking his treasury, he took thence a piece of concentrated bang. If an elephant smelt it he would sleep from year to year. This he put in his bosom pocket and waited till some little of the night went by, when he betook himself to the palace of Princess Abriza, who seeing him stood up to receive him, but he bade her sit down. So she sat down, and he sat by her, and he began to talk with her of wine and wassail, whereupon she furnished the carousing table FN number 219, and placed it before him. Then she set on the drinking vessels and lighted the candles and ordered to bring dried fruits and sweetmeats and all that pertaineth to drinking. So they fell to tippling, and the king ceased not to pledge her till drunkenness crept into her head, and seeing this he took out the bit of bang from his pocket and, holding it between his fingers, filled a cup with his own hand and drank it off. Then filling a second he said, "To thy companionship," and dropped the drug into her cup, she knowing naught of it. She took it and drank it off. Then she rose and went to her sleeping chamber. He waited for less than an hour till he was assured that the dose had taken effect on her and had robbed her of her senses, when he went into her and found her thrown on her back, and she had doffed her petticoat trousers and the air raised the skirt of her shift and discovered what was between her thighs. When the king saw the state of things and found a lighted candle at her head and another at her feet, shining upon what her thighs enshrined, he took leave of his 5 senses, for lust and Satan seduced him, and he could not master himself, but put off his trousers and fell upon her and abated her maidenhead. Then he rose off her and went to one of her women, by name Margina, and said, "Go into thy lady and speak with her." So she went into her mistress and found her lying on her back insensible, with the blood running down to the calves of her legs. Whereupon she took a kerchief and wiped away the blood and lay by her that night. As soon as Almighty Allah brought the dawn, the handmaid Margina washed her mistress's hands and feet and brought rose water and bathed her face and mouth with it, whereupon she sneezed and yawned and cast up from her inside that bit of bang like a bolus. FN number 220, then she revived and washed her hands and mouth and said to Margina, "Tell me what hath befallen me." So she told her what had passed and how she had found her, lying on her back, with the blood running down, wherefore she knew the King Omar bin al-Nu'uman had lain with her and had undone her and taken his will of her. At this she grieved with exceeding grief and retired into privacy, saying to her damsels, "Deny me to whoso would come into me and say to him that I am ill, till I see what Allah will do with me." Presently the news of her sickness came to the king, so he sent her sherbets and sugar electuaries. Some months she thus passed in solitude, during which time the king's flame cooled and his desire for her was quenched, so that he abstained from her. Now she had conceived by him, and when the months of child-breeding had gone by, her pregnancy appeared and her belly swelled, and the world was straitened upon her. So she said to her handmaid Margina, "Know that it is not the folk who have wronged me, but I who sinned against my own self." FN number 221, in that I left my father and mother and country. Indeed, I abhor life, for my spirit is broken and neither courage nor strength is left me. I used, when I mounted my steed, to have the mastery of him, but now I am unable to ride. If I be brought to bed among them I shall be dishonored before my handwomen, and every one in the palace will know that he hath taken my maidenhead in the way of shame. And if I return to my father, with what face shall I meet him, or with what face shall I have recourse to him? How well quoth the poet, "Say, what shall solace one who hath nor home nor stable stead nor cup companion, nor a cup, nor place to house his head?" Margina answered her, "It is thine to command, I will obey." And Abriza said, "I desire at once to leave this place secretly, so that none shall know of me but thou, and return to my father and my mother, for when flesh stinketh, there is naught for it but its own folk, and Allah shall do with me e'en as he will." "O princess," Margina replied, "what thou wouldest do is well." Then she made matters ready and kept her secret and waited for some days till the king went out to chase and hunt, and his son Sharkan betook himself to certain of the fortresses to sojourn there a while. Then said she to Margina, "I wish to set out this night, but how shall I do against my destiny? For already I feel the pangs of labour and childbirth, and if I abide other 4 or 5 days, I shall be brought to bed here, and I shall be unable to travel to my country. But this is what was written on my forehead." Then she considered a while, and said to Margina, "Look us out a man who will go with us and serve us by the way, for I have no strength to bear arms." "By Allah, O my lady," replied Margina, "I know none but a black slave called Al-Ghazban, FN number 222. Who is one of the slaves of King Omar bin al-Nu'uman. He is a valiant wight, and he keepeth guard at our palace gate. The king appointed him to attend us, and indeed we have overwhelmed him with our favours. So, look, I will go out and speak with him of this matter, and promise him some monies, and tell him that, if he have a mind to tarry with us, I will marry him to whom he will. He told me before today that he had been a highwayman, so if he consent to us we shall win our wish and reach to our own land. She rejoined, Call him that I may talk with him. Whereupon Marjana fared forth and said to the slave, O Gazban, Allah prosper thee, so thou fall in with what my lady saith to thee. Then she took him by the hand and brought him to the princess, whose hands he kissed, but as she beheld him, her heart took fright at him. However, she said to herself, of a truth, need giveth the law, and she approached to speak with him, yet her heart started away from him. Presently she said, O Gazban, say me, wilt thou help me against the perfidies of fortune and conceal my secret if I discover it to thee? When the slave saw her, his heart was taken by storm, and he fell in love with her forthright and could not but reply, O my mistress, whatsoever thou biddest me do, I will not depart therefrom. Quoth she, I would have thee take me at this hour and take this my handmaid and saddle us 2 camels and 2 of the king's horses, and set on each horse a saddle bag of goods and somewhat of provaunt, and go with us to our own country, where, if thou desire to abide with us, I will marry thee to her thou shalt choose of my handmaidens, or, if thou prefer return to thine own land, we will marry thee and give thee whatso thou desires after thou hast taken of many what shall satisfy thee. When Al-Ghazban heard this, he rejoiced with great joy and replied, O my lady, I will serve both of you with mine eyes and will go at once and saddle the horses. Then he went away gladsome and saying to himself, I shall get my will of them, and if they will not yield to me, I will kill them both and take their riches. But he kept this his intent to himself, and presently returned with 2 camels and 3 head of horses, one of which he rode, and Princess Abriza made Marjana mount the second, she mounting the third, albeit she was in labour pains and possessed not her soul for anguish. And the slave ceased not travelling with them night and day through the passes of the mountains, till there remained but musingly march between them and their own country, when the travail pangs came upon Abriza and she could no longer resist. So she said to Al-Ghazban, Set me down, for the pains of labour are upon me, and cried to Marjana, Do thou alight and sit by me and deliver me. Then Marjana dismounted from her horse, and Al-Ghazban did in like sort, and they made fast the bridles and helped the princess to dismount, for she was as wound from excess of anguish. When Al-Ghazban saw her on the ground, Satan entered into him, and he drew his falchion and brandishing it in her face, said, O my lady, vouchsafe me thy favours. Hearing these words she turned to him and said, It remaineth for me only that I yield me to negro slaves, after having refused kings and braves. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 52nd night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Princess Abriza said to the black slave Al-Ghazban, It remaineth for me only that I yield me to negro slaves, after having refused kings and braves. And she was wroth with him and cried, Woe to thee! What words are these thou sayest? Out on thee, and talk not thus in my presence, and know that I will never consent to what thou sayest, though I drink the cup of death. Wait till I have cast my burden and am delivered of the afterbirth, and then, if thou be able thereto, do with me as thou wilt, but, and thou leave not lewd talk at this time, assuredly I will slay myself with my own hand and quit the world and be at peace from all this. And she began reciting extempore, FN number 223. O spare me, thou Ghazban, indeed enow for me are heavy strokes of time, mischance and misery. Warden my lord forfends to all humanity, quoth he, who breaks my bidding hell for home shall see. And if thou leave not suing me to Warden's way against Th Almighty's choicest gift, my chastity, upon my tribesmen I with might and main will call and gather all, however far or near they be, and with Yamani blood were I in pieces hewn, ne'er shall he sight my face who makes for villainy, the face of free-born come of noble folk and brave. What then can be to me the seed of horse and slave? When Gazban heard these lines he was wroth exceedingly, his eyes reddened with blood and his face became a dusty grey. FN number 224, his nostrils swelled, his lips protruded and the repulsiveness of his aspect redoubled. And he repeated these couplets. Ho thou, Abriser, mercy! Leave me not, for I of thy love. And Yamani FN number 225, glance the victim lie. My heart is cut to pieces by thy cruelty, my body wasted and my patience done to die, from glances ravishing all hearts with witchery reason far flies, the wild desire to thee draws nigh, though at thy call should armies fill the face of earth. E'en now I'd win my wish and worlds in arms defy. When Abriser heard these words, she wept with sore weeping and said to him, Woe to thee, O Gazban! How dareth the like of thee to address me such demand, O base-born and obscene bred? Dost thou deem all folk are no like? When the vile slave heard this from her, he waxed more enraged and his eyes grew redder, as he came up to her and smiting her with the sword on her neck wounded her to the death. Then he drove her horse before him with the treasure and made off with himself to the mountains. Such was the case with Al-Gazban, but as regards Abriser, she gave birth to a son, like the moon, and Marjana took the babe and did him the necessary offices and laid him by his mother's side, and lo and behold, the child fastened to its mother's breast, and she dying. FN number 226, when Marjana saw this, she cried out with a grievous cry and rent her raiment and cast dust on her head and buffeted her cheeks till blood flowed, saying, Alas, my mistress! Alas, the pity of it! Thou art dead by the hand of a worthless black slave, after all thy knightly prowess. And she ceased not weeping when suddenly a great cloud of dust arose and walled the horizon, FN number 227, but, after a while, it lifted and discovered a numerous conquering host. Now this was the army of King Hardub, Princess Abriser's father, and the cause of his coming was that when he heard of his daughter and her handmaids having fled to Baghdad, and that they were with King Omar bin al-Nu'man, he had come forth, leading those with him, to seek tidings of her from travellers who might have seen her with the king. When he had gone a single day's march from his capital, he espied 3 horsemen afar off and made towards them, intending to ask whence they came and seek news of his daughter. Now these 3 whom he saw at a distance were his daughter and Marjana and the slave Al-Gazban, and he made for them to push inquiry. Seeing this the villain Blackamoor feared for himself, so he killed Abriser and fled for his life. When they came up, King Hardub saw his daughter lying dead and Marjana weeping over her, and he threw himself from his steed and fell fainting to the ground. All the riders of his company, the emirs and waxirs, took foot and forthright pitched their tents on the mountain and set up for the king a great pavilion, domed and circular, without which stood the grandees of the realm. When Marjana saw her master, she at once recognized him and her tears redoubled, and, when he came to himself, he questioned her and she told him all that had passed and said, Of a truth he that hath slain thy daughter is a black slave belonging to King Omar bin al-Nu'man, and she informed him how Sharkan's father had dealt with the princess. When King Hardub heard this, the world grew black in his sight and he wept with sore weeping. Then he called for a litter and, therein laying his dead daughter, returned to Sisera and carried her into the palace, where he went in to his mother, Zat al-Dawai, and said to that lady of calamities, Shall the Muslims deal thus with my girl? Verily King Omar bin al-Nu'man despoiled her of her honor by force, and after this, one of his black slaves slew her. By the truth of the Messiah, I will assuredly take blood revenge for my daughter and clear away from mine honor the stain of shame, else will I kill myself with mine own hand. And he wept passing sore. Quoth his mother, None other than Marjana killed thy daughter, for she hated her in secret, And she continued to her son, Fret not for taking the bloodwit of thy daughter, for, by the truth of the Messiah, I will not turn back from King Omar bin al-Nu'man till I have slain him and his sons, and of a very truth I will do with him a deed, passing the power of sage and knight, whereof the chroniclers shall tell chronicles in all countries and in every place, but needs must thou do my bidding in all I shall direct. For whoso be firmly set on the object of his desire shall surely compass his desire. By the virtue of the Messiah, replied he, I will not cross thee in aught thou shalt say. Then quoth she, Bring me a number of handmaids, high-bosomed virgins, and summon the wise men of the age and let them teach them philosophy and the rules of behavior before kings, and the art of conversation and making verses, and let them talk with them of all manner science and edifying knowledge. And the sages must be Muslims, that they may teach them the language and traditions of the Arabs, together with the history of the caliphs and the ancient annals of the kings of al-Islam. And if we persevere in this for 4 years' space, we shall gain our case. So possess thy soul in patience and wait, for one of the Arabs saith, If we take man both after years 40 the time will short to ye. When we have taught the girls these things, we shall be able to work our will with our foe, for he ditteth on women and he hath 360 concubines, whereto are now added 100 of the flowers of thy handmaidens who were with thy daughter, she that hath found mercy. FN number 228, as soon as I have made an end of their education, as described to thee, I will take them and set out with them in person. When King Hardub heard his mother's words, he rejoiced and arose and kissed her head, and at once dispatched messengers and couriers to lands sundry and manifold to fetch him Muslim sages. They obeyed his commands and fared to far countries and thence brought him the sages and the doctors he sought. When these came into presence, he honored them with notable honors and bestowed dresses on them and appointed to them stipends and allowances and promised them much money as they should have taught the damsels. Then he committed the handmaidens to their hands and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 53rd night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the sages and the doctors stood in presence of King Hardub, he honored them with notable honors and committed the handmaidens to their hands, enjoining that these be instructed in all manner of knowledge, philosophy and polite accomplishments, and they set themselves to do his bidding. Such was the case with King Hardub, but as for King Omar bin al-Nu'man, when he returned from coursing and hunting and entered his palace, he sought Princess Abriza but found her not, nor anyone knew of her nor could any give him news of her. This was grievous to him and he said, How could the lady leave the palace unknown of any? Had my kingdom been at stake in this case, it were in perilous condition there being none to govern it. I will never again go to sport and hunt till I have stationed at the gates those who shall keep good guard over them. And he was sore vexed and his breast was straitened for the loss of Princess Abriza. Hereupon behold, his son Sharkan returned from his journey, and the father told him what had happened, and informed him how the lady had fled, whilst he was chasing and hunting, whereat he grieved with exceeding grief. Then King Omar took to visiting his children every day and making much of them and brought them learned men and doctors to teach them, appointing for them stipends. When Sharkan saw this, he raged with exceeding rage and envied thereupon his brother and sister till the signs of chagrin appeared in his face and he ceased not to languish by reason of this matter. So one day his father said to him, Why do I see thee grown so weak in body and yellow of the face? Oh my father, replied Sharkan, every time I see thee fondle my brother and sister and make much of them, jealousy seizeth on me, and I fear lest it grow on me till I slay them and thou slay me in return. And this is the reason of my weakness of body and change of complexion. But now I crave of thy favour that thou give me one of thy castles outlying the rest, that I may abide the remnant of my life, for as the sayer of by words saith, absence from my friend is better and fitter for me, and, Whatso eye doth not perceive, that gareth not heart to grieve. And he bowed his head towards the ground. When King Omar bin al-Nu'uman heard his words and knew the cause of his ailment and of his being broken down, he soothed his heart and said to him, O my son, I grant thee this, and I have not in my reign a greater than the castle of Damascus, and the government of it is thine from this time. Thereupon he forthright summoned his secretaries of state and bade them write Sharkin's patent of investiture to the viceroyalty of Damascus of Syria. And when they had written it, he equipped him and sent with him their Wazir Dandan, and invested him with the rule and government, and gave him instructions as to policy and regulations, and took leave of him, and the grandees and officers of state did likewise, and he set out with his host. When he arrived at Damascus, the townspeople beat the drums and blew the trumpets and decorated the city and came out to meet him in great state, whilst all the notables and grandees paced in procession, and those who stood to the right of the throne walked on his right flank, and the others to the left. Thus far concerning Sharkan, but as regards his father, Omar bin al-Nu'uman, soon after the departure of his son, the children's tutors and governors presented themselves before him and said to him, O our Lord, thy children have now learnt knowledge and they are completely versed in the rules of manners and the etiquette of ceremony. The king rejoiced thereat with exceeding joy and conferred bountiful largesse upon the learned men, seeing Zor al-Makan grown up and flourishing and skilled in horsemanship. The prince had reached the age of 14 and he occupied himself with piety and prayers, loving the poor, the ulama and the Quran students, so that all the people of Baghdad loved him, men and women. One day, the procession of the Mumil number 229 of Iraq passed round Baghdad before its departure for the pilgrimage to Mecca and visitation of the tomb of the Prophet, whom Allah bless and preserve. When Zor al-Makan the Mumil procession, he was seized with longing desire to become a pilgrim, FN number 230, so he went in to his sire and said, I come to ask thy leave to make the pilgrimage. But his father forbade him, saying, Wait till next year and I will go and thou too. When the prince saw that the matter was postponed, he betook himself to his sister Nazat al-Zaman, whom he found standing at prayer. As soon as she had ended her devotions, he said to her, I am dying with desire of pilgrimage to the holy house of Allah at Mecca and to visit the tomb of the Prophet, upon whom be peace. I asked my father's leave, but he forbade me that, so I mean to take privily somewhat of money and set out on the pilgrimage without his knowledge. Allah upon thee, exclaimed she, take me with thee and deprive me not of visitation to the tomb of the Prophet, whom Allah bless and keep. And he answered, As soon as it is dark night, do thou come forth from this place, without telling any. Accordingly, when it was the middle of the night she arose and took somewhat of money and donned a man's habit, and she ceased not walking to the palace gate, where she found Zor al-Makan with camels ready for marching. So he mounted and mounted her, and the two fared on till they were in the midst of the Iraqi FN number 231, pilgrim party, and they ceased not marching and Allah wrote safety for them, till they entered Mecca the holy and stood upon Arafat and performed the pilgrimage rites. Then they made a visitation to the tomb of the Prophet, whom Allah bless and assain, and thought to return with the pilgrims to their native land. But Zor al-Makan said to his sister, O my sister, it is in my mind to visit the holy house, FN number 232, Jerusalem, and Abraham the friend of Allah, FN number 233, on whom be peace. I also desire so to do, replied she. So they agreed upon this, and he fared forth and took passage for himself and her, and they made ready and set out in the ship with a company of Jerusalem palmers. That very night the sister fell sick of an aguish chill, and was grievously ill but presently recovered, after which the brother also sickened. She tended him during his malady, and they ceased not wayfaring till they arrived at Jerusalem, but the fever increased on him and he grew weaker and weaker. They alighted at a khan and hired a lodging, but Zor al-Makan's sickness ceased not to increase on him, till he was wasted with leanness and became delirious. At this, his sister was greatly afflicted and exclaimed, "There is no majesty and there is no might save in Allah, the glorious, the great. This is the decree of Allah." They sojourned in that place a while, his weakness ever increasing and she attending him and buying necessaries for him and for herself, till all the money she had was expended and she became so poor that she had not so much as a dirham left. Then she sent a servant of the Khan to the bazaar with some of her clothes, and he sold them and she spent the price upon her brother. Then sold she something more and she ceased not selling all she had, piece by piece, till nothing was left but an old rug. Whereupon she wept and exclaimed, "Verily is Allah the orderer of the past and the future." Presently her brother said to her, "O my sister, I feel recovery drawing near and my heart longeth for a little roast meat." "By Allah, O my brother," replied she, "I have no face to beg, but tomorrow I will enter some rich man's house and serve him and earn somewhat for our living." Then she bethought herself a while and said, "Of a truth 'tis hard for me to leave thee and thou in this state, but I must despite myself." He rejoined, "Allah forbid. Thou wilt be put to shame, but there is no majesty and there is no might save in Allah." And he wept and she wept too. Then she said, "O my brother, we are strangers who have dwelt here a full year, but none hath yet knocked at our door. Shall we then die of hunger? I know no resource but that I go out and do service and earn somewhat to keep us alive, till thou recover from thy sickness, when we will travel back to our native land." She sat weeping a while and he wept too, propped upon his elbow. Then Nazat al-Zaman arose and, veiling her head with a bit of camlet, FN number 234, which had been of the camelier's clothes and which the owner had forgotten and left with him, she kissed the head of her brother and embraced him and went forth from him, weeping and knowing not whither she should wend. And she stinted not going and her brothers or Al-Makan awaiting her return till the supper time, but she came not, and he watched for her till the morning morrowed but still she returned not, and this endured till 2 days went by. He was greatly troubled thereat and his heart fluttered for her, and hunger was sore upon him. At last he left the chamber and, calling the servant of the caravanserai, said, "I wish thee to bear me to the bazaar." So he carried him to the market street and laid him down there, and the people of Jerusalem gathered round him and were moved to tears seeing his condition. He signed to them begging for somewhat to eat, so they brought him some money from certain of the merchants who were in the bazaar, and bought food and fed him therewith, after which they carried him to a shop, where they spread him a mat of palm leaves and set an ewer of water at his head. When night fell, all the folk went away, sore concerned for him and, in the middle of the night, he called to mind his sister and his sickness redoubled on him, so that he abstained from eating and drinking and became insensible to the world around him. Then the bazaar people arose and took for him from the merchants 37 dirhams, and hiring a camel, said to the driver, "Carry this sick man to Damascus and leave him in the hospital, haply he may be cured and recover health." "On my head be it," replied the camel man, but he said to himself, "How shall I take this sick man to Damascus, and he nigh upon death?" So he carried him away to a place and hid with him till the night, when he threw him down on the ash heap near the fire hole of the hammam and went his way. When morning dawned the stoker FN number 235 of the bath came to his work and, finding Zor al-Makan cast on his back, exclaimed, "Why did they not throw their dead body anywhere but here?" So saying, he gave him a kick and he moved, whereupon quoth the fireman, "Some one of you who hath eaten a bit of hashish and hath thrown himself down in whatso place it be." Then he looked at his face and saw his hairless cheeks and his grace and comeliness, so he took pity on him and knew that he was sick and a stranger in the land. And he cried, "There is no majesty and there is no might save in Allah. Verily, I have sinned against this youth, for indeed the Prophet, whom Allah bless and keep, enjoineth honor to the stranger, more especially when the stranger is sick." Then he carried him home and went in with him to his wife and bade her tend him. So she spread him a sleeping rug and set a cushion under his head, then warmed water for him and washed therewith his hands and feet and face. Meanwhile, the stoker went to the market and bought some rose water and sugar, and sprinkled Zor al-Makan's face with the water and gave him to drink of the sherbet. Then he fetched a clean shirt and put it on him. With this, Zor al-Makan sniffed the zephyr of health and recovery returned to him, and he sat up and leant against the pillow. Hereat the fireman rejoiced and exclaimed, "Praise be to Allah for the welfare of this youth. O Allah, I beseech thee by thy knowledge of hidden things, that thou make the salvation of this youth to be at my hands." And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 54th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that the fireman exclaimed, O Allah, I beseech thee of thy knowledge of hidden things, that thou make this young man's life the work of my hands." And he ceased not to nurse him for 3 days, giving him to drink of sherbet of sugar and willow flower water and rose water, and doing him all manner of service and kindness, till health began to return to his body and Zor al-Makan opened his eyes. Presently came in the fireman and, seeing him sitting up and showing signs of amendment, said to him, "What is now thy state, O my son?" "Praise be to Allah," replied Zor al-Makan, "I am well and like to recover, if such be the will of Allah Almighty at this time." The stoker praised the Lord of all for this and, wending fast to the market, bought 10 chickens, which he carried to his wife and said, "Kill 2 of these for him every day, one at dawn of day and the other at fall of day." So she rose up and killed a fowl and brought it to him boiled, and fed him with the flesh and made him drink its broth. When he had done eating, she fetched hot water and he washed his hands and lay back upon the pillow, whereupon she covered him up with the coverlet, and he slept till the time of the mid-afternoon prayer. Then she arose and killed another fowl and boiled it, after which she cut it up and, bringing it to Zor al-Makan, said, "Eat, O my son." While he was eating, behold, her husband entered and seeing her feeding him, sat down at his head and said to him, "How is it with thee now, O my son?" "Thanks be to Allah for recovery." He replied, "May the Almighty requite thee thy kindness to me." At this the fireman rejoiced and going out, bought sherbet of violets and rose water and made him drink it. Now the stoker used to work at the hammam all day for a wage of 5 dirhams, whereof he spent every day, for Zor al-Makan, 1 dirham upon sugar and sherbet of rose water and willow flower water, FN number 236, and another dirham for fowls, and he ceased not to entreat him thus kindly during a whole month, till the traces of illness ceased from him and he was once more sound and whole. Thereupon the fireman and his wife rejoiced and asked him, "O my son, wilt thou go with me to the bath?" Whereto he answered, "Yes." So the stoker went to the bazaar and fetched a donkey boy, and he mounted Zor al-Makan on the ass and supported him in the saddle till they came to the bath. Then he made him sit down and seated the donkey boy in the furnace room and went forth to the market and bought tiat leaves and lupin flower, FN number 237, with which he returned to the bath and said to Zor al-Makan, "O my master, in Allah's name, walk in and I will wash thy body." So they entered the inner room of the bath, and the fireman took to rubbing Zor al-Makan's legs and began to wash his body with the leaves and meal, when they came to the bathman, whom the bath keeper had sent to Zor al-Makan, and he, seeing the stoker washing and rubbing him, said, "This is doing injury to the keeper's rights." Replied the fireman, "The master overwhelmeth us with his favours." Then the bathman proceeded to shave Zor al-Makan's head, after which he and the stoker washed themselves and returned to the house, where he clad Zor al-Makan in a shirt of fine stuff and a robe of his own, and gave him a handsome turban and girdle and a light kerchief which he wound about his neck. Meanwhile the fireman's wife had killed and cooked 2 chickens, so, As soon as Zor al-Makan entered and seated himself on the carpet, the husband arose and, dissolving sugar in willow flower water, made him drink of it. Then he brought the food tray and, cutting up the chickens, fed him with the flesh and gave him the broth to drink till he was satisfied, when he washed his hands and praised Allah for recovery, and said to the fireman, "Thou art he whom the Almighty vouchsafed to me and made the cause of my cure." "Leave this talk," replied the other, "and tell us the cause of thy coming to this city and whence thou art. Thy face showeth signs of gentle breeding. Tell me first how thou camest to fall in with me," said Zor al-Makan, "and after I will tell thee my story." Rejoined the fireman, "As for that, I found thee lying on the rubbish heap by the door of the firehouse, as I went to my work near the morning, and knew not who had thrown thee there. So I carried thee home with me, and this is all my tale." Quoth Zor al-Makan, "Glory to him who quickeneth the bones, though they be rotten. Indeed, O my brother, thou hast not done good save to one worthy of it, and thou shalt presently gather its fruitage." And he added, "But where am I now?" "Thou art in the city of Jerusalem," replied the stoker, whereupon Zor al-Makan called to mind his strangerhood and remembered his separation from his sister and wept. Then he discovered his secret to the fireman and told him his story and began repeating, "In love they bore me further than my force would go, and for them made me suffer resurrection throe. Oh, have compassion, cruel, on this soul of mine which, since ye fared, is pitied by each envious foe, nor grudge the tender mercy of one passing glance my case to lighten, easing this excess of woe." Quoth I, "Heart, bear this loss in patience." Patience cried, "Take heed. No patience in such plight I'm wont to show." Then he redoubled his weeping, and the fireman said to him, "Weep not, but rather praise Allah for safety and recovery." Asked Zor al-Makan, "How far is it hence to Damascus?" Answered the other, 6 days' journey. Then quoth Zor al-Makan, "Wilt thou send me thither?" "O my lord," quoth the stoker, "how can I allow thee to go alone, and thou a youth and a stranger to boot? If thou would journey to Damascus, I am one who will go with thee, and if my wife will listen to and obey me and accompany me, I will take up my abode there, for it is no light matter to part with thee." Then said he to his wife, "Wilt thou travel with me to Damascus of Syria, or wilt thou abide here, whilst I lead this my lord thither and return to thee? For he is bent upon going to Damascus of Syria, and, by Allah, it is hard to me to part with him, and I fear for him from highwaymen." Replied she, "I will go with you both." And he rejoined, "Praise be Allah for accord, and we have said the last word." Then he rose, and selling all his own goods and his wife's gear, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 55th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the fireman and his wife agreed with Zor al-Makan to travel with him Damascus wards. Then the stoker sold his goods and his wife's gear and bought a camel and hired an ass for Zor al-Makan, and they set out, and ceased not wayfaring for 6 days till they reached Damascus. And they arrived there towards eventide, when the fireman went forth and, as was his wont, bought some meat and drink. They had dwelt but 5 days in Damascus, when his wife sickened and, after a short illness, was translated to the mercy of Almighty Allah. Her death was a heavy matter to Zor al-Makan, for he was grown used to her as she had tended him assiduously, and the fireman grieved for her with excessive grief. Presently the prince turned to the stoker and finding him mourning, said to him, "Grieve not, for at this gate we must all go in." Replied he, "Allah make weal thy lot, O my son. Surely he will compensate us with his favours and cause our mourning to cease. What sayest thou, O my son, about our walking abroad to view Damascus and cheer thy spirits?" Replied Zor al-Makan, "Thy will is mine." So the fireman arose and placed his hand in that of Zor al-Makan, and the two walked on till they came to the stables of the viceroy of Damascus, where they found camels laden with chests and carpets and brocaded stuffs, and horses ready saddled and Bactrian dromedaries, while Mamelukes and Negro slaves and folk in a hubbub were running to and fro. Quoth Zor al-Makan, I wonder to whom belong all these chattels and camels and stuffs. So he asked one of the eunuchs, with this dispatching. And he answered, These are presents sent by the Emir of Damascus to King Omar bin al-Nu'man, with a tribute of Syria. Now when Zor al-Makan heard his father's name his eyes brimmed over with tears, and he began repeating, O Egon, from the gaze of these ridded deer, he whose sight in my spirit shall ever dwell. Your charms are gone, but this heart of me hath no sweet, and no pleasures its sour dispel. If Allah's grace make us meet again, in long-drawn love tale my love I'll tell. And when he had ended his verse, he wept, and the fireman said to him, O my son, we hardly believe that thy health had returned. FN number 238, so take heart and do not weep, for I fear a relapse for thee. And he ceased not comforting and cheering him, whilst Zor al-Makan sighed and moaned over his strangerhood and separation from his sister and his family, and tears streamed from his eyes, and he recited these couplets. Get thee provaunt in this world ere thou wend upon thy way, and know how surely death descends thy life lot to allay. All thy worldly goods are pride and the painfullest repine. All thy worldly life is vexing, of thy soul in vain display. Say, is not worldly one like a wanderer's place of rest, or at night he knacks FN number 239, his camels and moves off at dawn of day. And he continued to weep and wail over his separation, whilst the fireman also wept the loss of his wife, yet ceased not to comfort Zor al-Makan till morning dawned. When the sun rose, he said to him, Meseemeth thou yearnest for thy native land? Yes, replied Zor al-Makan, and I can no longer tarry here, so I will commend thee to Allah's care and set out with these folk and journey with them, little by little, till I come to my motherland. Said the stoker, and I with thee, for of a truth I cannot bear to part with thee. I have done thee kindly service and I mean to complete it by tending thee on thy travel. At this, Zor al-Makan rejoiced and said, Allah abundantly requite thee for me, and was pleased with the idea of their travelling together. The fireman at once went forth and bought another ass, selling the camel, and laid in his provaunt and said to Zor al-Makan, This is for thee to ride by the way, and, when thou art weary of riding, thou canst dismount and walk. Said Zor al-Makan, May Allah bless thee and aid me to requite thee. For verily thou hast dealt with me more lovingly than one with his brother. Then he waited till it was dark night, when he laid the provisions and baggage on that ass and set forth upon their journey. This much befell Zor al-Makan and the fireman, but as regards what happened to his sister Nuzhat al-Zaman, when she left her brother in the khan where they abode and, wrapped in the old camelet, went out to seek service with some one, that she might earn wherewithal to buy him the roast meat he longed for, she fared on, weeping and knowing not whither to go, whilst her mind was occupied with thoughts of her brother and of her family and her native land. So she implored Allah Almighty to do away with these calamities from them and began versifying. Dark falls the night and passion comes sore pains to guard me dree, and bine upstairs those ceaseless pangs which work my tormentry, and cease not separation flames my vitals to consume, and drives me on destruction way. This sorrow's ecstasy and longing breeds me restlessness, desire forever fires, and tears to all proclaim what I would keep in secrecy. No cunning shift is known to me a meeting to secure, that I may quit this sickly state, make you my malady. The love which blazeth in my heart is fed with fancy fuel, the lover from its hell of fire must bear hell's agony. FN number 240, O thou who blamest me for all befell me, 'tis enough, patient I bear whatever wrote the reed of doom for me. By love I swear I'll never be consoled, no, never more. I swear the oath of love's own slaves who know no perjury, O night, to chroniclers of love the news of me declare, that sleep hath fed mine eyelids of thy knowledge witness bear. Then she walked on, weeping and turning right and left as she went, when behold, there espied her an old Badawi FN number 241, who had come into the town from the desert with wild Arabs other 5. The old man took note of her and saw that she was lovely, but she had nothing on her head save a piece of camelet, and, marveling at her beauty, he said to himself, "This charmer dazzleth men's wits, but she is in squalid condition, and whether she be of the people of this city or she be a stranger, I needs must have her." So he followed her, little by little, till he met her face to face and stopped the way before her in a narrow lane, and called out to her, asking her case, and said, "Tell me, O my little daughter, art thou a free woman or a slave?" When she heard this, she said to him, "By thy life, do not add to my sorrows." Quoth he, "Allah hath blessed me with 6 daughters, of whom 5 died and only one is left me, the youngest of all, and I came to ask thee if thou be of the folk of this city or a stranger, that I might take thee and carry thee to her, to bear her company so as to divert her from pining for her sisters. If thou have no kith and kin, I will make thee as one of them, and thou and she shall be as my 2 children. Nuzhat al-Zaman bowed her head in bashfulness when she heard what he said, and communed with herself, "Haply I may trust myself to this old man." Then she said to him, "O nuncle, I am a maiden of the Arabs and a stranger, and I have a sick brother, but I will go with thee to thy daughter on one condition, which is, that I may spend only the day with her and at night may return to my brother. If thou strike this bargain I will fare with thee, for I am a stranger and I was high in honor among my tribe, and I awoke one morning to find myself vile and abject. I came with my brother from the land of Al-Hijaz, and I fearless he know not where I am." When the Badawi heard this, he said to himself, "By Allah, I have got my desire." Then he turned to her and replied, "There shall none be dearer to me than thou. I wish thee only to bear my daughter company by day, and thou shalt go to thy brother at earliest nightfall. Or, if thou wilt, bring him over to dwell with us." And the Badawi ceased not to console her heart and coax her, till she trusted in him and agreed to serve him. Then he walked on before her, and, when she followed him, he winked to his men to go in advance and harness the dromedaries and load them with their packs and place upon them water and provisions, ready for setting out as soon as he should come up with the camels. Now this Badawi was a base-born churl, a highway thief and a traitor to the friend he held most fief, a rogue in grain, past master of plots and chicane. He had no daughter and no son, and was only passing through the town when, by the decree of the decreer, he fell in with this unhappy one. And he ceased not to hold her in converse on the highway till they came without the city of Jerusalem, and, when outside, he joined his companions and found they had made ready the dromedaries. So the Badawi mounted a camel, having seated Nuzhat al-Zaman behind him, and they rode on all night. Then she knew that the Badawi's proposal was a snare and that he had tricked her, and she continued keeping and crying out the whole night long, while they journeyed on, making for the mountains, in fear any should see them. Now when it was near dawn, they dismounted from their dromedaries, and the Badawi came up to Nuzhat al-Zaman and said to her, "O city's trumpet, what is this weeping? By Allah, and thou hold not thy peace, I will beat thee to death, O thou town filth." When she heard this she loathed life and longed for death, so she turned to him and said, "O accursed old man, O grey-beard of hell, how have I trusted thee, and thou hast played me false, and now thou wouldest torture me." When he heard her reply he cried out, "O lazy baggage, dost thou dare to bandy words with me?" And he stood up to her and beat her with a whip, saying, "And thou hold not thy peace, I will kill thee." So she was silent a while, then she called to mind her brother and the happy estate she had been in, and she shed tears secretly. Next day, she turned to the Badawi and said to him, "How couldst thou play me this trick and lure me into these bold and stony mountains, and what is thy design with me?" When he heard her words he hardened his heart and said to her, "O lazy baggage of a lowman and insolent, wilt thou bandy words with me?" And he took the whip and came down with it on her back till she felt faint. Then she bowed down over his feet and kissed FN number 242, them, and he left beating her and began reviling her and said, by the rights of my bonnet, FN number 243, if I see or hear thee weeping, I will cut out thy tongue and stuff it up thy cointy, O thou city filth. So she was silent and made him no reply, for the beating pained her, but sat down with her arms round her knees and, bowing her head upon her collar, began to look into her case and her abasement after her lot of high honour, and the beating she had endured, and she called to mind her brother and his sickness and forlorn condition, and how they were both strangers in a far country, which drave her tears down her cheeks, and she wept silently and began repeating, Time hath for his wont to appraise and debase, nor is lasting condition for human race. In this world each thing hath appointed turn, nor may man transgress his determined place. How long these perils and woes? A woe for a life, all woeful in parlous case. Allah bless not the days which have laid me low I the world, with disgrace after so much grace. My wish is baffled, my hopes cast down, and distance forbids me to greet his face. O thou who passeth that dear one's door, say for me, these tears shall flow evermore. When she had finished her verses, the Badawi came up to her and, taking compassion on her, bespoke her kindly and wiped away her tears. Then he gave her a barley scone and said, I love not one who answereth at times when I am in wrath, so henceforth give me no more of these impertinent words, and I will sell thee to a good man like myself, who will do well with thee, even as I have done. Yes, whatso thou dost is right, answered she, and when the night was longsome upon her and hunger burnt her, she ate very little of that barley bread. In the middle of the night the Badawi gave orders for departure, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 56th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the Badawi gave the barley scone to Nuzhat al-Zaman and promised he would sell her to a good man like himself, she replied, Whatso thou dost is right. And, about midnight when hunger burned her, FN number 244, she ate a very little of that barley bread, and the Badawi ordered his party to set out, so they loaded their loads and he mounted a camel setting Nuzhat al-Zaman behind him. Then they journeyed and ceased not journeying for 3 days, till they entered the city of Damascus and alighted at the Sultan's Khan, hard by the Viceroy's gate. Now she had lost her colour by grief and the fatigue of such travelling, and she ceased not to weep over her misfortunes. So the Badawi came up to her and said, O thou city filth, by the right of my bonnet, if thou leave not this weeping, I will sell thee to none but a Jew. Then he arose and took her by the hand and carried her to a chamber, and walked off to the bazaar, and he went round to the merchants who dealt in slave girls, and began to parley with them, saying, I have brought a slave girl whose brother fell ill, and I sent him to my people about Jerusalem, that they might tend him till he is cured. As for her I want to sell her, but after the dog her brother fell sick, the separation from him was grievous to her, and since then she doth nothing but weep, and now I wish that whoso is minded to buy her of me speak softly to her and say, Thy brother is with me in Jerusalem ill, and I will be easy with him about her price. Then one of the merchants came up to him and asked, How old is she? He answered, She is a virgin, just come to marriageable age, and she is endowed with sense and breeding and wit and beauty and loveliness. But from the day I sent her brother to Jerusalem, her heart hath been yearning for him, so that her beauty is fallen away and her value lessened. Now when the merchant heard this, he set forth with the Badawi and said, O Sheikh FN number 245, of the Arabs, I will go with thee and buy of thee this girl whom thou praisest so highly for wit and manners and beauty and loveliness, and I will pay thee her price, but it must be upon conditions which if thou accept, I will give thee ready money, and if thou accept not I will return her to thee. Quoth the Badawi, And thou wilt take her up to the Sultan Shah Khan, son of Omar bin al-Nu'man, lord of Baghdad and of the land of Khorasan, and condition me any conditions thou likest, for when thou hast brought her before King Sharkan, haply she will please him, and he will pay thee her price and a good profit for thyself to boot. Rejoined the merchant, it happens that I have just now something to ask from him, and it is this, that he write me an order upon the office, exempting me from custom dues, and also that he write me a letter of recommendation to his father, King Omar bin al-Nu'man. So if he take the girl, I will weigh FN number 246, the outer price at once. I agree with thee to this condition, answered the Badawi. So they returned together to the place where Nazat al-Zaman was, and the wild Arab stood at the chamber door and called out, saying, O Najir, FN number 247, which was the name wherewith he had named her. When she heard him, she wept and made no answer. Then he turned to the merchant and said to him, As she sitteth, go to her and look at her and speak to her kindly as I enjoin thee. So the trader went up to her in courteous wise and saw that she was wondrous beautiful and lovable, especially as she knew the Arabic tongue, and he said to the Badawi, If she be even as thou saidest, I shall get of the Sultan what I will for her. Then he bespake her, Peace be on thee, my little maid. How art thou? She turned to him and replied, This also was registered in the book of destiny. Then she looked at him and, seeing him to be a man of respectable semblance with a handsome face, she said to herself, I believe this one cometh to buy me, and she continued, If I hold aloof from him, I shall abide with my tyrant and he will do me to death with beating. In any case, this person is handsome of face and maketh me hope for better treatment from him than from my brute of a Badawi. Maybe he cometh only to hear me talk, so I will give him a fair answer. All this while her eyes were fixed on the ground, then she raised them to him and said in a sweet voice, And upon thee be peace, O my lord, and Allah's mercy and his benediction. FN number 248. This is what is commanded of the Prophet, whom Allah bless and preserve. As for thine inquiry how I am, if thou wouldest know my case, it is such as thou wouldest not wish it to thy foe. And she held her peace. When the merchant heard what she said, his fancy took wings for delight in her, and, turning to the Badawi, he asked him, What is her price, for indeed she is noble. Thereupon the Badawi waxed angry and answered, Thou wilt turn me the girl's head with this talk. Why dost thou say that she is noble, FN number 249, while she is of the scum of slave girls and of the refuse of folk? I will not sell her to thee. When the merchant heard this, he knew the man to be weak of wits and said to him, Calm thyself, for I will buy her of thee with these blemishes thou mentionest. And how much wilt thou give me for her? Inquired the Badawi. Replied the merchant, Name thy price for her, none should name the son save his sire. Rejoined the Badawi, None shall name it but thou thyself. Quoth the merchant to himself, This wildling is a rudesby and a maggoty head. By Allah, I cannot tell her price, for she hath won my heart with her fair speech and good looks, and, if she can read and write, it will be complete fair luck to her and to her purchaser. But this Badawi does not know her worth. Then he turned and said to him, O Sheikh of the Arabs, I will give thee in ready money, clear of the tax and the Sultan's dues, 200 gold pieces. Now when the Badawi heard this, he flew into a violent rage and cried at the merchant, saying, Get up and go thy ways. By Allah, wert thou to offer me 200 dinars for the bit of camlet she weareth, I would not sell it to thee. And now I will not sell her, but will keep her by me, to pasture the camels and grind my grist. And he cried out to her, saying, Come here, thou stinkard. I will not sell thee. Then he turned to the merchant and said to him, I used to think thee a man of judgment, but, by the right of my bonnet, if thou be gone not from me, I will let thee hear what shall not please thee. Quoth the merchant to himself, Of a truth this Badawi is mad and knoweth not her value, and I will say no more to him about her price at the present time, for by Allah, were he a man of sense, he would not say, by the rights of my bonnet. By the Almighty, she is worth the kingdom of the Chosroes, and I have not her price by me, but if he ask even more, I will give him what he will, though it be all my goods. Then he turned and said to him, O Sheikh of the Arabs, take patience and calm thyself, and tell me what clothes she hath with thee. Cried the Badawi, and what hath the baggage to do with clothes? By Allah, this camlet in which she is wrapped is ample for her. With thy leave, said the merchant, I will unveil her face and examine her even as folk examine slave girls whom they think of buying. FN number 250, replied the other, up and do what thou wilt, and Allah keep thy youth. Examine her outside and inside, and, if thou wilt, strip off her clothes and look at her when she is naked. Quoth the trader, Allah forfend. I will look at naught save her face. FN number 251. Then he went up to her and was put to shame by her beauty and loveliness, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 57th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the merchant went up to Nuzhat al-Zaman and was put to shame by her beauty and loveliness. So he sat by her side and asked her, O my mistress, what is thy name? She answered, Dost thou ask what is my name this day, or what it was before this day? Thereupon the merchant inquired, Hast thou, then, two names, today's and yesterday's? Yes, replied she, my name in the past was Nuzhat al-Zaman, the delight of the age, but my name at this present is Gusat. FN number 252, al-Zaman, the despite of the age. When the merchant heard this, his eyes brimmed over with tears, and quoth he to her, Hast thou not a sick brother? By Allah, O my lord, I have, quoth she, but fortune hath parted me and him, and he layeth sick in Jerusalem. The merchant's head was confounded at the sweetness of her speech, and he said to himself, Verily, the Badawi spake the truth of her. Then she called to mind her brother and his sickness and his strangerhood and her separation from him in his hour of weakness and her not knowing what had befallen him, and she thought of all that had happened to her with the Badawi and of her severance from her mother and father and native land, and the tears coursed down her cheeks, and fast as they started they dropped, and she began reciting, Allah, where'er thou be, his aid impart to thee, who distant dwellest in my heart. Allah be near thee, house so far thou fare, ward off all shifts of time, all dangers thwart. Mine eyes are desolate for thy vanished sight, and start my tears on me, how fast they start. Would heaven I kenned what quarter or what land homes thee, and in what house and tribe thou art, and fount of life thou draining greenth of rose, while drink I tear drops for my soul desert? And thou joy slumber in those hours, when I peel twixt my side and couch coals burning smart. All things were easy save to part from thee, for my sad heart this grief is hard to dree. When the merchant heard her verses, he wept and put out his hand to wipe away the tears from her cheeks, but she let down her veil over her face, saying, Heaven forbid, O my lord. FN number 253. Then the Badawi, who was sitting at a little distance watching them, saw her cover her face from the merchant while about to wipe the tears from her cheeks, and he concluded that she would have hindered him from handling her, so he rose and running to her, dealt her, with a camel's halter he had in his hand, such a blow on the shoulders that she fell to the ground on her face. Her eyebrows struck a stone which cut it open, and the blood streamed down her cheeks, whereupon she screamed a loud scream and felt faint and wept bitterly. The merchant was moved to tears for her and said in himself, There is no help for it but that I buy this damsel, though at her weight in gold, and free her from this tyrant. And he began to revile the Badawi whilst Nuzhat al-Zaman lay insensible. When she came to herself, she wiped away the tears and blood from her face, and she bound up her head. Then, raising her glance to heaven, she besought her Lord with a sorrowful heart and began repeating, And pity one who erst in honour throve, and now is fallen into sore disgrace. She weeps and bathes her cheeks with railing tears, and asks what cure can meet this fatal case. When she had ended her verse, she turned to the merchant and said in an undertone, "By the Almighty, do not leave me with a tyrant who knoweth not Allah the Most High. If I pass this night in his place, I shall kill myself with my own hand. Save me from him, so Allah save thee from Jahannam fire." Then quoth the merchant to the Badawi, "O Sheikh of the Arabs, this slave is none of thine affair, so do thou sell her to me for what thou wilt." "Take her," quoth the Badawi, "and pay me down her price, or I will carry her back to the camp and there set her to feed the camels and gather their dung." FN number 254, said the merchant, "I will give thee 50,000 dinars for her. Allah will open." FN number 255, replied the Badawi. 70,000, said the merchant. "Allah will open." Repeated the Badawi, "This is not the capital spent upon her, for she hath eaten with me barley bread to the value of 90,000 gold pieces." The merchant rejoined, "Thou and thine and all thy tribe in the length of your lives have not eaten 1,000 ducats worth of barley, but I will say thee one word, wherewith if thou be not satisfied, I will set the Viceroy of Damascus on thee and he will take her from thee by force." The Badawi continued, "Say on." 100,000, quoth the merchant. "I have sold her to thee at that price," answered the Badawi. "I shall be able to buy salt with her." The merchant laughed and, going to his lodgings, brought the money and put it into the hand of the Badawi, who took it and made off, saying to himself, "Needs must I go to Jerusalem where, haply, I shall happen on her brother, and I will bring him here and sell him also." So he mounted and journeyed till he arrived at Jerusalem, where he went to the Khan and asked for Zor al-Makan, but could not find him. Such was the case with him, but for what regards the merchant and Nazat al-Zaman, when he took her he threw some of his clothes over her and carried her to his lodgings, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 58th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the trader saved Nazat al-Zaman from the Badawi and bore her to his lodgings and robed her in the richest raiment, he went down with her to the bazaar, where he bought her what ornaments she chose and put them in a satin bag, which he set before her, saying, 'All is for thee and I ask nothing of thee in return but that, when I lead thee to the Sultan, Viceroy of Damascus, thou acquaint him with the price I paid for thee, albeit it was little compared with thy value, and, if seeing thee he buy thee of me, thou tell him how I have dealt with thee and ask of him for me a royal patent, and a written recommendation wherewith I can repair to his father, King Omar bin al-Nu'man, Lord of Baghdad, to the intent that he may forbid the tax on my stuffs or any other goods in which I traffic.' When she heard his words, she wept and sobbed, and the merchant said to her, 'O my lady, I observe that, every time I mention Baghdad, thine eyes are tearful. Is there any one whom thou lovest? If it be a trader or the like, tell me, for I know all the merchants and so forth there, and, if thou wouldest send him a message, I will bear it for thee.' Replied she, 'By Allah, I have no acquaintance among merchant folk and the like. I know none but King Omar bin Nu'man, Lord of Baghdad.' When the merchant heard her words, he laughed and rejoiced with exceeding joy and said in himself, 'By Allah, I have won my wish.' Then he said to her, 'Hast thou been shown to him in time past?' She answered, 'No, but I was brought up with his daughter and he holdeth me dear and I have high honour with him. So if thou wouldest have the king grant thee thy desire, give me ink case and paper and I will write thee a letter, and when thou reachest the city of Baghdad, do thou deliver it into the hand of King Omar bin al-Nu'man and say to him, Thy handmaid, Nazat al-Zaman, would have thee to know that the chances and changes of the nights and days have struck her as with a hammer, and have smitten her so that she hath been sold from place to place, and she sendeth thee her salams. And, if he ask further of her, say that I am now with the Viceroy at Damascus. The merchant wondered at her eloquence, and his affection for her increased, and he said to her, I cannot but think that men have played upon thine understanding and sold thee for money. Tell me, dost thou know the Quran by heart? Yes, answered she, and I am also acquainted with philosophy and medicine and the prolegomena of science and the commentaries of Galen, the physician, on the canons of Hippocrates, and I have commented him, and I have read the Tazkirah and have commented the Burton, and I have studied the simples of Ibn Beta, and I have something to say of the canon of Mecca, by Avicenna. I can read riddles and can solve ambiguities, and discourse upon geometry and am skilled in anatomy. I have read the books of the Shafi FN number 256, school and the traditions of the Prophet and syntax, and I can argue with the ulama and discourse of all manner learning. Moreover, I am skilled in logic and rhetoric and arithmetic and the making of talismans and almanacs, and I know thoroughly the spiritual sciences FN number 257, and the times appointed for religious duties, and I understand all these branches of knowledge. Then quoth she to the merchant, Bring me ink case and paper, that I write thee a letter which shall aid thee on thy journey to Baghdad, and enable thee to do without passports. Now when the merchant heard this, he cried out, Brava! Brava! FN number 258, then O happy he in whose palace thou shalt. Thereupon he brought her paper and ink case and a pen of brass and burst the earth before her face to do her honour. She took a sheet and handled the reed and wrote therewith these verses. I see all power of sleep from eyes of me hath flown. Say, did thy parting teach thee Xenon wake to own? What makes thy memory light such burnings in my heart? Hath every lover strength such memories to own? How sweet the big dropped cloud which rained on summer's day, 'tis gone, and ere I taste its sweet so far 'tis flown. I pray the wind with windy breath to bring some news from thee, to lover white we love so woe begone complains to thee a lover of all hope forlorn, for parting pangs can break not only heart but stone. And when she had ended writing the verses she continued, These words are from her who saith that melancholy destroyeth her, and that watching wasteth her, in the murk of whose night is found no light, and darkness and day are the same in her sight. She tosseth on the couch of separation, and her eyes are blackened with the pencils of sleeplessness. She watcheth the stars arise, and into the gloom she strains her eyes. Verily, sadness and leanness have consumed her strength, and the setting forth of her case would run to length. No helper hath she but tears, and she reciteth these verses. No ring-dove moans from home and branch in morning light, but shakes my very frame with sorrow's killing might. No lover sigheth for his love or gladdeth heart to meet his mate, but breeds in me redoubled blight. I bear my plaint to one who has no ruth for me. Ah me, how love can part man's mortal frame and sprite. Then her eyes welled over with tears, and she wrote also these two couplets. Love smote my frame so sore on parting day, that severance severed sleep and eyes, for I waxed so lean that I am still a man, but for my speaking, thou wouldst never say. Then she shed tears and wrote at the foot of the sheet, This cometh from her who is far from her folk and her native land, the sorrowful-hearted woman Nuzhat al-Zaman. In fine, she folded the sheet and gave it to the merchant, who took it and kissed it and understood its contents and exclaimed, Glory to him who fashioned thee. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 59th night, she said, It reached me, O auspicious king, that Nuzhat al-Zaman wrote the letter and gave it to the merchant, and he took it and read it and understood the contents and exclaimed, Glory to him who fashioned thee. Then he redoubled his kindness and made himself pleasant to her all that day, and when night came he sallied out to the bazaar and bought some food, wherewith he fed her, after which he carried her to the hammam and said to the bath woman, As soon as thou hast made an end of washing her head, dress her and send and let me know of it. And she replied, Hearing is obeying. Meanwhile he fetched food and fruit and wax candles and set them on the bench in the outer room of the bath, and when the tire woman had done washing her, she dressed her and led her out of the bath and seated her on the bench. Then she sent to tell the merchant, and Nuzhat al-Zaman went forth to the outer room, where she found the tray spread with food and fruit. So she ate, and the tire woman with her, and gave the rest to the people and keeper of the bath. Then she slept till the morning, and the merchant lay the night in a place apart from her. When he aroused himself from sleep, he came to her and waking her, presented her with a shift of fine stuff and a head kerchief worth 1,000 dinars, a suit of Turkish embroidery and walking boots purfled with red gold and set with pearls and gems. Moreover, he hung in each of her ears a circlet of gold with a fine pearl therein, worth 1,000 dinars, and threw round her neck a collar of gold with bosses of garnet and a chain of amber beads that hung down between her breasts over her navel. Now to this chain were attached 10 balls and 9 crescents, and each crescent had in its midst a bezel of ruby, and each ball a bezel of balass. The value of the chain was 3,000 dinars, and each of the balls was priced at 20,000 dirhams, so that the dress she wore was worth in all a great sum of money. When she had put these on, the merchant bade her adorn herself, and she adorned herself to the utmost beauty. Then she let fall her fillet over her eyes, and she fared forth with the merchant preceding her. But when folk saw her, all wondered at her beauty and exclaimed, "Blessed be Allah, the most excellent Creator! O lucky the man in whose house the hall be!" And the trader ceased not walking, and she behind him, till they entered the palace of Sultan Sharkan, when he sought an audience and, kissing the earth between his hands, said, "O auspicious king, I have brought thee a rare gift, unmatched in this time and richly gifted with beauty and with good qualities." Quoth the king, "Let me see it." So the merchant went out and brought her, she following him till he made her stand before King Sharkan. When he beheld her, blood turned to blood, though she had been parted from him in childhood and though he had never seen her, having only heard a long time after her birth that he had a sister called Nuzhat al-Zaman and a brother Zur al-Makan, he having been jealous of them, because of the succession. And such was the cause of his knowing little about them. Then, having placed her before the presence, the merchant said, "O king of the age, besides being peerless in her time and beauty and loveliness, she is also versed in all learning, sacred and profane, including the art of government and the abstract sciences." Quoth the king to the trader, "Take her price, according as thou boutest her, and go thy ways." "I hear and I obey," replied the merchant, "but first write me a patent, exempting me forever from paying tithe on my merchandise." Said the king, "I will do this, but first tell me what price thou paidest for her." Said the merchant, "I bought her for 100,000 dinars, and her clothes cost me another 100,000. When the Sultan heard these words, he declared, "I will give thee a higher price than this for her," and, calling his treasurer, said to him, "Pay this merchant 320,000 ducats, so will he have 120,000 dinars profit." Thereupon the Sultan summoned the 4 Qazis and paid him the money in their presence, and then he said, "I call you to witness that I free this my slave girl and purpose to marry her." So the Qazis wrote out the deed of emancipation and the contract of marriage, when the Sultan scattered much gold on the heads of those present, and the pages and the eunuchs picked up this largesse. Then, after paying him his monies, Sharkan bade them write for the merchant a perpetual patent, exempting him from toll, tax or tithe upon his merchandise, and forbidding each and every in all his government to molest him, and lastly bestowed on him a splendid dress of honor. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 60th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that King Sharkan bade them write for the merchant a mandate, after paying him his monies, and they wrote a perpetual patent, exempting him from the tithe upon his merchandise and forbidding any in his government to molest him, and lastly bestowed upon him a splendid dress of honor. Then all about him retired, and none remained save the Kazis and the merchant, whereupon said he to the judges, I wish you to hear such discourse from this damsel as may prove her knowledge and accomplishments in all aimed for her by this trader, that we ascertain the truth of his assertions. They answered, there is no evil in that, and he commanded the curtain to be let down between him and those with him and the maiden and those with her, and the women about the damsel behind the curtains began to wish her joy and kiss her hands and feet, when they learned that she was become the king's wife. Then they came round her and took off her dresses, easing her of the weight of her clothes, and began to look upon her beauty and loveliness. Presently the wives of the emirs and wazirs heard that King Sharkan had bought a handmaiden unmatched for her beauty and learning and philosophy and account-keeping, and versed in all branches of knowledge, that he had paid for her 320,000 dinars, and that he had set her free and had written a marriage contract with her and had summoned the 4 Kazis to make trial of her, how she would answer all their questions and hold disputation with them. So they asked leave of their husbands and repaired to the palace wherein was Nuzhat al-Zaman. When they came into her, they found the eunuchs standing before her, and, as soon as she saw the wives of the emirs and wazirs and khandis of the realm coming to call upon her, she arose to them on her feet and met them with courtesy, her handmaidens standing behind her, and she received them saying, Ye be welcome. The while she smiled in their faces so as to win their hearts, and she promised them all manner of good and seated them in their proper stations, as if she had been brought up with them. So all wondered at her beauty and loveliness and said to one another, This damsel is none other than a queen, the daughter of a king. Then they sat down, magnifying her worth, and said to her, O our lady, this our city is illumined by thee, and our country and abode and birthplace and reign are honoured by thy presence. The kingdom indeed is thy kingdom, and the palace is thy palace, and we all are thy handmaids, so, by Allah, do not shut us out from thy favours and the sight of thy beauty. And she thanked them for this. All this while the curtains were let down between Nuzhat al-Zaman and the women with her, on the one side, and King Sharkan and the 4 Kazis and the merchants seated by him on the other. Presently King Sharkan called to her and said, O Queen, the glory of thine age, this merchant hath described thee as being learned and accomplished, and he claimeth that thou art skilled in all branches of knowledge, even to astrology. So let us hear something of all this he hath mentioned, and favour us with a short discourse on such subjects. She replied, saying, O King, to hear is to obey. FN number 259, the first subjects whereof I will treat are the art of government and the duties of kings, and what behoveth governors of command meets according to religious law, and what is incumbent on them in respect of satisfactory speech and manners. Know then, O King, that all men's works tend either to religious or to laical life, for none attaineth to religion save through this world, because it is the best road to futurity. Now the works of this world are not ordered save by the doings of its people, and men's doings are divided into 4 divisions, government, commerce, husbandry and craftsmanship. Now government requireth perfect administration with just and true judgment, for government is the pivot of the edifice of the world, which world is the road to futurity, since Allah Almighty hath made the world for his servants as viaticum to the traveller for the attainment of his goal, and it befitteth each man that he receive of it such measure as shall bring him to Allah, and that he follow not herein his own mind and his individual lust. If folk would take of worldly goods with justice and equity, all cause of contention would be cut off, but they take thereof with violence and after their own desires, and their persistence therein giveth rise to contentions, so they have need of the Sultan, that he do justice between them and order their affairs, and, if the king restrain not his folk from one another, the strong will drive the weak to the wall. Hence Archer FN number 260, saith, Religion and kingship be twins. Religion is a hidden treasure and the king is its keeper, and the divine ordinances and men's intelligence point out that it behoveth the people to adopt a sultan who shall withhold oppressor from oppressed and do the weak justice against the strong and restrain the violence of the proud and the rebels against rule. For know, O king, that according to the measure of the sultan's good morals, even so will be the time, as saith the apostle of Allah, on whom be peace and salvation, the be two classes who, if they be good, the people will be good, and if they be bad, the people will be bad, even the ulama and the emirs. And it is said by a certain sage, there be three kinds of kings, the king of the faith, the king who protecteth things to which reverence is due, and the king of his own lusts. The king of the faith obligeth his subjects to follow their faith, and it behoveth he be the most faithful. FN number 261. For it is by him that they take pattern in the things of the faith, and it becometh the folk to obey him in whatso he commandeth according to divine ordinance, but he shall hold the discontented in the same esteem as the contented, because of submission to the decrees of destiny. As for the king who protecteth things to be reverenced, he upholdeth the things of the faith and of the world, and compelleth his folk to follow the divine law and to preserve the rights of humanity. And it fitteth him to unite pen and sword, for whoso declineth from what pen hath written his feet slip, and the king shall rectify his error with a sharp sword and dispread his justice over all mankind. As for the king of his own lusts, he hath no religion but the following his desire, and, as he feareth not the wrath of his Lord who set him on the throne, so his kingdom inclineth to deposition, and the end of his pride is in the house of perdition. And sages say, the king hath need of many people, but the people have need of but one king. Wherefore it beseemeth that he be well acquainted with their natures, that he reduce their discord to concord, that with his justice be encompass them all, and with his bounties overwhelm them all. And know, O king, that Adshur, styled Jamsheded, or the live coal, third of the kings of Persia, conquered the whole world and divided it into 4 divisions, and, for this purpose, get for himself 4 seal rings, one for each division. The first seal was that of the sea and the police of prohibition, and on it was written, alternate lives. The second was the seal of tribute and of the receipt of monies, and on it was written, building up. The third was the seal of the provisioning department, and on it was written, plenty. The fourth was the seal of the oppressed, and on it was written, justice. And these usages remain valid in Persia until the revelation of Al-Islam. Chosroes also wrote his son, who was with the army, be not thou too open-handed with thy troops, or they will be too rich to need thee. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 61st night, she said, it hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Chosroes wrote his son, be not thou too open-handed with thy troops, or they will be too rich to need thee, nor be thou niggardly with them, or they will murmur against thee. Give thy giving deliberately, and confer thy favours advisedly. Open thy hand to them in time of success, and stint them not in time of distress. There is a legend that a desert Arab came once to the Caliph Al-Mansur FN number 262, and said, starve thy dog and he shall follow thee. When the Caliph heard his words, he was enraged with the Arab, but Abu al-Abbas of Dis said to him, I fear that if some other than thou should show him a scone, the dog would follow him and leave thee alone. Thereupon the Caliph Al-Mansur's wrath subsided, and he knew that the wild Arab had intended no offence, and ordered him a present. And know, O king, that Abd al-Malik bin Marwan wrote to his brother Abd al-Aziz, when he dispatched him to Egypt, as follows. Pay heed to thy secretaries and thy chamberlains, for the secretaries will acquaint thee with the state-fished matters, and the chamberlains with matters of official ceremony, whilst thine expenditure will make thy troops known to thee. Omar bin al-Khattab FN number 263, whom Allah accept, when engaging a servant was in the habit of conditioning him with 4 conditions, the first that he should not ride the baggage beasts, the second that he should not wear fine clothes, the third that he should not eat of the spoil, and the fourth that he should not put off praying till after the proper period. It is said that there is no wealth more profitable than understanding, and there is no understanding like common sense and prudence, and there is no prudence like piety, that there is no means of drawing near to God like good morals, no measure like good breeding, no traffic like good works, and no profit like earning the divine favor, that there is no temperance like standing within the limits of the law, no science like that of meditation, no worship like obeying the divine commands, no faith like modesty, no calculation like self-abasement, and no honor like knowledge. So guard the head and what it containeth, and the belly and what it compriseth, and think of death and do merit ariseth. Saith Ali, whose face Salah honour, beware of the wickedness of women and be on thy guard against them, consult them not in aught. FN number 264, that grudge not complaisance to them, lest they greed for intrigue. And eke quoth he, whoso leaveth the path of moderation his wits become perplexed, and there be rules for this which we will mention, if it be Allah's will. And Omar, whom Allah accept, saith, there are three kinds of women, firstly the true believing, heaven-fearing, loveful and fruitful, who helpeth her mate against fate, not helping fate against her mate. Secondly, she who loveth her children but no more, and, lastly, she who is a shackle Allah sitteth on the neck of whom he will. Men be also three, the wise when he exerciseth his own judgment, the wiser who, when befalleth somewhat whereof he knoweth not the issue, seeketh folk of good counsel and acteth by their advice, and the unwise irresolute, ignoring the right way nor heeding those who would guide him straight. Justice is indispensable in all things, even slave girls have need of justice, and men quote as an instance highway robbers who live by violenting mankind, for did they not deal equitably among themselves and observe justice in dividing their booty, their order would fall to pieces. FN number 265. In short, for the rest, the prince of noble qualities is beneficence cum benevolence, and how excellent is the saying of the poet. By open hand and ruth the youth rose to his tribe's command, go and do likewise, for the same were easy task to thee. And quoth another, in ruth and mildness surety lies, and mercy wins respect, and truth is best asylum for the man of soothfast soul, whoso the wealth of gold would win and wear the world's good word, on glory's course must ever be the first to gain the goal. And Nazat al-Zaman discoursed upon the policy of kings till the bystanders said, never have we seen one reason of rule and government like this damsel. Haply she will let us hear some discourse upon subject other than this. When she heard their words and understood them, she said, as for the chapter of good breeding, it is wide of comprehension, being a compend of things perfect. Now it so happened that one day there came to the Caliph Muawiyah, FN number 266, one of his companions, who mentioned the people of Iraq and the goodness of their wit, and the Caliph's wife Mason, mother of Yazid, heard his words. So, when he was gone, she said to the Caliph, O Prince of the Faithful, I would thou let some of the people of Iraq come in and talk to thee, that I may hear their discourse. Therewith Muawiyah said to his attendants, see who is at the door? And they answered, the Banu Tamim. Let them come in, said he. So they came in, and with them Al-Anaf son of Qais. FN number 267. Then quoth Muawiyah, enter, O Abu Bakr, and drew a curtain between himself and Mason, that she might hear what they said without being seen herself. Then he said to Al-Anaf, O son of the sea, draw near and tell me what counsel thou hast for me. Quoth Al-Anaf, part thy hair and trim thy mustachio and pare thy nails and pluck thine armpits and shave thy boobs. FN number 268. And ever use the toothstick, because therein be 72 virtues, and make the ghusl or complete ablution on Friday, as an expiation for all between the Fridays. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 62nd night, she said, it hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Anaf bin Qais replied to Al-Muawiyah's FN number 269, question, and ever use the toothstick, because therein be 270 virtues, and make the complete Friday ablution as an expiation for all between the 2 Fridays. Quoth Muawiyah, what is thy counsel to thyself? To set my feet firmly on the ground, to move them deliberately and watch over them with mine eyes. How dost thou order thyself when thou goest into one not of the nobles of thy tribe? I lower mine eyes modestly, and I salute first. I avoid what concerneth me not, and I spare my words. And how when thou goest into thine equals? I give ear to them when they speak, and I do not assail them when they err. When thou goest into thy chiefs, I salute without making any sign, and await the reply. If they bid me draw near, I draw near, and if they draw off from me, I withdraw. How dost thou with thy wife? Quoth Anas, excuse me from answering this, O Commander of the Faithful. But Muawiyah cried, I conjure thee inform me. He said, I entreat her kindly and show her familiarity, and am large in expenditure. The woman was created of a crooked rib. FN number 270. And how dost thou when thou hast a mind to lie with her? I bid her perfume herself and kiss her till she is moved to desire. Then, should it be as thou knowest, FN number 271, I throw her on her back. If the seed abide in her womb, I say, Oh, Allah make it blessed, and let it not be a wastrel, but fashion it into the best of fashions. FN number 272. Then I rise from her to ablution, and first I pour water over my hands, and then over my body, and lastly, I praise Allah for the joy He hath given me. Said Muawiyah, Thou hast answered right well, and now tell me what be thy requirements. Said Anas, I would have thee rule thy subjects in the fear of Allah, and do even-handed justice between them. Thereupon Anas rose to his feet and left the Caliph's presence, and when he had gone, Mason said, Whether but this man in Iraq, he would suffice to it. Then continued Nizat al-Zaman, and all this is a section of the chapter of good breeding. And know, O King, that Muwaqib was intendant of the public treasury during the caliphate of Omar bin al-Khattab, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 63rd night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that Nizat al-Zaman continued, Know, O King, that Muwaqib was intendant of the public treasury during the caliphate of Omar bin al-Khattab, and it so befell him that he saw Omar's son and gave him a dirham out of the treasury. Thereupon, quoth Muwaqib, I returned to my own house, and while I was sitting there, behold, a messenger came to me from Omar, and I was afraid and went to him, and when I came into his presence, in his hand was the dirham I had given his son. He said to me, Woe to thee, Muwaqib! I have found somewhat concerning thy soul. I asked, And what is that? And he answered, It is that thou hast shown thyself a foe to the followers of Muhammad, on whom be peace and salvation, in the matter of this dirham, and thou wilt have to account for it on Resurrection Day. FN number 273. And Omar also wrote a letter to Abu Musa al-Ash'ari, FN number 274, as follows, When these presents reach thee, give the people what is theirs, and remit to me the rest. And he did so. Now when Uthman succeeded to the caliphate, he wrote a like letter to Abu Musa, who did his binding and sent him the tribute accordingly, and with it came Zad. FN number 275. And when Zad laid the tribute before Uthman, the caliph's son came in and took a dirham, whereupon Zad shed tears. Uthman asked, Why weepest thou? And Zad answered, I once brought Omar bin al-Khattab the like of this, and his son took a dirham, whereupon Omar bade snatch it from his hand. Now thy son hath taken of the tribute, yet I have seen none say aught to him or snatch the money from him. Then Uthman, FN number 276, cried, And where wilt thou find the like of Omar? Again Zayd bin Aslam relates of his father that he said, I went out one night with Omar till we approached a blazing fire. Quoth Omar, O Aslam, I think these must be travellers who are suffering from the cold. Come, let us join them. So we walked until we came to them, and behold, We found a woman who had lighted a fire under a cauldron, and by her side were 2 children, both a-wailing. Said Omar, "Peace be with you, O folk of light," for it was repugnant to him to say folk of fire. FN number 277. "What aileth you?" Said she, "The cold and the night trouble us." He asked, "What aileth these little people that they weep?" And she answered, "They are hungry." He inquired, "And what is in this cauldron?" And she replied, "It is what I quiet them withal, and Allah will question Omar bin al-Khattab of them, on the day of doom." He said, "And what should Omar know of the case?" "Why then," rejoined she, "should he manage people's affairs and yet be unmindful of them?" Thereupon Omar turned to me, continued Islam, and cried, "Come with us." So we set off running till we reached the pay department of his treasury, where he took out a sack containing flour and a pot holding fat, and said to me, "Load these on my back." Quoth I, "O Commander of the Faithful, I will carry them for thee." He rejoined, "Wilt thou bear my load for me on the day of resurrection?" So I put the things on his back, and we set off, running, till we threw down the sack hard by her. Then he took out some of the flour and put it in the cauldron, and, saying to the woman, "Leave it to me," he began blowing the fire under the cauldron. Now he was a long-bearded man, FN number 278, and I saw the smoke issuing from between the hairs of his beard till the flour was cooked, when he took some of the fat and threw it in and said to the woman, "Bed them while I cool it for them." So they fell to eating till they had eaten their fill, and he left the rest with her. Then he turned to me and said, "O Islam, I see it was indeed hunger made them weep, and I am glad I did not go away ere I found out the cause of the light I saw." And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 64th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Nazat al-Zaman continued, it is related that Omar passed by a flock of sheep, kept by a Mameluke, and asked him to sell him a sheep. He answered, "They are not mine." "Thou art the man I sought," said Omar, and bought him and freed him, whereupon the slave exclaimed, "O Allah, as thou hast bestowed on me the lesser emancipation, so vouchsafe me the greater." FN number 279. It is also said that Omar bin al-Khattab was wont to give his servants sweet milk and himself eat coarse fare, and to clothe them softly and himself wear rough garments. He rendered unto all men their due, and exceeded in his giving to them. He once gave a man 4,000 dirhams and added thereto 1,000, wherefore it was said to him, "Why dost thou not increase to thy son as thou increasest to this man?" He answered, "This man's further stood firm at the battle day of Uhud." FN number 280. Al-Hassan relates that Omar once came back from foray with much money, and that Hafsa, FN number 281, approached him and said, "O Commander of the Faithful, the due of kinship." "O Hafsa," replied he, "verily Allah hath enjoined us to satisfy the dues of kinship, but not with the monies of the true believers. Indeed, thou pleasest thy family, but thou angerest thy father." And she went away trailing her skirts. FN number 282. The son of Omar said, "I implored the Lord to show me my father 1 year after his death, till at last I saw him wiping the sweat from his brow and asked him, 'How is it with thee, O my father?' He answered, 'But for my Lord's mercy thy father surely had perished.' Then said Nazat al-Zaman, "Hear, O auspicious king, the second division of the first chapter of the instances of the followers of the Apostle and other holy men." Seth al-Hassan al-Basri, FN number 283. Not a soul of the sons of Adam goeth forth of the world without regretting 3 things: failure to enjoy what he hath amassed, failure to compass what he hoped, failure to provide himself with sufficient viaticum for the hereto he goeth. FN number 284. It was said of Sufyan, FN number 285, "Can a man be religious and yet possess wealth?" He replied, "Yes, So he be patient when grieved and be thankful when he hath received. Abdullah bin Shaddad, being about to die, sent for his son Muhammad and admonished him, saying, O my son, I see the summoner of death summoning me, and so I charge thee to fear Allah both in public and private, to praise Allah and to be soothfast in thy speech, for such praise bringeth increase of prosperity, and piety in itself is the best of provision for the next world, even as saith one of the poets. I see not happiness lies in gathering gold, the man most pious is man happiest, in truth the fear of God is best of stores, and God shall make the pious choicely blessed. Then quoth Nuzhat al-Zaman, let the king also give ear to these notes from the second section of the first chapter. He asked her, what be they? And she answered, when Omar bin Abd al-Aziz FN number 286, succeeded to the caliphate, he went to his household and laying hands on all that was in the hold, put it into the public treasury. So the Banu Umayyah flew for aid to his father's sister, Fatima, daughter of Marwan, and she sent to him, saying, I must needs speak to thee. So she came to him by night, and, when he had made her alight from her beast and sit down, he said to her, O aunt, it is for thee to speak first, since thou hast something to ask. Tell me then what thou wouldest with me. Replied she, O Commander of the Faithful, it is thine to speak first, for thy judgment perceiveth that which is hidden from the intelligence of others. Then said Omar, of a verity Allah Almighty sent Muhammad as a blessing to some and a bane to others, and he elected for him those with him, and commissioned him as his apostle, and took him to himself, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 65th night, she said, it hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Nuzhat al-Zaman continued thus, said Omar, verily Allah commissioned as his apostle Muhammad, upon whom be the benediction of Allah and his salvation, for a blessing to some and a bane to others, and he elected for him those with him, and took him to himself, leaving the people a stream whereof they might drink. After him Abu Bakr FN number 287, the truth-teller became caliph, and he left the river as it was, doing what was pleasing to Allah. Then arose Omar and worked to work and strove in holy war and strife whereof none might do the like. But when Uthman arose to power he diverted a streamlet from the stream, and Muawiyah in his turn diverted from it several streamlets, and without ceasing in like manner, Yazid and the Banu Marwan such as Abd al-Malik and Walid and Sulayman FN number 288, drew away water from the stream, and the main course dried up, till rule devolved upon me, and now I am minded to restore the stream to its normal condition. When Fatima heard this, she said, I came wishing only to speak and confer with thee, but if this be thy word, I have nothing to say to thee. Then she returned to the Umayyads and said to them, Now take ye the consequences of your act when ye allied yourselves by marriage with Omar bin al-Khattab. FN number 289. And it is also said that when Omar was about to die, he gathered his children round him, and Maslama FN number 290, bin Abd al-Malik said to him, O Prince of the Faithful, how wilt thou leave thy children paupers and thou their protector? None can hinder thee in thy lifetime from giving them what will suffice them out of the treasury, and this indeed were better than leaving the good work to him who shall rule after thee. Omar looked at him with a look of wrath and wonder and presently replied, O Maslama, I have defended them from this sin all the days of my life, and shall I make them miserable after my death? Of a truth my sons are like other men, either obedient to Almighty Allah who will prosper them, or disobedient and I will not help them in their disobedience. Know, O Maslama, that I was present, even as thou, when such an one of the sons of Marwan was buried. And I fell asleep by him and saw him in a dream given over to one of the punishments of Allah, to whom belong honor and glory. This terrified me and made me tremble, and I vowed to Allah, that if ever I came to power, I would not do such deeds as the dead man had done. I have striven to fulfill this vow all the length of my life, and I hope to die in the mercy of my Lord. Quoth Maslama, a certain man died and I was present at his burial, and when all was over I fell asleep, and I saw him as a sleeper seeth a dream, walking in a garden of flowing waters clad in white clothes. He came up to me and said, O Maslama, it is for the like of this that rulers should rule. Many are the instances of this kind. And quoth one of the men of authority, I used to milk the ewes in the caliphate of Omar bin al-Aziz, and one day I met a shepherd, among whose sheep I saw a wolf or wolves. I thought them to be dogs, for I had never before seen wolves, so I asked, What dost thou with these dogs? They are not dogs, but wolves, answered the shepherd. Quoth I, Can wolves be with sheep and not hurt them? Quoth he, When the head is whole, the body is whole. FN number 291. Omar bin Abd al-Aziz once preached from a pulpit of clay and, after praising and glorifying Allah Almighty, said 3 words as follows, O folk, make clean your inmost hearts, that your outward lives may be deemed to your brethren, and abstain ye from the things of the world. Know that between us and Adam there is no one man alive among the dead. Dead are Abd al-Malik and those who forewent him, and Omar also shall die and those who forewent him. Asked Maslama, O Commander of the Faithful, and we set a pillow behind thee, wilt thou lean on it a little while? But Omar answered, I fear lest it be a fault about my neck on resurrection day. Then he gasped with a death rattle and fell back in a faint, whereupon Fatima cried out, saying, Ho, Miriam! Ho, Musahim! FN number 292. Ho, Section 1. Look to this man. And she began to pour water on him weeping, till he revived from his swoon, and, seeing her in tears, said to her, What causeth thee to weep, O Fatima? She replied, O Commander of the Faithful, I saw thee lying prostrate before us and thought of thy prostration in death before Almighty Allah, of thy departure from the world and of thy separation from us. This is what made me weep. Answered he, Enough, O Fatima, for indeed thou exceedest. Then he would have risen, but fell down, and Fatima strained him to her and said, Thou art to me as my father and my mother, O Commander of the Faithful. We cannot bespeak to thee, all of us. Then quoth Nuzhat al-Zaman to her brother Sharkan and the 4 Qazas, Here endeth the 2nd section of the 1st chapter. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 66th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Nuzhat al-Zaman said to her brother Sharkan and the 4 Qazas, Here endeth the 2nd section of the 1st chapter. And it so happened that Omar bin Abd al-Aziz wrote to the people of the festival at Mecca as follows, I call Allah to witness, in the holy month, in the holy city and on the day of the greater pilgrimage, FN number 293, that I am innocent of your oppression and of his wrongs that doth wrong you, in that I have neither commanded this nor purposed it, neither hath any report of aught thereof hitherto reached me, nor have I compassed any knowledge thereof, and I trust that a cause for pardon will be found in that none hath authority from me to oppress any man, for I shall assuredly be questioned concerning every one oppressed. And if any of my officers swerve from the right and act otherwise than the Holy Book and the traditions of the Apostle do authorize, obey him not so that he may return to the way of righteousness. He said also, Allah accept of him, I do not wish to be relieved from death, because it is the supreme thing for which the true believer is rewarded. Quoth one of authority, I went to the Prince of the Faithful, Omar bin Abd al-Aziz, who was then Caliph, and saw before him 12 dirhams, which he ordered for deposit in the public treasury. So I said to him, O Commander of the Faithful, thou impoverishest thy children and reducest them to beggary, having nothing whereon to live. And thou wouldest to appoint somewhat by will to them and to those who are poor of the people of thy house, it were well. Draw near to me, answered he. So I drew near to him, and he said, Now as for thy saying, Thou beggarest thy children, provide for them and for the poor of thy household. It is without reason, for Allah of a truth will replace me to my children and to the poor of my house, and he will be their guardian. Verily, they are like other men. He who feareth Allah, right soon will Allah provide for him a happy issue, and he that is addicted to sins, I will not uphold him in his sin against Allah. Then he summoned his sons who numbered 12, and when he beheld them his eyes dropped tears, and presently he said to them, Your father is between two things, either you will be well-to-do, and your parent will enter the fire, or you will be poor and your parent will enter paradise, and your father's entry into paradise is liefer to him than that ye should be well-to-do. FN number 294. So arise and go, Allah be your helper, for to him I commit your affairs. Khalid bin Safwan FN number 295, said, Yusuf bin Omar FN number 296, accompanied me to Hisham bin Abd al-Malik, FN number 297, and as I met him he was coming forth with his kinsmen and attendants. He alighted and a tent was pitched for him. When the people had taken their seats, I came up to the side of the carpet whereon he sat reclining and looked at him, and, waiting till my eyes met his eyes, bespoke him thus, May Allah fulfill his bounty to thee, O Commander of the Faithful, I have an admonition for thee, which hath come down to us from the history of the kings preceding thee. At this, he sat up one as he had been reclining and said to me, Bring what thou hast, O son of Safwan. Quoth I, O Commander of the Faithful, one of the kings before thee went forth in a time before this thy time, to this very country and said to his companions, Saw ye ever any state like mine, and say me, hath such case been given to any man even as it hath been given unto me? Now there was with him a man of those who survived to bear testimony to truth, upholders of the right and wayfarers in its highway, and he said to him, O king, thou askest of a grave matter. Wilt thou give me leave to answer? Yes, replied the king, and the other said, Dost thou judge thy present state to be short-lasting or everlasting? It is temporary, replied the king. How then, rejoined the man, do I see thee exulting in that which thou wilt enjoy but a little while, and whereof thou wilt be questioned for a long while, and for the rendering an account whereof thou shalt be as a pledge which is pawned? Quoth the king, Whither shall I flee, and what must I seek for me? That thou abide in thy kingship, replied the other, or else robe thee in rags FN number 298, and apply thyself to obey Almighty Allah thy Lord until thine appointed hour. I will come to thee again at daybreak. Khalid bin Safwan further relates that the man knocked at the door at dawn, and behold, the king had put off his crown and resolved to become an anchorite, for the stress of his exhortation. When Hisham bin Abd al-Malik heard this, he wept till his beard was wet, and, bidding his rich apparel be put off, shut himself up in his palace. Then the grandees and dependents came to Khalid and said, What is this thou hast done with the Commander of the Faithful? Thou hast troubled his pleasure and disturbed his life. Then quoth Nuzhat al-Zaman, addressing herself to Sharkan, How many instances of admonition are there not in this chapter? Of a truth I cannot report all appertaining to this head in a single sitting. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 67th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Nuzhat al-Zaman continued, speaking to Sharkan, Know, O king, that in this chapter be so many instances of admonition that of a truth I cannot report all appertaining to this head in a single sitting, but, with length of days, O king of the age, all will be well. There said the Qazis, O king, of a truth this damsel is the wonder of the world, and of our age the unique pearl. Never heard we her like in the length of time or in the length of our lives. And they called down blessings on the king and went away. Then Sharkan turned to his attendants and said, Begin ye to prepare the marriage festival and make ready food of all kinds. So they forthright did his binding as regards the viands, And he commanded the wives of the emirs and wazirs and grandees depart not until the time of the wedding banquet and of the unveiling of the bride. Hardly came the period of afternoon prayer when the tables were spread with whatso heart can desire or eye can delight in of roast meats and geese and fowls, and the subjects sat till they were satisfied. Moreover, Shargan had sent for all the singing women of Damascus, and they were present, together with every slave girl of the king and of the notables who knew how to sing. And they went up to the palace in one body. When the evening came and darkness darkened, they lighted candles, right and left, from the gate of the citadel to that of the palace, and the emirs and wazirs and grandees marched past before King Shargan, whilst the singers and the tire women took the damsel to dress and adorn her, but found she needed no adornment. Meantime King Shargan went to the hammam, and coming out, sat down on his seat of estate, whilst they paraded the bride before him in 7 different dresses, after which they eased her of the weight of her raiment and ornaments, and gave such injunctions as are enjoined upon virgins on their wedding nights. Then Shargan went in unto her and took her maidenhead, FN number 299, and she at once conceived by him, and, when she announced it, he rejoiced with exceeding joy and commanded the savants to record the date of her conception. On the morrow he went forth and seated himself on his throne, and the high officers came into him and gave him joy. Then he called his private secretary and bade him write a letter to his father, King Omar bin al-Nu'uman, saying that he had brought him a damsel, who excels in learning and good breeding, and who is mistress of all kinds of knowledge. Moreover, he wrote, there is no help but that I send her to Baghdad to visit my brother Zor al-Makan and my sister Nazat al-Zaman. I have set her free and married her, and she hath conceived by me. And he went on to praise her wit and salute his brother and sister together with the Wazir Dandan and all the emirs. Then he sealed the letter and dispatched it to his father by a post courier who was absent a whole month, after which time he returned with the answer and presented it in the presence. Shargan took it and read as follows, after the usual Bismillah. This is from the afflicted distracted man, from him who hath lost his children and home by Burn and ban, King Omar bin al-Nu'uman, to his son Shargan. Know that, since thy departure from me, the place is become contracted upon me, so that no longer I have power of patience, nor can I keep my secret, and the cause thereof is as follows. It chanced that when I went forth to hunt and course, Zor al-Makan sought my leave to fare Hijaz wards, but I, fearing for him the shifts of fortune, forbade him therefrom until the next year or the year after. My absence while sporting and hunting endured for a whole month, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 68th night, she said, it hath reached me, O auspicious king, that King Omar bin al-Nu'uman wrote in his letter, my absence while sporting and hunting endured for a whole month, and when I returned I found that thy brother and sister had taken somewhat of money and had set out with the pilgrim caravan for pilgrimage by stealth. When I knew this, the wide world narrowed on me, O my son. But I awaited the return of the caravan, hoping that haply they would come back with it. Accordingly, when the palmers appeared, I asked concerning the twain, but they could give me no news of them, so I donned mourning for them, being heavy at heart, and in sleep I have no part, and I am drowned in the tears of my eyes. Then he wrote in verse, that pair in image quits me not one single hour, whom in my heart's most honourable place I keep, sans hope of their return I would not live 1 hour, without my dreams of them I ne'er would stretch me in sleep. The letter went on, and after the usual salutations to thee and thine, I command thee neglect no manner of seeking news of them, for indeed this is a shame to us. When Shargan read the letter he felt grief for his father and joy from the loss of his brother and sister. Then he took the missive and went in with it to Nazat al-Zaman, who knew not that he was her brother, nor he that she was his sister, albeit he often visited her both by night and by day till the months were accomplished and she sat down on the stool of delivery. Allah made the child birth easy to her and she bare a daughter, whereupon she sent for Sharkan and seeing him she said to him, "This is thy daughter, name her as thou wilt." Quoth he, "It is usual to name children on the 7th day after birth." FN number 300. Then he bent over the child to kiss it and he saw, hung about its neck, a jewel, which he knew at once for one of those which Princess Abriza had brought from the land of the Greeks. Now when he saw the jewel hanging from his babe's neck he recognized it right well. His senses fled and wrath seized on him. His eyes rolled in rage and he looked at Nuzhat al-Zaman and said to her, "Whence hast thou this jewel, O slave girl?" When she heard this from Sharkan she replied, "I am thy lady, and the lady of all in thy palace. Art thou not ashamed to say to me slave girl? I am a queen, daughter of King Omar bin al-Nu'man." Hearing this, he was seized with trembling and hung his head earthwards, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 69th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when Sharkan heard these words, his heart fluttered and his colour waxed yellow and he was seized with trembling and he hung his head earthwards, for he knew that she was his sister by the same father. Then he lost his senses, and, when he revived, he abode in amazement, but did not discover his identity to her and asked, "O my lady, say, art thou in sooth the daughter of King Omar bin al-Nu'man?" "Yes," answered she, and he continued, "Tell me the cause of thy leaving thy sire and of thy being sold for a slave." So she related to him all that had befallen her from beginning to end, how she had left her brother sick in the sanctified city, Jerusalem, and how the Badawi had kidnapped her and had sold her to the trader. When Sharkan heard this, he was certified of her being his sister on the sword side and said to himself, "How can I have my sister to wife? By Allah, needs must I marry her to one of my chamberlains, and, if the thing get wind, I will declare that I divorced her before consummation and married her to my chief chamberlain." Then he raised his head and sighing said, "O Nuzhat al-Zaman, thou art my very sister and I cry, I take refuge with Allah from this sin whereinto we have fallen, for I am Sharkan, son of Omar bin al-Nu'man." She looked at him and knew he spoke the truth, and, becoming as one demented, she wept and buffeted her face, exclaiming, "There is no majesty and there is no might save in Allah. Verily have we fallen into mortal sin." FN number 301. What shall I do and what shall I say to my father and my mother when they ask me, "Whence hast thou thy daughter?" Quoth Sharkan, "It were meetest that I marry thee to my chamberlain and let thee bring up my daughter in his house, that none may know thou be my sister. This hath befallen us from Almighty Allah for a purpose of his own, and nothing shall cover us but thy marriage with this chamberlain, ere any know." Then he fell to comforting her and kissing her head and she asked him, "What wilt thou call the girl?" "Call her Fakan, FN number 302, answered he. Then he gave the mother in marriage to the chief chamberlain, and transferred her to his house with a child, which they reared in the laps of the slave girls, and fed with milk and dosed with powders. Now all this occurred whilst the brother, Zor al-Makan, still tarried with the fireman at Damascus. One day there came to King Sharkan a courier from his father, with a letter which he took and read and found therein, after the Bismillah, "Know, O beloved king, that I am afflicted with sore affliction for the loss of my children. Sleep ever faileth me and wakefulness ever assaileth me. I send thee this letter that, as soon as thou receivest it, thou make ready the monies and the tribute, and send them to us, together with the damsel whom thou hast bought and taken to wife, for I long to see her and hear her discourse, more especially because there hath come to us from Roomland an old woman of saintly bearing, and with her be 5 damsels high-bosomed virgins, endowed with knowledge and good breeding and all arts and sciences befitting mortals to know, and indeed tongue faileth me to describe this old woman and these who with her wend, for of a truth they are compendiums of perfections in learning and accomplishments. As soon as I saw them I loved them, and I wished to have them in my palace and in the compass of my hand, for none of the kings owneth the like of them. So I asked the old woman their price, and she answered, I will not sell them but for the tribute of Damascus. And I, by Allah, did not hold this price exorbitant. Indeed it is but little, for each one of them is worth the whole valuation. So I agreed to that and took them into my palace, and they remain in my possession. Wherefore do thou forward the tribute to us, that the woman may return to her own country, and send to us the damsel to the end that she may dispute with them before the doctors, and, if she prevail over them, I will return her to thee accompanied by the tribute of Baghdad. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 70th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that King Omar son of al-Nu'man said in his letter, and send to us the damsel to the end that she may dispute with them before the doctors, and, if she prevail over them, I will return her to thee accompanied with the tribute of Baghdad. As soon as Sharkan knew the contents, he went in to his brother-in-law and said to him, Bring the damsel to whom I married thee. And when she came he showed her the letter and said, O my sister, what answer wouldst thou advise me make to this letter? Replied she, Seek advice from thyself. And presently added, for she yearned after her people and her native land, Send me together with my husband the chamberlain, to Baghdad, that I may tell my father my tale and let him know whatso befell me with the Badawi who sold me to the merchant, and that I also inform him how thou boughtest me of the trader and gavest me in marriage to the chamberlain, after setting me free. Be it so, replied Sharkan. Then Sharkan took his daughter, Puseyfakan, and committed her to the charge of the wet nurses and the eunuchs, and he made ready the tribute in haste, bidding the chamberlain travel with the princess and the treasure to Baghdad. He also furnished him 2 travelling litters, one for himself and the other for his wife. And the chamberlain replied, To hear is to obey. Moreover, Sharkan collected camels and mules and wrote a letter to his father and committed it to the chamberlain. Then he bade farewell to his sister, after he had taken the jewel from her and hung it round his daughter's neck by a chain of pure gold, and she and her husband set out for Baghdad the same night. Now it so happened that Zau al-Makan and his friend the fireman had come forth from the hut in which they were, to see the spectacle, and they beheld camels and Bukti FN number 303, dromedaries and bat mules and torches and lanterns alight. And Zau al-Makan inquired about the loads and their owner and was told that it was the tribute of Damascus going to King Omar bin al-Nu'man, lord of the city of Baghdad. He then asked, Who be the leader of the caravan? And they answered, The head chamberlain who hath married the damsel so famous for learning and science. Thereupon Zau al-Makan wept with bitter weeping and was minded of his mother and his father and his sister and his native land. And he said to the stoker, I will join this caravan and, little by little, will journey homewards. Quoth the fireman, I would not suffer thee to travel single-handed from the holy city to Damascus. Then how shall I be sure of thy safety when thou farest for Baghdad? But I will go with thee and care for thee till thou effectest thine object. With joy and goodwill, answered Zau al-Makan. Then the fireman get him ready for the journey and hired an ass and threw saddle bags over it and put therein something of provaunt, and, when all was prepared, he awaited the passage of the caravan. And presently the chamberlain came by on a dromedary and his footman about him. Then Zau al-Makan mounted the ass and said to his companion, Do thou mount with me? But he replied, Not so, I will be thy servant. Quoth Zau al-Makan, There is no help for it but thou ride a while. 'Tis well, quoth the stoker, I will ride when I grow tired. Then said Zau al-Makan, O my brother, soon shalt thou see how I will deal with thee, when I come to my own folk. So they fared on till the sun rose, and, when it was the hour of the noonday sleep FN number 304, The chamberlain called a halt, and they alighted and reposed and watered their camels. Then he gave the signal for departure, and, after 5 days, they came to the city of Hammer, FN number 305, where they sat down and made a 3 days halt. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 71st night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that they halted in the city of Hammer 3 days. They then fared forwards and ceased not travelling till they reached another city. Here also they halted 3 days, and thence they travelled till they entered the province Darbakr. Here blew on them the breezes of Baghdad, and Zor al-Makan bethought him of his father and mother and native land, and how he was returning to his sire without his sister. So he wept and sighed and complained, and his regrets grew on him, and he began improvising these couplets. Sweetheart, how long must I wait by so long suffering tede? Nor cometh messenger to tell me where thou dost abide, me. In very sooth our meeting time was short enow, would heaven shorter prove to me the present parting tide. Now trend my hand and open my robe, and thou within shall sight how wasted are the limbs of me, and yet the waste I hide. When say they comfort take for loss of love, I but reply by Allah, till the day of doom no comfort shall betide. Thereupon said to him the fireman, Leave this weeping and wailing, for we are near the chamberlain's tent. Quoth Zor al-Makan, Needs must I recite somewhat of verse, haply it may quench the fire of my heart. Allah upon thee, cried the other, cease this lamentation till thou come to thine own country, then do what thou wilt, and I will be with thee wherever thou art. Replied Zor al-Makan, By Allah, I cannot forbear from this. Then he turned his face towards Baghdad, and the moon was shining brightly and shedding her light on the place, and Nuzhat al-Zaman could not sleep that night, but was restless and called to mind her brother and wept. And while she was in tears, he heard Zor al-Makan weeping and improvising the following distichs. Al-Yaman's FN number 306, 11 gleam I see, and sore despair despaireth me for friend who erst abode with me, crowning my cup with gladdest gree. It minds me o one who jilted me to mourn my bitter liberty. Say sooth, thou fair sheet lightning, shall we meet once more in joy and glee? O blamer, spare to me thy blamed, my lord hath sent this deal to dree, of friend who left me, faint to flee, of time that breeds calamity, all bliss hath fled the heart of me since fortune proved mine enemy. He FN number 307, brimmed a bowl of merest pine, and made me drain the dregs, did he, I see me, sweetheart, dead and gone ere I again shall gaze on thee. Time, prithee bring our childhood back, restore our happy infancy, when joy and safety joyed we from shafts that now they shoot at me. Who aids the hapless stranger wight, that nights in fright and misery, that wastes his days in lonely grief, for time's delight. FN number 308, no more must be. Doomed us despite our will to bear the hands of base boors, cark and care. When he ended his verse he cried out and fell down in a fainting fit. This is how it fared with him, but as regards Nuzhat al-Zaman, when she heard that voice in the night, her heart was at rest, and she rose, and in her joy she called the chief eunuch, who said to her, What is thy will? Quoth she, Arise and bring me him who recited verses but now. Replied he, Of a truth I did not hear him. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 72nd night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when Nuzhat al-Zaman heard her brother reciting, she called the chief eunuch and said to him, Go, fetch me the man who is repeating this poetry. Replied he, Of a truth I heard him not, and I wot him not, and folks are all sleeping. But she said, Whomsoever thou seest awake, he is the reciter. So he went, yet found none on wake save the stoker, for Zor al-Makan was still insensible, and when his companion saw the eunuch standing by his head he was afraid of him. Then said the eunuch, Art thou he who repeated poetry but now, and my lady heard him? The stoker fancied that the dame was wroth with the reciter, and, being afraid, he replied, "By Allah, 'twas not I." Rejoined the eunuch, "Who then was the reciter? Point him out to me. Thou must know who it was, seeing that thou art awake." The fireman feared for Zau al-Makan and said in himself, "Haply the eunuch will do him some hurt." So he answered, "By Allah, I know not who it was." Said the eunuch, "By Allah, thou list, for there is none on wake here but thou. So needs must thou know him." "By Allah," replied the fireman, "I tell thee the truth, some passer-by, some wayfarer must have recited the verses and disturbed me and kept me awake. Allah requite him." Quoth the eunuch, "If thou happen upon him, point him out to me and I will lay hands on him and bring him to the door of Our Lady's Litter FN number 309, or do thou take him with thine own hand." Said the fireman, "Go thou back and I will bring him to thee." So the eunuch left him and went his ways, and, going into his mistress, told her all this and said to her, "None knoweth who it was, it must have been some passer-by, some wayfarer." And she was silent. Meanwhile, Zau al-Makan came to himself and saw that the moon had reached the middle heavens. The breath of the dawn breeze FN number 310 breathed upon him and his heart was moved to longing and sadness. So he cleared his throat and was about to recite verses, when the fireman asked him, "What wilt thou do?" Answered Zau al-Makan, "I have a mind to repeat somewhat of poetry, that I may quench therewith the fire of my heart." Quoth the other, "Thou knowest not what befell me whilst thou wast a faint, and how I escaped death only by beguiling the eunuch." "Tell me what happened," quoth Zau al-Makan. Replied the stoker, "Whilst thou wast as wound there came up to me but now an eunuch, with a long staff of almond tree wood in his hand, who took to looking in all the people's faces, as they lay asleep, and asked me who it was recited the verses, finding none awake but myself. I told him in reply it was some passer-by, some wayfarer, so he went away and Allah delivered me from him, else had he killed me. But first he said to me, If thou hear him again, bring him to us." When Zau al-Makan heard this he wept and said, "Who is it would forbid me to recite? I will surely recite, befall me what may, for I am near mine own land and care for none." Rejoined the fireman, "Thy design is naught save to lose thy life." And Zau al-Makan retorted, "Needs must I recite verses." "Verily," said the stoker, "needs must there be a parting between me and thee in this place, albeit I had intended not to leave thee, till I had brought thee to thy native city and reunited thee with thy mother and father. Thou hast now tarried with me 1.5 years, and I have never harmed thee in aught. What ails thee, then, that thou must needs recite verses, seeing that we are tired out with walking and watching and all the folk are asleep, for they require sleep to rest them of their fatigue?" But Zau al-Makan answered, "I will not be turned away from my purpose." FN number 311. Then grief moved him and he threw off concealment and began repeating these couplets. "Stand thou by the homes and hail the lords of the ruined stead, cry thou for an answer, a like reply to thee shall be sped. If the night and absence irk thy spirit, kindle a torch whereupon, and illuminate the gloom with a gleaming greed. If the snake of the sand dunes hiss, I shall marvel not at all. Let him bite, so I bite those beauteous lips of the luscious red. O Eden, my soul hath fled in despite of the maid I love. Had I lost hope of heaven, my heart in despair were dead." And he also improvised the 2 following distichs. "We were and were the days enthralled to all our wills, dwelling in union sweet and homed in fairest sight. Who shall restore the home of the beloved, where showed light of the place for I conjoined with time's delight?" FN number 312. And as he ceased his verses, he shrieked 3 shrieks and fell senseless to the ground, and the fireman rose and covered him. When Nuzhat al-Zaman heard the first improvisation, she called to mind her father and her mother and her brother and their whilome home. Then she wept and cried at the eunuch and said to him, "Woe to thee! He who recited the first time hath recited a second time, and I heard him hard by. By Allah, and thou fetch him not to me, I will assuredly rouse the chamberlain on thee, and he shall beat thee and cast thee out. But take these 100 dinars and give them to the singer, and bring him to me gently, and do him no hurt. If he refuse, hand to him this purse of 1,000 dinars, then leave him and return to me and tell me, after thou hast informed thyself of his place and his calling and what countryman he is. Return quickly and linger not. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 73rd night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Nuzhat al-Zaman sent the eunuch to make inquiries concerning the singer and said, Beware how thou come back to me and report, I could not find him. So the eunuch went out and laid about the people and trod in their tents, but found none awake, all being asleep for weariness, till he came to the stoker and saw him sitting up, with his head uncovered. So he drew near and seizing him by the hand, said to him, It was thou didst recite the verses. The fireman was afeard for his life and replied, No, by Allah, O chief of the people, it was not I. But the eunuch said, I will not leave thee till thou show me who it was that recited the verses, for I dread returning to my lady without him. Now when the fireman heard these words he feared for Zau al-Makan and wept with exceeding weeping and said to the eunuch, By Allah, it was not I, and I know him not. I only heard some passer-by, some wayfarer, recite verses, so do not thou commit sin on me, for I am a stranger and come from the holy city of Jerusalem, and Abraham, the friend of Allah, be with you all. Rise up and fare with me, rejoined the eunuch, and tell my lady this with thine own mouth, for I have seen none awake save thyself. Quoth the stoker, Hast thou not come and seen me sitting in the place where I now am, and dost thou not know my station? Thou wottest none can stir from his place, except the watchman sees him. So go thou to thy station, and if thou again meet any one after this hour reciting aught of poetry, whether he be near or far, it will be I or some one I know, and thou shalt not learn of him but by me. Then he kissed the eunuch's head and spake him fair till he went away, but the castrato fetched around and, returning secretly, came and stood behind the fireman, fearing to go back to his mistress without tidings. As soon as he was gone, the stoker arose and aroused Zau al-Makan and said to him, Come, sit up, that I may tell thee what hath happened. So Zau al-Makan sat up, and his companion told him what had passed, and he answered, Let me alone, I will take no heed of this and I care for none, for I am mine own country. FN number 313, quoth the stoker, Why wilt thou obey thy flesh and the devil? If thou fear no one, I fear for thee and for my life, so Allah upon thee. Recite nothing more of verses till thou come to thine own land. Indeed, I had not deemed thee so ill-conditioned. Dost thou not know that this lady is the wife of the chamberlain and is minded to chastise thee for disturbing her? Belike, she is ill or restless for fatigue of the journey and the distance of the place from her home, and this is the second time she hath sent the eunuch to look for thee. However, Zau al-Makan paid no heed to the fireman's words but cried out a third time and began versifying with these couplets. I fly the carper's injury, whose carping sorely vexeth me, he chides and taunts me, wotting not he burns me but more grievously. The blamer cries he is consoled. I say, my own dear land. FN number 314, to see, they ask, why be that land so dear? I say, it taught me in love to be, they ask, what raised its dignity? I say, what made my ignominy, way to the bitter cup I drain, far be from me that land to flee, nor will I bow to those who blame, and for such love would deal me shame. Hardly had he made an end of his verses and come to a conclusion, when the eunuch, who had heard him from his hiding place at his head, came up to him, whereupon the fireman flee and stood afar off to see what passed between them. Then said the eunuch to Zor al-Makan, "Peace be with thee, O my lord." "And on thee be peace," replied Zor al-Makan, "and the mercy of Allah and his blessings." "O my lord," continued the eunuch, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 74th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the eunuch said to Zor al-Makan, O my lord, I have sought thee these several times this night, for my mistress biddeth thee to her." Quoth Zor al-Makan, "And who be this bitch that seeketh for me? Allah curse her and curse her husband with her." FN number 315, and he began to revile the eunuch, who could make him no answer, because his mistress had charged him to do Zor al-Makan no hurt, nor bring him save of his own especial free will, and, if he would not accompany him, to give him the 1,000 dinars. So the castrato began to speak him fair and say to him, "O my lord, take this purse and go with me. We will do thee no upright, O my son, nor wrong thee in aught, but our object is that thou bend thy gracious steps with me to my mistress, to receive her answer and return in sabil and safety, and thou shalt have a handsome present as one who bringeth good news." When Zor al-Makan heard this, he arose and went with the eunuch and walked among the sleeping folk, stepping over them, whilst the fireman followed after them from afar, and kept his eye upon him and said to himself, "Alas, the pity of his youth! Tomorrow they will hang him." And he ceased not following them till he approached their station, FN number 316, without any observing him. Then he stood still and said, "How base it will be of him, if he say it was I who bade him recite the verses." This was the case of the stoker, but as regards what befell Zor al-Makan, he ceased not walking with the eunuch till he reached his station, and the castrato went into Nuzhat al-Zaman and said, "O my lady, I have brought thee him whom thou soughtest, and he is a youth, fair of face and bearing the marks of wealth and gentle breeding." When she heard this, her heart fluttered and she cried, "Let him recite some verses, that I may hear him near hand, and after ask him his name and his condition and his native land." Then the eunuch went out to Zor al-Makan and said to him, "Recite what verses thou knowest, for my lady is here hard by, listening to thee, and after I will ask thee of thy name and thy native country and thy condition." Replied he, "With love and gladness, but, when thou ask my name, it is erased and my trace is unplaced and my body waste. I have a story, the beginning of which is not known nor can the end of it be shown, and behold, I am even as one who hath exceeded in wine drinking and who hath not spared himself, one who is afflicted with distempers and who wandereth from his right mind, being perplexed about his case and drowned in the sea of thought." When Nuzhat al-Zaman heard this, she broke out into excessive weeping and sobbing, and said to the eunuch, "Ask him if he have parted from one he loveth even as his mother or father." The castrato asked as she bade him, and Zor al-Makan replied, "Yes, I have parted from every one I loved, but the dearest of all to me was my sister, from whom fate hath separated me." When Nuzhat al-Zaman heard this, she exclaimed, "Allah Almighty reunite him with what he loveth." And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 75th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when Nuzhat al-Zaman heard his words she said, Allah reunite him with what he loveth." Then quoth she to the eunuch, "Tell him to let me hear somewhat anent his separation from his countrymen and his country." The eunuch did so, and Zor al-Makan sighed heavily and began repeating these couplets, FN number 317. Is not a love a pledge by all mankind confessed? The house that hometh him to be forever blessed, her love all levels, man can reck of naught beside, naught or before or after can for man have zest, as though the veil is paved with musk and ambergris that day when Hinder's footstep on its face is pressed. Hail to the beauty of our Gamp, the pride of folk, the dealing who enslaves all hearts by her behest. Allah on time's delight send large dropped clouds that teem with genial rain but bear no thunder in their breast. and also these. I vow to Allah, if at home I sight my sister Nuzhat al-Zamani eyes, I'll pass the days in joyance and delight mid bashful minions, maidens soft and white. To sound of harps in various modes they smite, draining the bowl, while eyes ring lively light neath half-closed lids, a sipping lips red bright by stream bank flowing through my garden sight. When he had finished his verse, Nuzhat al-Zaman lifted up a skirt of the litter curtain and looked at him. As soon as her eyes fell on his face, she knew him for certain and cried out, "O my brother! O Zor al-Makan!" He also looked at her and knew her and cried out, "O my sister! O Nuzhat al-Zaman!" Then she threw herself upon him and he gathered her to his bosom and the twain fell down in a fainting fit. When the eunuch saw this case, he wondered at them and throwing over them somewhat to cover them, waited till they should recover. After a while they came to themselves, and Nuzhat al-Zaman rejoiced with exceeding joy. Oppression and depression left her and gladness took the mastery of her, and she repeated these verses. Times where my life should fare in woeful waste, forswore not time, expiate thy sin in haste. FN number 318. Comes weal and comes a welcome friend to aid, to him who brings good news, rise, good by waste I spurned old world tales of Eden bliss. Till came I causer FN number 319, on those lips. When Zor al-Makan heard this, he pressed his sister to his breast, tears streamed from his eyes for excess of joy and he repeated these couplets, FN number 320. Long I lamented that we fell apart, while tears repentant trailed from thee Zion, and swear, if time unite us twain once more, severance shall never sound from tongue of mine. Joy hath so overwhelmed me that excess of pleasure from mine eyes draws gouts of brine. Tears, O mine eyes, have now become your wont. Ye weep for pleasure and do weep for bine. They sat a while at the litter door till she said to him, Come with me into the litter and tell me all that hath befallen thee, and I will tell thee what happened to me. So they entered and Zor al-Makan said, Do thou begin thy tale. Accordingly she told him all that had come to her since their separation at the Khan and what had happened to her with the Badawi, how the merchant had bought her of him and had taken her to her brother Sharkan and had sold her to him, how he had freed her at the time of buying, how he had made a marriage contract with her and had gone into her, and how the king, their sire, had sent and asked for her from Sharkan. Then quoth she, Praise be Allah who hath vouchsafed thee to me and ordained that, even as we left our further together, so together shall we return to him. And she added, Of a truth my brother Sharkan gave me in marriage to this chamberlain that he might carry me to my father. And this is what befell me from first to last, so now tell me how it hath fared with thee since I left thee. Thereupon he told her all that had happened to him from beginning to end, and how Allah vouchsafed to send the fireman to him, and how he had journeyed with him and spent his money on him and had served him night and day. She praised the stoker for this, and Zor al-Makan added, Of a truth, O my sister, this fireman hath dealt with me in such benevolent wise as would not liver with lass nor sire with son, for that he fasted and gave me to eat, and he walked whilst he made me ride, and I owe my life to him. Said she, Allah willing, we will requite him for all this, according to our power. Then she called the eunuch, who came and kissed Zor al-Makan's hand, and she said, Take thy reward for glad tidings, O face of good omen. It was thy hand reunited me with my brother, so the purse I gave thee and all in it are thine. But now go to thy master and bring him quickly to me. The castrata rejoiced and, going into the chamberlain, him to his mistress. Accordingly, he came into his wife and finding Zor al-Makan with her, asked who he was. So she told him all that had befallen them both, first and last, and added, Know, O chamberlain, that thou hast married no slave girl, far from it. Thou hast taken to wife the daughter of King Omar bin al-Nu'man, for I am Nuzhat al-Zaman, and this is my brother, Zor al-Makan. When the chamberlain heard the story, knew it to be sooth, and its manifest truth appeared to him, and he was certified that he was become King Omar bin al-Nu'man's son-in-law. So he said to himself, "'Twill be my fate to be made viceroy of some province." FN number 321. Then he went up to Zor al-Makan and gave him joy of his safety and reunion with his sister, and bade his servants forthwith make him ready a tent and one of the best of his own horses to ride. Thereupon said Nuzhat al-Zaman, "We are now near our country, and I would be left alone with my brother, that we may enjoy each other's company and take our fill of it ere we reach Baghdad, for we have been parted a long, long time." "Be it as thou biddest," replied the chamberlain, and, going forth from them, sent them wax candles and various kinds of sweetmeats, together with 3 suits of the costliest for Zor al-Makan. Then he returned to the litter and related the good he had done, and Nuzhat al-Zaman said to him, "Bid the eunuch bring me the fireman and give him a horse to ride, and ration him with a tray of food morning and evening, and let him be forbidden to leave us." The chamberlain called the castrato and charged him to do accordingly, so he replied, "I hear and I obey," and he took his pages with him and went out in search of the stoker till he found him in the rear of the caravan, girthing his ass and preparing for flight. The tears were running down his cheeks, out of fear for his life and grief for his separation from Zor al-Makan, and he was saying to himself, "Indeed, I warned him from the love of Allah, but he would not listen to me. Oh, would I knew what is become of him." Ere he had done speaking, the eunuch was standing by his head whilst the pages surrounded him. The fireman turned, and seeing the eunuch and the pages gathered round him, became yellow with fear, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 76th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the stoker girthed his ass for flight and bespake himself, saying, 'Oh, would I knew what is become of him,' ere he had done speaking, the castrato was standing by his head, and his side muscles quivered for fear, and he lifted up his voice and cried, 'Verily he knoweth not the value of the good offices I have done him. I believe he hath denounced me to the eunuch, hence these pages ate about me, and he hath made me an accomplice in his crime.'" Then the effeminated one cried at him, saying, "Who is it recited the verses? O liar! Why didst thou say, 'I never repeated these couplets, nor do I know who repeated them,' when it was thy companion? But now I will not leave thee between this place and Baghdad, and what betideth thy comrade shall betide thee." Quoth the fireman, "What I feared hath befallen me." And he repeated this couplet: "'Twas as I feared the coming ills discerning, but unto Allah we are all returning." Then the eunuch cried upon the pages, saying, "Take him off the ass." So they carried him along with the caravan, surrounded by the pages, as the white contains the black of the eye, and the castrato said to them, "If the hair of him be lost, you will be lost with it." And he bade them privily treat him with honour and not humiliate him. But when the stoker saw himself beset by the pages, he despaired of his life, and turning to the eunuch, said to him, "O chief, I am neither this youth's brother nor am I akin to him, nor is he sib to me, but I was a fireman in a hammam and found him cast out, in his sickness, on the dung heap." Then the caravan fared on, and the stoker wept and imagined in himself 1,000 things, whilst the eunuch walked by his side and told him nothing, but said to him, "Thou disturbedst our mistress by reciting verses, thou and this youth, but fear nothing for thyself," and kept laughing at him the while to himself. Whenever the caravan halted, they served him with food, and he and the castrato ate from one dish. FN number 322. Then the eunuch bade his lads bring a gugglet of sugared sherbet and, after drinking himself, gave it to the fireman, who drank, but all the while his tears never dried, out of fear for his life and grief for his separation from Zor al-Makan and for what had befallen them in their strangerhood. So they both travelled on with the caravan, whilst the chamberlain now rode by the door of his wife's litter, in attendance on Zor al-Makan and his sister, and now gave an eye to the fireman, and Nuzhat al-Zaman and her brother occupied themselves with converse and mutual condolence, and they ceased not after this fashion till they came within 3 days' journey from Baghdad. Here they alighted at eventide and rested till the morning morrowed, and as they awoke and they were about to load the beasts, behold, there appeared afar off a great cloud of dust that darkened the firmament till it became black as gloomiest night. FN number 323. Thereupon the Chamberlain cried out to them, "Stay, and your loading delay." Then, mounting with his Mamelukes, rode forward in the direction of the dust cloud. When they drew near, suddenly appeared under it a numerous conquering host like the full-tide sea, with flags and standards, drums and kettledrums, horsemen and footmen. The Chamberlain marvelled at this, and when the troops saw him, there detached itself from amongst them a plump of 500 cavaliers, who fell upon him and his suite and surrounded them, 5 for 1, whereupon said he to them, "What is the matter and what are these troops, that ye do this with us?" Asked they, "Who art thou, and whence comest thou, and whither art thou bound?" And he answered, "I am the Chamberlain of the Emir of Damascus, King Sharkan, son of Omar bin al-Nu'man, Lord of Baghdad and of the land of Khorasan, and I bring tribute and presents from him to his father in Baghdad." When the horsemen heard his words, they let their head kerchiefs fall over their faces and wept, saying, "In very sooth King Omar is dead, and he died not but of poison. So fare ye forwards, no harm shall befall you till you join his Grand Wazir, Dandan." Now when the Chamberlain heard this, he wept sore and exclaimed, "Oh, for our disappointment in this our journey!" Then he and all his suite wept till they had come up with a host and sought access to the Wazir Dandan, who granted an interview and called a halt and, causing his pavilion to be pitched, sat down on a couch therein and commanded to admit the Chamberlain. Then he bade him be seated and questioned him, and he replied that he was Chamberlain to the Emir of Damascus and was bound to King Omar with presents and the tribute of Syria. The Wazir, hearing the mention of King Omar's name, wept and said, "King Omar is dead by poison," and upon his dying the folk fell out amongst themselves as to who should succeed him, until they were like to slay one another on this account. But the notables and grandees and the forecasters interposed, and all the people agreed to refer the matter to the decision of the 4 judges and that none should gainsay them. So it was agreed that we go to Damascus and fetch thence the king's son, Sharkan, and make him sultan over his father's realm. And amongst them were some who would have chosen the cadet, Zor al-Makan, for, quoth they, his name be light of the place, and he hath a sister Nuzhat al-Zaman highs, the delight of the time. But they set out 5 years ago for Al-Hijaz, and none wotteth what is become of them. When the Chamberlain heard this, he knew that his wife had told him the truth of her adventures, and he grieved with sore grief for the death of King Omar, albeit he joyed with exceeding joy, especially at the arrival of Zor al-Makan, for that he would now become Sultan of Baghdad in his father's stead. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 77th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when Sharkan's Chamberlain heard of the death of King Omar bin al-Nu'man he mourned, but he rejoiced because of his wife and her brother Zor al-Makan, who would become Sultan of Baghdad in his father's stead. So he turned to the Wazir Dandan and said to him, "Verily your tale is a wonder of wonders. Know, O Chief Wazir, that here, where you have encountered me, Allah hath given you rest from fatigue and bringeth you your desire after the easiest of fashions, for that his Almighty will restoreth to you Zor al-Makan and his sister Nuzhat al-Zaman, whereby we will settle the matter as we easily can." When the minister heard these words he rejoiced with great joy and said, "O Chamberlain, tell me the tale of the twain and what befell them and the cause of their long absence." So he repeated to him the whole story and told him that Nuzhat al-Zaman was his wife and related to him the adventures of Zor al-Makan from first to last. As soon as he had ended his tale, the Wazir sent for the emirs and wazirs and chief officers and acquainted them with the matter, whereat they rejoiced with great joy and wondered at the happy chance. Then they gathered in a body and went into the chamberlain and did their service to him, kissing the ground between his hands. And the Wazir Dandan also rose and went out to meet him and stood before him in honour. After this, the chamberlain held on that day a divan council, and he and their Wazir sat upon the throne, whilst all the emirs and grandees and officers of state took their places before them, according to the several ranks. FN number 324. Then they melted sugar in rose water and drank, after which the emirs sat down to hold council and permitted the rest of the host to mount and ride forward leisurely, till they should make an end of their debate and overtake them. So the officers kissed the ground between their hands and mounting, rode onwards, preceded by the standards of war. When the grandees had finished their conference, they took horse and rejoined the host, and the chamberlain approached their Wazir Dandan and said, I deem it well to ride on before you, and precede you, that I may get ready a place for the Sultan and notify him of your coming and of your choosing him as Sultan over the head of his brother Shargan. Right thou reckest, answered the Wazir. Then the chamberlain rose up in haste, and Dandan also stood up to do him honour, and brought him presents, which he conjured him to accept. In similar guise did all the emirs and grandees and officers of state, bringing him gifts and calling down blessings on him and saying to him, Haply thou wilt mention our case to Sultan Zor al-Makan and speak to him to continue us in our dignities. FN number 325. The chamberlain promised all they required and bade his pages be ready to march, whereupon the Wazir Dandan sent with him tents and bade the tent pitchers set them up at a day's journey from the city. And they did his bidding. Then the chamberlain mounted and rode forward, full of joy and saying to himself, How blessed is this gurney, and indeed his wife was exalted in his eyes, she and her brother Zor al-Makan. They made all haste over their wayfare, till they reached a place distant a day's journey from Baghdad, where the chamberlain called a halt for rest, and bade his men alight and make ready a sitting place for the Sultan Zor al-Makan, son of King Omar bin al-Nu'man, while he rode forward with his Mamelukes and, alighting at a distance from Nuzhat al-Zaman's litter, commanded the eunuchs to ask leave of admission to the presence. They did so, and she gave permission, whereupon he went into her and conversed with her and her brother, and told them of the death of their father, and of Zor al-Makan, how the heads of the people had made him king over them in the stead of his sire, and he gave them joy of the kingdom. They both wept for their father and asked the manner of his being killed, but the chamberlain answered, The news rests with the Wazir Dandan, who will be here tomorrow leading all the host, and it only remaineth for thee, O king, to do what they counsel, since they have unanimously chosen thee Sultan, for if thou do not this, they will choose someone else, and thou canst not be sure of thy life with another Sultan. Haply he will kill thee, or discord may befall between you twain, and the kingdom pass out of the hands of both. Zor al-Makan bowed his head a while and then said, I accept this position, for indeed there was no refusing, and he was certified that the chamberlain had counselled him well and wisely and set him on the right way. Then he added, O my uncle, how shall I do with my brother Shargan? O my son, replied the chamberlain, thy brother will be Sultan of Damascus and thou Sultan of Baghdad, so take heart of grace and get ready thy case. Zor al-Makan accepted this, and the chamberlain presented him with a suit of royal raiment and a dagger FN number 326, of state, which the Wazir Dandan had brought with him. Then leaving him he bade the tent pitchers choose a spot of rising ground and set up thereon a spacious pavilion, wherein the Sultan might sit to receive the emirs and grandees. Moreover, he ordered the kitcheners to cook rich viands and serve them, and he commanded the water carriers to dispose the water troughs. They did as he bade them, and presently arose a cloud of dust from the ground and spread till it walled the horizon round. After a while, the dust dispersed, and there appeared under it the army of Baghdad and Khorasan, a conquering host like the full-tide sea. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. when it was the 78th night. She said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the chamberlain bade the tent pitchers set up a pavilion spacious enough to receive the subjects flocking to the Sultan, they planted a splendid shamiana FN number 327, befitting kings. And as they ended their labours, behold, a dust cloud spired aloft, and the breeze made it lift, and beneath it showed a conquering host. And presently it appeared that this was the army of Baghdad and Khorasan, preceded by the Wazir Dandan. And in it all rejoiced at the accession of the light of the place. Now Zor al-Makan had donned robes of royal estate and girt himself with the sword of state. So the chamberlain brought him a steed, and he mounted, surrounded by the Mamelukes and all the company from the tents on foot, to do him service. And he rode on until he came to the great pavilion, where he sat down, and he laid the royal dagger across his thighs, whilst the chamberlain stood in attendance on him, and his armed slaves stationed themselves under the entrance awning of the shamiana, with drawn swords in their hands. Presently, up came the troops and the host, and craved admission. So the chamberlain went into Zor al-Makan and asked his leave, whereupon he bade admit them, 10 by 10. The chamberlain acquainted them with the king's commands, to which they replied, "We hear and we obey," and all drew up before the pavilion entrance. Then he took 10 of them and carried them through the vestibule into the presence of Sultan Zor al-Makan, whom when they saw, they were awed. But he received them with most gracious kindness, and promised them all good. So they gave him joy of his safe return, and invoked Allah's blessings upon him, after which they took the oath of fealty never to gainsay him in aught, and they kissed ground before him and withdrew. Then other 10 entered, and he entreated them as he had entreated the ethers, and they ceased not to enter, 10 by 10, till none was left but the Wazir Dandan. Lastly the minister went in and kissed the ground before Zor al-Makan, who rose to meet him, saying, "Welcome, O Wazir and Sire sans peer. Verily, thine acts are those of a counsellor right dear, and judgment and foreseeing clear are in the hands of the subtle of Lear." Then bade he the chamberlain forthwith go out, and caused the tables to be spread, and order all the troops thereto. So they came and ate and drank. Moreover, the Sultan commanded his Wazir Dandan call a 10 days' halt of the army, that he might be private with him and learn from him how and wherefore his father had been slain. The Wazir obeyed the commands of the Sultan with submission, and wished him eternity of glory, and said, "This needs must be." He then repaired to the heart of the encampment and ordered the host to halt 10 days. They did as he bade them, and, moreover, he gave them leave to divert themselves, and ordered that none of the lords in waiting should attend upon the king for service during the space of 3 days. Then the Wazir went to the Sultan and reported all to him, and Zor al-Makan waited until nightfall, when he went in to his sister Nuzhat al-Zaman and asked her, "Dost thou know the cause of my father's murder or not?" "I have no knowledge of the cause," she answered, and drew a silken curtain before herself, whilst Zor al-Makan seated himself without the curtain and commanded their Wazir to the presence, and, when he came, said to him, "I desire thou relate to me in detail the cause of the killing of my sire, King Omar bin al-Nu'man." "Know then, O king," replied Dandan, "that King Omar bin al-Nu'man, when he returned to Baghdad from his chasing and hunting and entered the city, inquired for thee and thy sister, but could not find you, and knew that you twain had gone on a pilgrimage, whereat he was greatly grieved and much angered, and his breast was straitened, and he abode thus half a year, seeking news of you from all who came and went, but none could give him any tidings. Now, while we were in attendance upon him one day, after a whole year had sped since ye were lost to his sight, lo, there came to us an ancient dame with signs of being a devotee, accompanied by 5 damsels, high-bosomed virgins like moons, endowed with such beauty and loveliness as tongue faileth to describe, and, to crown their perfections of comeliness, they could read the Quran and were versed in various kinds of learning and in the histories of bygone peoples. Then that old woman sought audience of the king, and he bade admit her, whereupon she entered the presence and kissed the ground between his hands. I was then sitting by his side, and he, seeing in her the signs of asceticism and devoutness, made her draw near and take seat hard by him. And when she had sat down she addressed him and said, Know, O king, that with me are 5 damsels, whose like no king among the kings possesseth, for they are endowed with wit and beauty and loveliness and perfection. They read the Quran and the traditions and are skilled in all manner of learning and in the history of bygone races. They stand here between thy hands to do thee service, O king of the age, and it is by trial that folk are prized or despised. Thy father, who hath found mercy, FN number 328, looked at the damsels and their favour pleased him, so he said to them, Let each and every of you make me hear something of what she knoweth anent the history of the folk of yore and of peoples long gone before ! And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 79th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that there was the Dandan said unto King Zor al-Makan, Thy father, who hath found mercy, glanced at the damsels and their favour pleased him, and he said to them, Let each and every of you make me hear something of what she knoweth anent the history of the folk of yore and of peoples long gone before. Thereupon one of them came forward and, kissing the ground before him, spake as follows: FN number 329, Know, O king, that it behoveth one of good breeding to eschew impertinence and adorn himself with excellencies, and observe the divine injunctions and avoid mortal sins, and to this he should apply himself with the assiduity of one who, if he stray therefrom, falleth into perdition, for the foundation of good breeding is virtuous behaviour. And know that the chief cause and reason of man's existence is the endeavour after life everlasting, and the right way thereto is the service of Allah. Wherefore it behoveth thee to deal beneficently with the people, and swerve not from this canon, for the mightier men are in dignity, the more their need of prudence and foresight, and indeed monarchs need this more than the many, for the general cast themselves into affairs, without taking thought to this issue thereof. Be thou prodigal of thy life and thy good in the way of Allah, and know that, if an enemy dispute with thee, thou mayst dispute with him and refute him with proofs and be proof against him, but as for thy friend, there is none can judge between thee and him save righteousness and fair dealing. Choose, therefore, thy friend for thyself, after thou hast proved him. If he be of the brotherhood of futurity, FN number 330, let him be zealous in observing the externals of the holy law and versed in its inner meaning, as far as may be, and if he be of the brotherhood of the world, let him be free-born, sincere, neither a fool nor a perverse, for the fool man is such that even his parents might well flee from him, and a liar cannot be a true friend. Indeed the word, Siddiq FN number 331, friend, deriveth from Sidq, truth, that welleth up from the bottom of the heart, and how can this be the case, when falsehood is manifest upon the tongue? And know, that the observance of the law profiteth him who practiseth it, so love thy brother, if he be of this quality, and do not cast him off, even if thou see in him that which irketh thee, for a friend is not like a wife, whom one can divorce and remarry, nay, his heart is like glass, once broken, it may not be mended. And Allah bless him who saith, Where thou hurtest man with hurt of heart, 'tis hard to win thee back the heart offended, for hearts indeed, whence love is alien made, like broken glass may never more be mended. The maiden continued and concluded with pointing out to us what sages say, the best of brethren is he who is the most constant in good counsel, the best of action is that which is fairest in its consequence, and the best of praise is not that which is in the mouths of men. It is also said, It behoveth not the servant to neglect thanking Allah especially for 2 favours, health and reason. Again it is said, Whoso honoureth himself, his lust is a light matter to him, and he who maketh much of his small troubles, Allah afflicteth him with the greater. He who abeth his own inclination neglecteth his duties, and he who listeneth to the slanderer loseth a true friend. He who thinketh well of thee, do thou fulfil his thought of thee. He who exceedeth in contention sinneth, and he who against upright standeth not on ward, is not safe from the sword. Now will I tell thee somewhat of the duties of causes and judges. Know, O king, that no judgment serveth the cause of justice save it be given after proof positive, and it behoveth the judge to treat all people on the same level, to the intent that the great may not hunger for oppression nor the small despair of justice. Furthermore, he should extract proof from the complainant and impose an oath upon the defendant, and mediation is admissible between Muslims, except it be a compromise sanctioning the unlawful or forbidding the lawful. FN number 332. If thou shalt have done aught during the day, of which thy reason is doubtful but thy good intention is proved, thou, O Qazi, shouldst revert to the right, for to do justice is a religious obligation, and to return to that which is right is better than persistence in wrong. Then, O Judge, thou shouldest study precedents and the law of the case, and do equal justice between the suitors, with all fixing thine eyes upon the truth and committing thine affair to Allah, be he extolled and exalted. And require thou proof of the complainant, and if he adduce evidence let him have due benefit of it, and if not, put the defendant to his oath, for this is the ordinance of Allah. Receive thou the testimony of competent Muslim witnesses, one against other, for Almighty Allah hath commanded judges to judge by externals, he himself taking charge of the inner and secret things. It behoveth the judge also to avoid giving judge meat, whilst suffering from stress of pain or hunger, FN number 333, and that in his decisions between folk he seek the face of Allah Almighty, for he whose intent is pure and who is at peace with himself, Allah shall guarantee him against what is between him and the people. Quoth Al-Zuri, FN number 334, there are three things for which, if they be found in a Qazi, he should be deposed, namely, if he honour the base, if he love praise, and if he fear dismissal. And Omar bin Abd al-Aziz once deposed the Qazi, who asked him, why hast thou dismissed me? It hath reached me, answered Omar, that thy converse is greater than thy condition. It is said also that his Kanar FN number 335, said to his Qazi, I have invested thee with this function and committed to thee in it my soul and mine honour and my manliness, so do thou guard it with thy sense and thine understanding. To his cook he said, thou art the Sultan of my body, so look thou tender it as thine own self. To his secretary he said, thou art the controller of my wit, so do thou watch over me in what thou writest for me and from me. Thereupon the first damsel backed out from the presence and the second damsel came forward. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 80th night, she continued, it hath reached me, O auspicious king, that there was Wazir Dandan said to Zor al-Makan. Thereupon the first damsel backed out from the presence and a second damsel came forward and, kissing the ground 7 times before the king thy father, spake as follows. The sage Luqman FN number 336, said to his son, there be 3 who are known only in 3 several cases. The merciful man is unknown save in time of wrath, the brave only in battle, and thy friend in time of need. Apostrophe. It is said that the oppressor shall be depressed though by people praised, and that the oppressed is at rest though by people blamed. Quoth thou Almighty, FN number 337, assuredly deem not that those who rejoice in what they have done, and who love to be praised for what they have not done, shall escape reckoning of punishment. Indeed there is reserved from them a grievous penalty. And he said FN number 338, on who be salvation and salutation, works are according to intention and to each man is attributed that which he intendeth. He said also, in the body is a part which being sound the rest is sound, and which being unsound the whole is unsound. And this is the heart. Now this heart is the most marvellous of what is in man, since it is that which ordereth his whole affair. If covetise stir in it, desire destroyeth him, and if affliction master it, anguish slayeth him, if anger rage in it, danger is hard upon him, If it be blessed with contentment, he is safe from discontent. If fear surprise it, he is full of mourning, and if calamity overtake it, affliction betideth him. If a man gain the use of wealth, peradventure he is diverted thereby from the remembrance of his Lord. If poverty choke him, his heart is distracted by woe, or if disquietude waste his heart, weakness causeth him to fall. Thus, in any case, nothing profiteth him but that he be mindful of Allah and occupy himself with gaining his livelihood in this world and securing his place in the next. It was asked of the certain sage, who is the most ill-conditioned of men? And he answered, the man whose lusts master his manhood and whose mind soareth over high, so that his knowledge dispreadeth and his excuse diminisheth. And how excellently saith the poet, freest am I of all mankind fro meddling wight who, seeing others self fairer neck in sight, riches and talents are but loans to creature lent, each wears the cloak of that he bears in breast and sprite. If by mistaken or attempt on aught thou make, thou shalt go wrong, and if the door be right, go right. Continued the maiden, as for anecdotes of devotees, quoth Hisham bin Bashar, I asked Omar bin Ubaid, what is true piety? And he answered, the apostle of Allah, to whom be salutation and salvation, hath explained it when he saith, the pious is he who forgetteth not the grave nor calamity, and who prefereth that which endureth to that which passeth away, who counteth not the morrows of his days but reckoneth himself among the dead. And it is related that Abu Zarafan number 339, used to say, want is dearer to me than wealth, and an heal is dearer to me than health. Quoth one of the listeners, may Allah have mercy on Abu Zar. For my part, I say, whoso putteth his trust in the goodness of the election of Almighty Allah should be content with that condition which Allah hath chosen for him. Quoth one of the companions of the Prophet, Ibn Abi Author, FN number 340, once prayed with us the dawn prayer. When he had done, he recited, O thou enwrapped, FN number 341, till he came to where Allah saith, when there shall be a trumping on the trumpet, and fell down dead. It is said that Sabit al-Banani wept till he well nigh lost his eyes. They brought him a man to medicine him, who said to him, I will cure thee, provided thou obey my bidding. Asked Sabit, in what matter? Quoth the leech, in that thou leave weeping. What is the worth of mine eyes? Rejoined Sabit, if they do not weep. Quoth the man to Muhammad bin Abdullah, exhort thou me. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 81st night, she continued, it hath reached me, O auspicious king, that there was the Dandan said to Zor al-Makan, thus spake the second handmaid to the king who hath found mercy, Omar bin al-Nu'man. Quoth the man to Muhammad bin Abdullah, exhort thou me. I exhort thee, replied he, to be a self-ruler, an abstainer in this world, and in the next a greedy slave. How so? Asked the other, and Muhammad answered, the abstinent man in this world conquereth both the world that is and the world to come. And quoth Ghaus bin Abdullah, there were two brothers among the sons of Israel, one of whom said to the other, what be the most perilous FN number 342, thing thou hast done? Replied the brother, I once came upon a nest of young birds, so I took out one and threw it back into the nest, but among the chickens were some which drew apart from it. This is the most perilous thing I ever did. Now what be the most perilous thing thou hast ever done? He rejoined, when I arise for prayer I am fearful that it is only for the sake of the reward. Now their father heard these words and exclaimed, O Allah, and say they sooth take them to thyself. It was declared by one of the wise men, verily, these were of the most virtuous of children. Quoth Sa'id bin Jubair, FN number 343, I was once in company with Thuzala bin Ubayd and said to him, exhort thou me, replied he, bear in mind these two necessaries, shun syntheism FN number 344, and harm not any of Allah's creatures. And he repeated these two couplets. Be as thou wilt, For Allah still is bounteous Lord, and care dispeller dread not therefore bane and ban to two things only never draw thee nigh, nor give partner to Allah trouble to thy brother man. And how well saith the poet, and thou of pious works a store neglect and after death meet one who did collect, thou shalt repent thou didst not as he, nor madest ready as he did elect. Then the third damsel came forward, after the second had withdrawn, and said, Of a truth, the chapter of piety is exceeding wide, but I will mention what occurreth to me thereof, concerning the pious of old. Quoth a certain holy man, I congratulate myself in death, though I am not assured of rest therein, save that I know death interveneth between a man and his works. So I hope for the doubling of good works and the docking off of ill works. And Ita al-Salami, when he had made an end of an exhortation, was wont to tremble and grieve and weep sore, and as they asked him why he did this he answered, I desire to enter upon a grave matter, and it is the standing up before Almighty Allah to do in accordance with my exhortation. In similar guise Zayn al-Abidin, FN number 345, son of Al-Hussein, was wont to tremble when he rose to pray. Being asked the cause of this, he replied, Know ye not before whom I stand and whom I address? It is said that there lived near Sufyan al-Thawri FN number 346, a blind man who, when the month of Ramazan came, went out with the folk to pray, FN number 347, but remained silent and hung back. Said Sufyan, on the day of resurrection he shall come with the people of the Quran and they will be distinguished by increase of honor from their fellows. Quoth Sufyan, with a soul established in the heart as befitteth, it would fly away for joy and pining for paradise, and for grief and fear of hellfire. It is related also of Sufyan al-Thawri that he said, to look upon the face of a tyrant is a sin. Then the third damsel retired and came forward the fourth, who said, Here am I to treat of sundry traditions of pious men which suggest themselves to me. It is related that Bish Barefoot FN number 348, said, I once heard Khalid say, Beware of secret polytheism. I asked, What may secret polytheism be? And he answered, When one of you in praying prolong his inclinations and prostrations till a cause of impurity FN number 349, come upon him. And one of the sages said, Doing works of weal expiateth what is ill. Quoth Ibrahim, FN number 350, I supplicated Bish Barefoot to acquaint me with some theological mysteries, but he said, O my son, this knowledge it behoveth us not to teach to every one, of every 105, even as the legal alms upon money. Said Ibrahim, I thought his reply excellent and approved of it, and while I was praying behold, Bish was also praying, so I stood behind him FN number 351, making the prayer bow till the muezzin called his call. Then rose a man of tattered appearance and said, O folk, beware of a truth which bringeth an weal, for there is no harm in a lie-bringing weal. FN number 352, and in time of need no choice we heed. Speech booteth not in the absence of good qualities, even as silence hurteth not in the presence of good. Presently I saw Bish drop a danik, FN number 353, so I picked it up and exchanged it for a dirham which I gave him. Quoth he, I will not take it. Quoth I, it is perfectly lawful change. But he rejoined, I cannot take in exchange the riches of the present world for those of the future world. It is related also that Bish Barefoot's sister once went to Ahmad bin Hanbal, FN number 354, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 82nd night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that there was Ziadandan continued to bespeak or Almaken on this wise, and quoth the maiden to thy father, Bish Barefoot's sister once went to Ahmad bin Hanbal and said to him, O Imam of the faith, we are no family that spin thread by night and work for our living by day, and oftentimes the crescents of the watch of Baghdad pass by and we on the roof spinning by their light. Is this forbidden to us? asked Talmud, who art thou? I am the sister of Bishr Barefoot, answered she. Rejoined the Imam, O household of Bishr, I shall never cease to drink full draughts of piety from your hearts. Quoth one of the sages, when Allah willeth well to his servant he openeth upon him the gate of action. Malik bin Dinar, FN number 355, when he passed through the bazaar and saw aught he desired, was wont to say, O soul, take patience, for I will not accord to thee what thou desirest. He said also, Allah accept him, the salvation of the soul lies in resistance to it and its damnation in submission to it. Apostrophe quoth Mansur bin Amr, FN number 356. I made a pilgrimage and was faring Meccawards by way of Kufa, and the night was overcast, when I heard a voice crying out from the deeps of the darkness saying, O Allah, I swear by thy greatness and thy glory, I meant not through my disobedience to transgress against thee, for indeed I am not ignorant of thee, but my fault is when thou didst foreordain to me from eternity without beginning, FN number 357. So do thou pardon my transgression, for indeed I disobeyed thee of my ignorance. When he had made an end of his prayer he recited aloud the verse, O true believers, save your souls and those of your families from the fire whose fuel is men and stones. FN number 358. Then I heard a fall, but not knowing what it was I passed on. When the morning morrowed, as we went our way, behold, we fell in with a funeral train, followed by an old woman whose strength had left her. I asked her of the dead, and she answered, This is the funeral of a man who passed by us yesterday whilst my son was standing at prayer, and after his prayers he recited a verse from the book of Allah Almighty when the man's gallbladder burst and he fell dead. Therewith the fourth damsel retired and the fifth came forward and said, I here will also repeat what occurreth to me regarding the acts of devotees in olden time. Maslama bin Dinar used to say, by making sound the secret thoughts, sins great and small are covered, and, when the servant of Allah is resolved to leave sinning, victory cometh to him. Also quoth he, every worldly good which doth not draw one nearer to Allah is a calamity. For a little of this world distracteth from a mickle of the world to come, and a mickle of the present maketh thee forget the whole of the future. It was asked of Abu Hazim, FN number 359, who is the most prosperous of men? And he answered, Whoso spendeth his life in submission to Allah. The other inquired, And who is the most foolish of mankind? Whoso selleth his future for the worldly goods of others, replied Abu Hazim. It is reported of Moses FN number 360, on whom be peace, that when he came to the waters of Midian he exclaimed, O Lord, verily I stand in need of the good which thou shalt send down to me. FN number 361, and he asked of his Lord and not of his folk. There came two damsels and he drew water for them both and allowed not the shepherds to draw first. When the twain returned, they informed their father Shu'aib, on whom be peace, who said, Haply, he is hungry, adding to one of them, Go back to him and bid him hither. Now when she came to Moses, she veiled her face and said, My father biddeth thee to him that he may pay thee thy wage for having drawn water for us. Moses was averse to this and was not willing to follow her. Now she was a woman large in the back parts, and the wind blowing upon her garment FN number 362, covered the hinder cheeks to Moses, which when Moses saw, he lowered his eyes and said to her, Get thee behind while I walk in front. So she followed him till he entered the house of Shu'aib where supper was ready. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 83rd night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that there was Ziadandan continued to Zor al-Makan. Now, quoth the fifth damsel to thy sire, when Moses, on whom be peace, entered the home of Shu'aib where supper was ready, Shu'aib said to him, O Moses, I desire to pay thee thy wage for having drawn water for these two. But Moses answered, I am of a household which selleth nothing of the fashion of the next world. FN number 363, for what is on earth of gold and silver? Then quoth Shuaib, O youth, nevertheless thou art my guest, and it is my wont and that of my forebears to honour the guest by setting food before him. So Moses sat down and ate. Then Shuaib hired Moses for 8 pilgrimages, that is to say, 8 years, and made his wage marriage with one of his 2 daughters, and Moses' service to him was to stand for her dowry. As saith the holy writ of him, Verily I will give thee one of these my 2 daughters in marriage, on condition that thou serve me for hire 8 pilgrimages, and if thou fulfill 10 years, it is in thine own breast, for I seek not to impose a hardship on thee. FN number 364. A certain man once said to one of his friends whom he had not met for many days, Thou hast made me desolate, for that I have not seen thee this long while. Quoth the other, I have been distracted from thee by Ibn Shihab. Dost thou know him? Quoth his friend, Yes, he hath been my neighbour these 30 years, but I have never spoken to him. He replied, Verily thou forgettest Allah in forgetting thy neighbour. If thou lovedst Allah thou wouldest love thy neighbour. Knowest thou not that a neighbour hath a claim upon his neighbour? FN number 365, even as the right of kith and kin? Said Huzaifa, we entered Mecca with Ibrahim bin Adam, and Sheikh al-Borkai was also making a pilgrimage that year. Now we met whilst circumambulating the Kaaba, and Ibrahim said to Sheikh, What is your fashion in your country? Replied Sheikh, When we are blessed with our daily bread we eat, and when we hunger we take patience. This wise, said Ibrahim, to the dogs of Bork, that we, when blessed with plenty, do honour to Allah, and when an-hungered he thank him. And Sheikh seated himself before Ibrahim and said to him, Thou art my master. Also said Muhammad bin Imran, a man once asked of Hatim the Deaf FN number 366, What maketh thee to trust in Allah? 2 things, answered he, I know that none save myself shall eat my daily bread, so my heart is at rest as to that, and I know that I was not created without the knowledge of Allah, and am abashed before him. Then the 5th damsel retired, and the ancient dame came forward and, kissing the ground before thy father 9 times, said, Thou hast heard, O king, what these all have spoken on the subject of piety, and I will follow their example in relating what hath reached me of the famous men of past times. It is said that the Imam al-Shafi departed the night into 3 portions, the first for study, the second for sleep, and the third for prayer. The Imam Abu Hanifa, FN number 367, was wont also to pass half the night in prayer. 1 day a man pointed him out to another, as he walked by, and remarked, Yonder man watcheth the whole night. When he heard this, Abu Hanifa said, I was abashed before Allah to hear myself praised for what was not in me, so after this he used to watch the whole night. And one of the sages hath said, Who seeketh for pearl in the deep dives deep, who on high would high robs his night of sleep. Al-Rabia relates that al-Shafi used to recite the whole Quran 70 times during the month of Ramazan, and that in his daily prayers. Quoth al-Shafi, Allah accept him, during 10 years I never ate my fill of barley bread, for fullness hardeneth the heart and deadeneth the wit and induceth sleep and enfeebleth one from standing up to pray. FN number 368, it is reported of Abdullah bin Muhammad al-Sakra that he said, I was once talking with Omar and he observed to me, Never saw I a more God-fearing or eloquent man than Muhammad bin Idris al-Shafi. It so happened I went out one day with al-Haris bin Labib al-Safar, who was a disciple of al-Muzani FN number 369, and had a fine voice, and he read the saying of the Almighty, This shall be a day whereon they shall not speak to any purpose, nor shall they be permitted to excuse themselves. FN number 370, I saw al-Shafi's colour change, his skin shuddered with horripilation, he was violently moved and he fell down in a fainting fit. When he revived he said, I take refuge with Allah from the stead of the liars and the lot of the negligent. O Allah, before whom the hearts of the wise abase themselves, O Allah, of thy beneficence accord to me the remission of my sins, adorn me with the curtain of thy protection and pardon me my shortcomings, by the magnanimity of thy being. Then I rose and went away. Quoth one of the pious, when I entered Baghdad, Al-Shafi was there. So I sat down on the river bank to make the ablution before prayer, and behold, there passed me one who said, O youth, make thy wuzu oblation well and Allah will make it well for thee in this world and in the next. I turned and lo, there was a man behind whom came a company of people. So I hastened to finish my ablution and followed him. Presently, he turned and asked me, Say, dost thou want aught? Yes, answered I desire that thou teach me somewhat of that which Allah Almighty hath taught thee. He said, Know then that whoso believeth in Allah shall be saved, and whoso jealously loveth his faith shall be delivered from destruction, and whoso practiseth abstinence in this world, his eyes shall be solaced on the morrow of death. Shall I tell thee any more? I replied, Assuredly, and he continued, Be thou of the world that is, heedless, and of the world to come, greediest. Be truthful in all thy dealings, and thou shalt be saved with the Salvationists. Then he went on and I asked about him and was told that he was the Imam Al-Shafi. Al-Shafi was wont to remark, I love to see folk profit by this learning of mine, on condition that nothing of it be attributed to me. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 84th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that there was Ziyadandan continued to Zur al-Makan, the old woman bespake thy sire, saying, The Imam al-Shafi was wont to remark, I love to see folk profit by this learning of mine on condition that nothing of it be attributed to me. He also said, I never disputed with anyone, but I would that Almighty Allah should give him the knowledge of the truth and aid him to dispread it, nor did I ever dispute with anyone at all but for the showing forth of the truth. And I reck not whether Allah manifest it by my tongue or by his. He said also, Whom Allah accept, if thou fear to grow conceited of thy law, then bethink thee whose grace thou seekest and for what good thou yearnest and what punishment thou dreadest. It was told to Abu Hanifa that the commander of the faithful, Abu Ja'far al-Mansur, had appointed him Qazi and ordered him a salary of 10,000 dirhams, but he would not accept of this. And, when the day came on which the money was to be paid him, he prayed the dawn prayer, then covered his head with his robe and spoke not. When the caliph's messenger came with the money, he went into the Imam and accosted him, but he would not speak to him. So the messenger said, Verily this money is lawfully thine. I know that it is lawfully mine, replied he, but I abhor that the love of tyrants get a hold upon my heart. FN number 371, asked the other, If thou go into them canst thou not guard thyself from loving them? Answered Abu Hanifa, Can I look to enter the sea without my clothes being wet? Another of Al-Shafi's sayings, Allah accept him, is, O soul of me, and thou accept my rede, thou shalt be wealthy and of grace entire, cast off ambitious hopes and vain desires. How many a death was done by vain desire. Among the sayings of Sufyan al-Thawri, with which he admonished Ali bin al-Hasan al-Salami was, Be thou a man of truth and wear lies and treachery and hypocrisy and pride. Be not indebted save to him who is merciful to his debtors, and let thine associate be one who shall dissociate thee from the world. Be ever mindful of death and be constant in craving pardon of Allah and in beseeching of Allah peace for what remaineth of thy life. Counsel every true believer, when he asketh thee concerning the things of his faith, and beware of betraying a believer, for whoso betrayeth a believer, betrayeth Allah and his apostle. Avoid dissensions and litigation, and leave that which causeth doubt in thee for things which breed no doubt. FN number 372, so shalt thou be at peace. Enjoin beneficence and forbid malevolence, so shalt thou be loved of Allah. adorn thine inner man, and Allah shall adorn thine outer man. Accept the excuse of him who excuseth self to thee, and hate not any one of the Muslims. Draw near unto those who withdraw from thee, and excuse those that misuse thee, so shalt thou be the friend of the prophets. Let thine affairs, both public and private, be in Allah's charge, and fear him with the fear of one who knoweth he is dead, and who felleth towards resurrection and judgment stead between the hands of the Lord of dread. And remember that to one of two houses thou art sped, either for heaven's return or to the hellfires that burn. Thereupon the old woman sat down beside the damsels. Now when thy father, who hath found mercy, heard their discourse, he knew that they were the most accomplished of the people of their time, and, seeing their beauty and loveliness and the extent of their wisdom and law, he showed them all favour. Moreover, he turned to the ancient dame and treated her with honour, and set apart for her and her damsels the palace which had lodged Princess Abriza, daughter of the King of Greece, to which he bade carry all the luxuries they needed. They abode with him 10 days, and the old woman abode with them, and, whenever the king visited them, he found her absorbed in prayer, watching by night and fasting by day, whereby love of her took hold upon his heart, and he said to me, O Wazir, verily this old woman is of the pious, and awe of her is strong in my heart. Now on the 11th day, the king visited her, that he might pay her the price of the damsels, but she said to him, O king, know that the price of these maidens surpasseth the competence of men. Indeed I seek not for them either gold or silver or jewels, be it little or much. Now when thy father heard these words he wondered and asked her, O my lady, and what is their price? Whereto she answered, I will not sell them to thee save on condition that thou fast, watching by night a whole month, and abstaining by day, all for the love of Allah Almighty, and, if thou do this, they are thy property to use in thy palace as thou please. So the king wondered at the perfection of her rectitude and piety and abnegation. She was magnified in his eyes, and he said, Allah make this pious woman to profit us. Then he agreed with her to fast for a month as she had stipulated, and she said to him, I will help thee with the prayers I pray for thee, and now bring me a gugglet of water. They brought one, and she took it and recited over it and muttered spells, and sat for an hour speaking in speech no one understood or knew aught thereof. Lastly she covered it with a cloth and, sealing it with her signet ring, gave it to thy sire, saying, When thou hast fasted the first 10 days, break thy fast on the 11th night with what is in this gugglet, for it will root out the love of the world from thy heart and fill it with light and faith. As for me, tomorrow I will go forth to my brethren, the invisible FN number 373, controls, for I yearn after them, and I will return to thee when the first 10 days are past. Thy father took the gugglet and arose and set it apart in a closet of his palace, then locked the door and put the key in his pocket. Next day the king fasted and the old woman went her ways. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 85th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that there was Dandan thus continued to Zor al-Makan. Now when came the day for the Sultan's fast, the old woman went her ways. And after he had accomplished the 10 days thereof, on the 11th he opened the gugglet and drank what was therein and found it cordial to his stomach. Within the second 10 days of the month the old woman returned, bringing sweetmeats wrapped in a green leaf, like no leaf of known tree. She went into thy sire and saluted him, and, when he saw her, he rose to her saying, Welcome, O pious lady. O king, quoth she, the invisible controls salute thee, for I told them of thee, and they rejoiced in thee and have sent thee the halwa, FN number 374, which is of the sweetmeats of the other world. Do thou break thy fast on it at the end of the day. The king rejoiced at this with great joy, and exclaimed, Praise be Allah, who hath given me brethren of the invisible world. Thereupon he thanked the ancient dame and kissed her hands, and he honoured her and the damsels with exceeding honour. She went forth for the 20 days of thy father's fast, at the end of which time she came to him and said, Know, O king, that I told the invisible controllers of the love which is between me and thee, and informed them how I had left the maidens with thee, and they were glad that the damsels should belong to a king like thee, for they were wont, when they saw them, to be strenuous in offering on their behalf prayers and petitions ever granted. So I would fain carry them to the invisible controls, that they may benefit by the breath of their favour, and peradventure they shall not return to thee without some treasure of the treasures of the earth, that thou, after completing thy fast, mayst occupy thyself with their raiment, and help thyself by the money they shall bring thee, to the extent of thy desires. When thy sire heard her words, he thanked her for them and said, Except that I fear to cross thee, I would not accept the treasure or aught else, but when wilt thou set out with them? Replied she, On the 27th night, and I will bring them back to thee at the head of the month, by which time thou wilt have accomplished thy fast, and they will have had their courses and be free from impurity, and they shall become thine and be at thy disposal. By Allah, each damsel of them is worth many times thy kingdom. He said, I know it, O pious lady. Then quoth the old woman, There is no help but that thou send with them someone in thy palace who is dear to thee, that she may find solace and seek a blessing of the invisible controls. Quoth he, I have a Greek slave called Sophia, by whom I have been blessed with 2 children, a girl and a boy, but they were lost years ago. Take her with thee that she may get the blessing. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 86th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that there was Ziadandan continued to Zor al-Makan, quoth thy sire to the ancient woman when she demanded the handmaids of him, I have a Greek slave called Sophia, by whom I have been blessed with 2 children, a girl and a boy, but they were lost years ago. So take her with thee, haply she may get the benediction, and, belike, the invisible controls will sue Allah for her, that her 2 children may be restored to her. Thou hast said well, replied she, for that indeed was her grievousest work. Thy sire gave not over finishing his fast till the old woman said to him, O my son, I am going to the invisible controls, so bring me Sophia. Accordingly, he summoned her and she came forthright, and he delivered her to the old woman, who mixed her up with the other damsels. Then she went into her chamber, and bringing out a sealed cup, presented it to the Sultan, saying, On the 30th day, do thou repair to the hammam, and when thou comest out, enter one of the closets in thy palace, and drink what is in this cup. Then sleep, and thou shalt attain what thou seekest, and peace be with thee. Thereat the king was glad and thanked her, and kissed her hands. Quoth she, I commend thee to Allah's care. Whereat quoth he, And when shall I see thee again, O pious lady? In very sooth I love not to part with thee. Then she called down blessings on him and departed with the 5 damsels and the queen, whilst the king fasted after her departure other 3 days, till the month ended, when he arose and went to the hammam, and coming out shut himself up in a closet of his palace, commanding that none should go into him. There, after making fast the door, he drank what was in the cup and lay down to sleep, and we sat awaiting him till the end of the day, but he did not come out, and we said, Perchance he is tired with the bath and with watching by night and fasting by day, wherefore he sleepeth. So we waited till next day, but still he did not come forth. Then we stood at the closet door and cried aloud, so haply he might awake and ask what was the matter. But nothing came of that, so at last we lifted up the door, FN number 375, and, going in, found him dead, with his flesh torn into strips and bits and his bones broken. FN number 376. When we saw him in this condition, it was grievous to us, and we took up the cup and found within its cover a piece of paper whereon was inscribed, Whoso doeth evil leaveth no regrets, and this be the reward of him who plougheth traitor with the daughters of kings and who debaucheth them. And we make known to all who fall upon this scroll that Shah Khan, when he came to our country, seduced our Queen Abriza, nor did it suffice him, but he must needs take her from us and bring her to you. Then he FN number 377, sent her away in company of a black slave who slew her, and we found her lying dead on the desert sward and thrown out to wild beasts. This be no kingly deed, and he who did this is requited with naught but what he merited. So do ye suspect none of having killed him, for no one slew him but the cunning witch, whose name is Zat al-Dawai. And behold, I have taken the king's wife, Sophia, and have carried her to her father, Afridun king of Constantinople. Moreover, there is no help for it but that we wage war upon you and kill you and take your country from you, and ye shall be cut off even to the last man, nor shall a living soul be spared by death, nor one who bloweth fire with his breath, save he who cross and belt FN number 378, worshippeth. When we read this paper, we knew that the ancient woman had beguiled us and carried out her plot against us. Whereupon we cried aloud and buffeted our faces and wept sore when weeping availed us naught. And the troops fell out as to whom they should make sultan. Some would have thee, and others would have thy brother Sharkan, and we ceased not to dispute about this for the space of a month, at the end of which certain of us drew together and agreed to repair to thy brother Sharkan. So we set out and journeyed until we fell in with thee. And such is the manner of the death of Sultan Omar bin al-Nu'man. Now when the Wazir Dandan had made an end of his story, Zor al-Makan and his sister, Nazat al-Zaman wept, and the chamberlain, who wept also, said to Zor al-Makan, O king, weeping will avail thee naught, nor shall aught profit thee but that thou harden thy heart and strengthen thy stress and establish thy sovereignty, for verily whoso leaveth the like of thee is not dead. Thereupon Zor al-Makan gave over his weeping and caused his throne to be set up without the pavilion, and then commanded the army to pass in review order before him. And the chamberlain sat by his side and all the armor-bearers FN number 379, behind him, whilst there was Wazir Dandan and the rest of the emirs and grandees stood each in his individual stead. Then quoth King Zor al-Makan to the minister Dandan, Inform me concerning my sire's treasures, and he replied, I hear and I obey, and gave him to know of the late king's hoards and monies, and what was in the treasury of massed wealth and jewels, and acquainted him with other precious things. So Zor al-Makan opened his hand to the army, and gave a sumptuous robe of honor to the Wazir Dandan, saying, Thou continues in office. Whereupon Dandan kissed the ground before him and wished him long life. Then he bestowed dresses on the emirs, after which he said to the chamberlain, Bring out before me the tribute of Damascus that is with thee. So he was shown the chests of money and rarities and jewels, when he took them and parted them all amongst the troops, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 87th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Zor al-Makan ordered the chamberlain to bring out before him what he had brought of the tribute of Damascus, and, when he was shown the chests of money and rarities and jewels, he took them and parted them all amongst the troops, till nothing was left. And the emirs kissed the ground before him and wished him long life, saying, Never saw we a king who gave the like of these gifts. Then all went away to their tents, and when it was morning he gave orders for marching. So they marched for 3 days, till, on the 4th day, they drew near to Baghdad. When they entered the city, they found it decorated, and Zor al-Makan, the Sultan, went up to his father's palace and sat down on the throne, whilst the emirs of the army and the Wazir Dandan and the chamberlain of Damascus stood between his hands. Then he bade his private secretary write a writ to his brother Sharkan, acquainting him with all that had passed, from first to last, and he concluded, As soon as thou hast read this letter, make ready thine affair and join us with thine army, that we may turn to holy war upon the infidels and take man boat for our father and wipe out the stain upon our honor. Then he folded the letter and sealed it with his seal ring and said to the minister Dandan, None shall carry this letter but thou, And it behoveth thee speak my brother fair, and say to him, if thou have a mind to thy father's kingdom, it is thine, and thy brother shall be viceroy for thee in Damascus, for to this effect am I instructed by him. So there Wazir went down from before him and made ready for his march. Then Zau al-Makan bade set apart a magnificent house for the fireman and furnished it with the best of furniture, and long is the tale of that fireman. FN number 380. Presently Zau al-Makan went out chasing and hunting, and, as he was returning to Baghdad, one of the emirs presented him with blood horses and with beauteous handmaids whose description the tongue evades. One of the damsels pleased him, so he went in unto her and knew her that night, and she conceived by him forthright. After a while, the Wazir Dandan returned from his journey, bringing him news of his brother Sharkan, and that he was then on his way to him, and said, it were fitting thou go forth to meet him. Zau al-Makan replied, I hear and I consent, and riding forth with his grandees a day's journey from Baghdad, he pitched his pavilions there awaiting his brother. Next morning appeared King Sharkan amid the army of Syria, a horseman of might, a lion fierce in fight, a proud and doughty knight. As the squadrons drew nigh and the dust clouds came hard by and the troops rode up with banners on high, Zau al-Makan and those with him pushed forward to meet Sharkan and his men, and when Zau al-Makan saw his brother, he desired to dismount, but Sharkan conjured him not to do on this wise, and himself footed it, and walked a few paces towards him. FN number 381. As soon as he reached Zau al-Makan, the new sultan threw himself upon him, and Sharkan embraced him and wept with great weeping, and the twain condoled with each other. Then they mounted and rode onward, they and their troops, till they reached Baghdad, where they alighted and went up to the royal palace, and there they passed that night. And when next morning came, Zau al-Makan went forth and bade summon the troops from all parts, and proclaimed a holy war and a razia. FN number 382. They then awaited the coming of the levies from each quarter of the kingdom, and every one who came they entreated with honour and promised him all manner of good, till in so doing a full month had sped, and the fighting men flocked to them in a continuous body. Then Sharkan said to Zau al-Makan, O my brother, tell me thy history. So he told him all that had befallen him from first to last, including the benevolent dealing of the fireman with him. Asked Sharkan, hast thou requited his kindness? And he answered, O my brother, I have not rewarded him as yet, but inshallah, I will recompense him whenas I return from this raid. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 88th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Sharkan asked his brother Zau al-Makan, Hast thou requited the fireman for his kindness? And he answered, O my brother, I have not rewarded him as yet, but inshallah, I will recompense him whenas I return from this raid and find time so to do. Therewith Sharkan was certified that his sister, Nuzhat al-Zaman, had told him the whole truth, but he concealed what had passed between them and offered his salutation to her by her husband the chamberlain. She sent him back her greeting, calling down blessings on him and inquiring after her daughter Kuziafakan, to which he replied that the maiden was well and in the best of health and safety. Whereupon she praised Almighty Allah and gave him thanks. Then Sharkan went to his brother to take counsel with him for departure, and Zau al-Makan said, O my brother, as soon as the army is complete and the Arabs have come in from all parts, we will march forth. So he bade make ready the comsiat and prepare munitions of war, and went into his wife, who was now 5 months gone with child, and he put under her astrologers and mathematicians, to whom he appointed stipends and allowances. Then he set out 3 months after the arrival of the army of Syria, and as soon as the Arabs were come in and the troops were assembled from all directions, and, as he fared forth, he was followed by the warriors and the united host. Now the name of the general of the Dalim army was Rustam, and that of the general of the army of the Turks FN number 383, Burton. And Zor al-Makan marched in mid-host, and on his right was his brother Sharkan, and on his left the chamberlain his brother-in-law. So the squadrons broke up and pushed forward, and the battalions and companies filed past in battle array, till the whole army was in motion. They ceased not to fare on for the space of a month, and each body dismounted at its own ground, and there rested every week 3 days, for the host was great, and they advanced in this order till they came to the country of the Greeks. Then the people of the villages and hamlets and the poorer sort took fright at them and fled to Constantinople. But when King Afridun heard the tidings, he arose and betook himself to Zat al-Dawai, the same who had contrived the stratagem, and had travelled to Baghdad and had slain King Omar bin al-Nu'man, and who after carrying off his slaves and Queen Sophia, had returned with them all to her native land. Now when she had been restored to her son, the King of Greece, and felt herself safe, she said to King Hardub, "Cool thine eyes, for I have avenged by blood the shame of thy daughter Abriza, and have killed Omar bin al-Nu'man and have brought back Sophia. So now let us go to the King of Constantinople and carry to him his daughter and acquaint him with what hath happened, that all of us be on guard and prepare our forces, and I will fare with thee to King Afridun, Lord of Constantinople, for I opine that the Muslims will not await our attack." Said Hardub, "Tarry thou till they draw near our country, that we may make us ready meantime and assemble our power." Accordingly they took to levying their forces and preparing for war, and, when the news of the Muslims' advance reached them, they were prepared for defense, and Zat al-Dawai had preceded them. Now when she and her son arrived at Constantinople, the King of Kings, Afridun, hearing of the approach of Hardub, King of the Greeks, came forth to meet him and asked how it was with him and the cause of his visit. So Hardub acquainted him with the cunning doings of his mother, Zat al-Dawai, how she had slain the Muslim king and recovered from him Queen Sophia, and had said, "The Muslims have assembled their forces and are on their way to attack us, wherefore it behoveth that we two join hands in single band and meet them." Now King Afridun rejoiced in the return of his daughter and the killing of King Omar bin al-Nu'man, and he sent to all countries seeking succor and acquainting the folk with the cause of slaying the Muslim king. So the Nazarene troops flocked to him, and 3 months were not passed ere the army of the Greeks was complete, besides which they joined themselves to him Franks from all their lands, French, Germans FN number 384, and Rugasans, FN number 385, with men of Zara, FN number 386, Venetians, Genoese, and all the hosts of the Yellow Faces FN number 387, and, when the gathering was at its full, earth was straitened on them by reason of their multitude. Then Afridun, the great king, ordered a march, so they set out and ceased not to defile through the city for 10 days. They fared on till they reached the Wadi Hais al-Nu'man, a broad-sided vale hard by the salt sea, where they halted 3 days, and on the 4th they were about to set out again, when news came that the army of al-Islam on them press, and the defenders of the faith of Muhammad, of men the best. So they halted in it other 3 days, and on the 8th they espied a dust cloud which towered till it walled the whole land, nor was an hour of the day past ere the dust began to drift and was torn to shreds in the lift, and pierced through its shades the starry radiance of lance and the white levy of blades. Presently there appeared beneath it the banners Islamitan and the ensigns Mohammedan, the horsemen urged forward, like the letting loose of seas that surged, clad in mail, as they were mackerel-back clouds which the moon enveil, whereupon the 2 hosts clashed, like 2 torrents on each other dashed. Eyes fell upon eyes, and the first to seek combat singular was the Wazir Dandan, he and the army of Syria, numbering 30,000 bridles, and with him were the general of the Turks, and the general of Dalim, Rustam and Bahram, amid 20,000 horse, behind whom came the men from the shores of the salt sea, clad in iron mail, as they were full moons that passed through a night o'ercast. Then the Nazarene host called out on Jesus and Mary, and the defiled FN number 388, cross, and they heaped themselves upon the Wazir Dandan and those with him of the Syrian host. Now all this was in pursuance of a stratagem devised by that ancient woman Zat al-Dawai, for, before his departure, King Afridan had gone into her and asked her, "How shall I do and what plan shall I pursue? It is thou hast caused this great distress to us." And she had answered, "O great King and mighty Cohen, FN number 389, I will teach thee a trick would baffle Abli himself, though he summoned to his assistance all his grisly hosts." And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 89th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious King, all this was a stratagem of the ancient woman, for that the King before his departure had gone to her and asked, 'How shall I do and what plan shall I pursue? It is thou hast caused this great distress to us.' And she had answered, 'O great King and mighty Cohen, I will teach thee a trick would baffle the devil himself though he summoned to his assistance all his grisly hosts. It is that thou send 50,000 men going down in ships, and sailing over the sea to the mountain of smoke, and then let them land and stir not till he standards of al-Islam come upon thee, when do thou up and at them. Then bid the troops from the seaward sally out upon the Muslims and take them in rear, whilst we confront them from the landward. So not one of them shall escape, and our sorrows shall tease and peace abide with us." Now the counsel of this ancient woman commended itself to King Afridan, and he replied, "Right is the recking thou reckest, O princess of wits and recourse of kings and Kohens warring for their blood wit." So when the army of al-Islam came upon them in Chat Valley, before they knew of it the flames began to burn up the tents and the swords in men's bodies to make rents. Then hurried up the army of Baghdad and Khorasan, who numbered 120,000 horse, with Zor al-Makan in the front of war. When the host of the infidels that lay by the sea saw them, they sallied out against them and followed in their tracks. And when Zor al-Makan espied this, he cried out to his men, "Turn back to the infidels, O people of the chosen apostle, and slay those who deny and hate the authority of the compassionating, but compassionate." So they turned and fought with the Christians. Then Sharkan marched up with another corps of the Muslim host, some 100,000 men, whilst the infidels numbered nigh upon 1,600,000 men. When the Muslims were united, their hearts were strengthened, and they cried out, saying, "Verily Allah hath promised us victory, and to the infidels hath assigned defeat." And they clashed together with sword and spear. Now Sharkan tear through rank and row and raged among the masses of the foe, fighting so fierce a fight as to make children grey grow. Nor did he cease tourneying among the infidel horde and working havoc among them with a keen-edged sword, shouting Allahu Akbar, Allah is most great, till he drove back the host to the coast. Then failed the force of the foe, and Allah gave victory to the faith of al-Islam, and folk fought folk, drunken without strong drink, till they slew of the infidels in this affair 45,000, while of the Muslims but 3,500 fell. Moreover, the Lion of the Faith, King Sharkan, and his brother, Zor al-Makan, slept not that night, but occupied themselves with congratulating their braves and with looking to the wounded and with assuring the army of victory and salvation and promise of reward in the world to come. Thus far concerning the Muslim, but as regards King Afridan, Lord of Constantinople and Sovereign of Rome, and Zat al-Dawai, they assembled the emirs of the host and said to them, "Verily, we had worked our will and solaced our hearts, but our overconfidence in our numbers, and that only, defeated us." Then quoth to them the Ancient One, the Lady of Calamities, "In very sooth naught shall profit you, except ye draw you nigh unto the Messiah and put your trust in the true belief, for, by the virtue of the Messiah, the whole strength of the Muslim host lieth in that Satan, King Sharkan." "Tomorrow," said King Afridan, I have resolved to draw up in battle array and to send out against them that redoubtable cavalier, Luca bin Shamelet, for if King Sharkan come forth as a champion to fight single-handed, our man will slay him and will slay the other Muslim knights, till not one is left. And I purpose this night to sacre you all with a holy incense. When the emirs heard these words they kissed the ground before him. Now the incense which he designated was the excrement of the chief patriarch, the denier, the defiler of the truth, and they sought for it with such instance, and they so highly valued it that the high priests of the Greeks used to send it to all the countries of the Christians in silken wraps after mixing it with musk and ambergris. Hearing of it, kings would pay 1,000 gold pieces for every dram, and they sent for and sought it to fumigate brides withal. And the chief priests and the great kings were wont to use a little of it as collyrium for the eyes and as a remedy in sickness and colic, and the patriarchs used to mix their own skite FN number 390 with it, for that the skite of the chief patriarch could not suffice for 10 countries. FN number 391, so, as soon as dawn was seen and the morning shone with its shine and sheen, the horsemen ran to the spears full keen, and King Afrid and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 90th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, as soon as dawn was seen and the morning shone with its shine and sheen, the horsemen ran to the spears full keen, and King Afrid summoned his chief knights and nobles and invested them with dresses of honour, and, drawing the sign of the cross on their brows, incensed them with the incense which as aforesaid was the skite of the chief patriarch, the Cohen, the heresiarch. This incensing done, he called for Luca bin Shamelet, surnamed the Sword of the Messiah, and, after fumigating him and rubbing his palate with a holy myrrh, caused him to snuff it and smeared his cheeks and anointed his moustaches with the rest. Now there was no stouter champion in the land of Roum than this accursed Luca, nor any better at bending of bow or sway of sword or lunge with lance on the day of Jivoya, but he was foul of favour, for his face was as the face of an ass, his shape that of an ape, and his look as the look of a malignant snake. His presence was grievuser than parting from the beloved make, and blacker than night was his blackness, and more fetid than the lion was his breath for foulness, more crooked than a bow was his crookedness, and grimmer than the leopard was his ugliness. And he was branded with the mark of the infidels on face. FN number 392. After this he came up to King Afrid and kissed his feet and stood before him, and the king said to him, I desire thou go out against Sharkan, king of Damascus, son of Omar bin al-Nu'man, and deliver us from this affliction. Quoth Luca, hearkening and obedience. And the king made the sign of the cross on his forehead and felt assured of help from heaven being near hand. Then Luca went out from the presence, and the accursed one mounted a sorrel horse. He was clad in a red robe and a hauberk of gold set with jewels, and he bore a trident spear, as he were the damned on the day of drewing out his host swore to daring. Then he rode forward, he and his horde of infidels, even as though they were driving to the fire, preceded by a herald, crying aloud in the Arabic tongue and saying, Ho, sect of Muhammad, upon whom be salutation and salvation, let none of you come out but your champion Sharkan, the sword of Al-Islam, Lord of Damascus in Sham FN number 393. Nor had he made an end of speaking, when arose a tumult in the plain. All the people heard the strain, and the whole moving bodies of the armies Twain called to mind the day of complain. Then the cowards trembled, and all necks turned towards the sound, and lo! It was King Sharkan, son of King Omar bin al-Nu'man. For when his brother, Zor al-Makan, saw that accursed one push out on the plain, and heard the pursue Ivant, he turned to Sharkan and said to him, Of a surety they seek for thee. Said he, should it so be, 'twere most pleasing to me. So when they made sure of the matter and heard the herald crying in the plain, Let none of you come out against me save Sharkan, they knew this cursed Luca to be champion of the land of Rum, who had sworn to sweep the earth clean of Muslims. Now he was one of the greatest of villains, a wretch who caused hearts to pain, and the Daemites, Turks and Kurds dreaded his might and main. Presently Sharkan drave at him like a lion angry grim, mounted on a courser like a wild gazelle flying snell and slim, and coming nigh to him made the spear he hent to shake as it were a darting snake, and recited these couplets. I have a sorrel steed, whose pride is faint to bear the rein, shall give thee what thou likest not and make thee feel his mane. I have a handy limber spear full bright and keen of point, upon whose shaft the dam of death her throny seat hath ta'en. I have a trenchant glaive of hind, and, when I bear its face of scabbard veil, from out its brow the rays of level rain. Luca understood not the sense of his speech, nor did he apprehend the vehemence of the verse, but he smote his forehead with his hand, in honour of the cross drawn thereon, and kissed it. Then he couched his throw spear and ran at Sharkan. But first he tossed the javelin with one hand in air to such height that it was lost to the spectators' sight, and, catching it with the other hand as do the jugglers, hurled it at Sharkan. It flew from his grasp like a shooting star, and folk clamoured and feared for Sharkan, but, as the spear flew near him, he put out his hand and caught it in full flight to the amazement of all who saw the sight. Then he shook it with the hand that took it till it was well nigh broken, and hurled it so high into the welkin that it disappeared from view. As it descended, he caught it again with the other hand, in less than the twinkling of an eye, and cried out from his heart core, saying, by the truth of him who created the sevenfold skies, I will assuredly make this cursed wight a byword for mankind to despise. Then threw he the throw spear at Luca, who thought to do as Sharkan had done, and put forth his hand to trend it in mid-flight, but Sharkan prevented him, and sped at him a second throw spear which smote him, and the point fell on his forehead, in the very centre of the sign of the cross, and Allah hurried his soul to the fire and dwelling place dire. FN number 394. But when the infidels saw Luca bin Shamlet fall slain, they buffeted their faces and they cried, Alas! And woe worth the day, and called for aid upon the abbots of the monasteries, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 91st night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the infidels saw Luca bin Shamlet fall slain, they buffeted their faces and cried, Alas! And woe worth the day, and called upon the abbots of the monasteries and cried, Where be the crosses? So the religious offered up prayers, and the Christians all drew together against Sharkan, and, brandishing their scimitars and lances, rushed forward to the attack. Then army met army, and breasts fell under hoof, whilst spear and sword ruled the day, and forearms and wrists grew weak, and the coursers seemed created without legs. FN number 395. Nor did the herald of war cease calling to fight, till arms were hoary and day took flight, and night came on with darkness dight. So the two hosts drew apart, whilst every brave staggered like a drunken knave, for that with so much cut and thrust they strave, and the place was choked with the slain, fell were the wounds, and the hurt knew not by whom they fell. Then Sharkan joined his brother, Zor al-Makan, and the Chamberlain and the Wazir Dandan, and said to them, Verily Allah hath opened a door for the infidels to fall. Praise be the Lord of the worlds one and all. Replied Zor al-Makan, Let us never cease to praise Allah, for that he hath dispelled trouble from the Arab and the Ajam. Indeed the folk, generation after generation, shall tell of thy daring do against the accursed Luca, the falsifier of the Evangel. FN number 396, of thy catching the throng spear in mid-flight, and how the enemy of Allah among men thou didst smite, and thy fame shall endure until the end of time. Then said Sharkan, Hark I, O Grand Chamberlain and doughty Captain. And he answered, Adsum. FN number 397, quoth Sharkan, Take with thee the Wazir Dandan and 20,000 horse, and lead them 7 parasangs towards the sea, and force the march till ye shall have come near the shore, and there remain only 2 parasangs between thee and the foe. Then ambush ye in the hollows of the ground till ye hear the tumult of the infidels disembarking from their ships, and the war cry from every side. Strike your rear, and ye know that the sabres have begun labour between us and them. And, when so ye see our troops falling back, as if defeated, and all the infidels following them, as well those in front as those from the seaward and the tents, do ye still lie in wait for them. But as soon as ye see the standard with the words, "There is no God but the God, and Muhammad is God's apostle, on whom be salutation and salvation," then up with the green banner, and do your endeavour and fall on the rear and shout, "Allahu Akbar! Allah is most great," and circle round that they may not interpose between the retreating army and the sea. He replied, "To hear is to obey," and forthright they agreed upon this matter, and they went forth. Now the chamberlain took with himself their Wazir Dandan and 20,000 men, even as Sharkan had commanded. As soon as dawned the morn, the troops sprung to horse when they had donned their armour gear and drawn the scimitar and slung the spear. Then the Christians dispread themselves over hill and dale, and the ecclesiasts FN number 398 cried out, and all heads were bared, and those in the ships hoisted the cross at their mastheads and began making for shore from every side, and landed their horses and get them ready for fight and fray, whilst the sword blades glittered bright and the javelins glanced like heavy light on mail shirt white, and all joined fight, and the grind mill of death whirled round and ground those who fought from horse and ground. Heads from bodies flew, and tongues mute grew, and eyes no vision knew. Scimitars strave with utmost strain, and heads flew over the battle plain. Gall bladders crave, and wrists were shorn in twain. Steeds plashed in pools of gore, and beards were gripped right sore. The host of Al-Islam called out, saying, "On the Prince of mankind be blessings and peace, and to the compassionate glory and praise, which ne'er shall cease, for his boons which I increase." And the host of the infidels shouted, "Glory to the cross and the belt and the vine press juice, and the wine presser and the priests and the monks and the festival of palms and the metropolitan." Now Zor al-Makan and Sharkan held back, and their troops gave way in feigned flight from before the enemy, while the infidel array pressed hard upon them, deeming them in rout, and made ready to foin and hew. Then the Mayini of the Muslims raised their voices, reciting the first verses of the chapter of the cow, FN number 399, whilst the dead were trampled under hoofs of steeds, and the heralds of the Greeks cried out, "Ho, servants of the Messiah! Ho, people of the true faith! Ho, followers of the primate!" FN number 400, verily divine grace upon you opes, for see, the hosts of Al-Islam like birds with broken wings incline to lope. So turn ye not to them your backs, but let your swords cleave deep in their necks, and hold not your hands from them, else are ye outcasts from the Messiah, Mary's son, who spoke even when a cradled one. FN number 401, now Afridan, king of Constantinople, deemed that the infidels were victorious, knowing not that this was but a clever stratagem of the Muslims, and sent to King Hardub of whom congratulations on success, adding, "Availed us naught but the holy myrrh of the arch-patriarch, whose fragrance exhaled from the beards and mustachios of the slaves of the cross near and far, and I swear, by the miracles of the Messiah, and by thy daughter Abriza, the Nazarene, the Mariolator, and by the waters of baptism, that I will not leave upon the earth a single defender of Al-Islam. And to the bitter end will I carry out this plan." So the messenger betook himself with the address to King Hardub, whilst the infidels called to one another, saying, "Take we vengeance, wreak for lucre." And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 92nd night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the infidels called to one another, saying, Take we vengeance, wreak for lucre." While Hardub king of Greece cried aloud, "Ho, to our revenge for Abriza." Thereupon King Zor al-Makan shouted, "Ho, servants of the requiting king, smite the children of denial and disobedience with the blanch of sword and the brown of spear." So the Muslims returned to the infidels and plied them with the keen-edged scimitar, whilst the herald cried aloud, "Up, and at the foes of the faith, all ye who love the Prophet elect, with hope of salvation on the day of fear, to win favour of the bountiful, the forgiving one, for verily the garden of paradise is under the shadow of swords." And behold, Sharkan and his men charged down upon the infidels and cut off their retreat and wheeled and tourneyed among the ranks, when lo! A knight of goodly presence opened a passage through the army of unbelievers and circled hither and thither amongst the deniers, cutting and thrusting and covering the ground with heads and trunks, so that the faithless feared him and their necks bent under his lungent hew. He was girt with 2 swords, his glances and his brand, and he was armed with 2 lances, one of bamboo cane and the other his straight wand-like shape, and his flowing hair stood him instead of many warriors, even as saith the poet. Lord, not long hair, FN number 402, except it be dispread in 2-fold locks, on day of fight and fray, or youth who bears his lance twixt flank and thigh, from many a whisker at night to win the day. And as singeth another, I say to him, what while he slings his sword, for sword shall serve those looks that sword-like show. Says he, my sabre looks for those I love, my sword for those who sweets of love know. When Sharkan saw him, he said to him, I conjure thee by the Quran and the attributes of the Compassionate One, O champion of the champions. Tell me who thou art, for verily by thy deeds this day thou hast pleased the requiting king, whom one thing distracteth not from other thing, in that thou hast been discomforting the children of impiety and in rebellion revelling. Then cried the cavalier to him saying, Thou art he who madest brother covenant with me but yesterday, how quickly thou hast forgotten me. Thereupon he withdrew his mouth veil, FN number 403, so that what was hidden of his beauty was disclosed, and lo! It was none other than Zor al-Makan. Then Sharkan rejoiced in his brother, save that he feared for him the rush of fighting and the crush of braves smiting, and this for 2 reasons, the first, his tender age and exposure to the evil eye, and the second, that his safety was to the kingdom the greater of the 2 overshadowing wings. So he said to him, O king, thou riskest thy life, so join thy steed to mine, in very sooth I fear for thee from the foe. And better thou stint hazarding thyself forth of these squadrons, that we may shoot at the enemy thine unerring shaft. Quoth Zor al-Makan, I desire to even thee in fray, and I will not be niggard of myself before thee in the melee. Then the host of al-Islam, heaping itself upon the infidels, girt them on all sides, warred on them a right holy war, and brake the power of the children of impiety and pride and stour. But King Afridun sighed when he saw the evil wreak that had fallen on the Greek, and they turned their backs from fight and addressed themselves to flight, making for the ships, when lo! there came out upon them from the sea-coast another host, led by the minister Dandan, the champion who was wont to make champions bite the dust, and to lay load on them with cut and thrust. Nor less came forth the Emir Bahram, lord of the provinces of Sham, amid 20,000 horse doughty of arm, and the host of al-Islam pressed them in front and on flank and wrought them grievous harm. Then a body of the Muslims turned against those who in the ships remained, and perdition on them reigned, till they threw themselves into the main, and they slew of them many slain, more than 100,000 noblemen, nor was one of their champions, great or small, saved from bale and bane. Moreover, they took their ships, with all the money and treasure and cargo, save a score of keel, and the Muslims got that loot whose like was never gotten in bygone years, nor was such cut and thrust ever heard of by men's ears. FN number 404. Now amongst the booty were 50,000 horses, besides treasure and spoil past reckoning and arithmetic, whereat the Muslims rejoiced with an exceeding joy, for that Allah had given them victory and protection. Such was the case with them, but as regards the fugitive infidels, they soon reached Constantinople, whither the tidings preceded them that King Afridun had prevailed over the Muslims. So quoth the ancient dame, Zat al-Dawahi, I know that my son Hardub, king of Rum, is no renegade and that he feareth not the Islamitic hosts, but will restore the whole world to the Nazarene faith. Then she bade the great king, Afridan, give command that the city be decorated, and the people held festival high and drank their wines drunkenly and knew not the decrees of destiny. Now whilst they were in the midst of their rejoicings, behold, the raven of doom and downfall croaked over them, and up came the 20 fugitive ships wherein was the king of Sisera. So King Afridan, lord of Constantinople, met them on the seashore, and they told him all that had befallen them from the Muslim, and they wept sore and groaned and moaned, and rejoicing at weal was turned into dismay for unheal, and they informed him concerning Lucas son of Shamlet, how calamity had betided him and how death had shot him with his shaft. Thereat the horrors of doomsday rose upon King Afridan, FN number 405, and he knew that there was no making straight the crook. Then came up from them the sound of weeping and wailing, the city was full of men mourning and the keepers were keening, and sighs and cries were heard from all sides. And when King Hardub of Greece met King Afridan he told him the truth of the case and how the flight of the Muslims was by way of stratagem and deceit, and said to him, Look not to see any of the army, save those who have already reached thee. When King Afridan heard these words he fell down in a fainting fit, with his nose under his feet, and, as soon as he revived, he exclaimed, Surely the Messiah was wroth with them that he caused the Muslims to prevail over them. Then came the Arch-Patriarch sadly to the king, who said to him, O our father, annihilation hath overtaken our army and the Messiah hath punished us. Replied the Patriarch, Grieve not nor feel concerned, for it cannot be but that one of you have sinned against the Messiah, and all have been punished for his offense. But now we will read prayers for you in the churches, that the Mohammedan hosts may be repelled from you. After which the old woman, Zat al-Dawahi, came to Afridan and said to him, O king, verily the Muslim hosts are many, and we shall never overcome them save by wile. Wherefore I purpose to work upon them by guile and repair to this army of al-Islam. Haply I may win my wish of their leader and slay their champion, even as I slew his father. If my stratagem succeed in his case, not one of the host he leads shall return to his native land, for all are strong only because of him, but I desire to have some Christian dwellers of Syria, such as go out every month and year to sell their goods, that they may help me, for this they can do, in carrying out my plan. Replied the king, Be it so whenever thou wilt. So she bade fetch 100 men, natives of Najran, FN number 406, in Sham, and the king asked them, Have ye not heard what hath befallen the Christians with the Muslims? Yes, answered they, and he rejoined, Know ye that this woman hath devoted her life to the Messiah and purposeth to go forth with you, disguised as monotheists and Mohammedans, to work out a device which shall profit us and hinder the Muslim from us. Say, then, are ye also willing to devote yourselves to the anointed, and I will give you a quintal of gold? FN number 407, He of you who escapeth shall have the money, and him of you who dieth will the Messiah reward. O king, replied they, we will devote our lives to the Messiah, and we will be thy sacrifice. Thereupon the old woman took all she had required of aromatic roots and placed them in water which she boiled over the fire till the black essence of them was extracted. She waited till the decoction was cold, then dipped the corner of a long kerchief therein and stained her face therewith. Moreover, she donned over her clothes a long gabardine with an embroidered border and took in her hand a rosary, and afterwards went in to King Afridan, who knew her not, nor did any of his companions know her, till she discovered herself to them, and there was none in the assembly but who thanked and praised her for her cunning, and her son rejoiced and said, May the Messiah never fail thee. Thereupon she took with her the Syrian Christians, and set out for the army of Baghdad. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 93rd night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when King Afridun heard these words, he fell into a fainting fit with his nose under his feet, and, as soon as he revived, fear fluttered the scrotum FN number 408, below his belly, and he complained to the ancient dame, Zat al-Dawai. Now this accursed old woman was a witch of the witches, past mistress in sorcery and deception, wanton and wily, debauched and deceptious, with foul breath, red eyelids, yellow cheeks, dull brown face, eyes bleared, mangy body, hair grizzled, back humped, skin withered and wan, and nostrils which ever ran. But she had studied the scriptures of Al-Islam and had made the pilgrimage to the holy house of Mecca, and all this that she might come to the knowledge of the Mohammedan ordinances and the miraculous verses of the Quran, and she had professed Judaism in the holy city of Jerusalem FN number 409, for 2 years' space, that she might master the magic of men and demons, so that she was a plague of plagues and a pest of pests, wrong-headed as to belief and to no religion thief. Now the chief reason of her sojourn with her son, King Hardub of Greece, was on account of the slave virgins at his court, for she was given to tribadism FN number 410, and could not exist without sapphism or she went mad, so if any damsel pleased her, she was wont to teach her the art of rubbing clitoris against clitoris and would anoint her with saffron FN number 411, till she fainted away for excess of volupty. Whoso obeyed her she was wont to favour and make her son incline towards her, but whoso rebelled her she would contrive to destroy, and so she abode for a length of time. This was known to Marjana and Rehana and Dutraja, the handmaids of Abriza, and their princess loathed the old woman and abhorred to lie with her, because of the rank smell from her armpits, the stench of her fizzles more fetid than carrion, and the roughness of her hide coarser than palm fibre. She was wont to bribe those who rubbed parts with her by means of jewels and instructions, but Abriza held aloof from her and sought refuge with the Omnipotent, the Omniscient, for, by Allah, right well quoth the poet. O thou who grovellest low before the great nor overfording lesser men dost blench, who gildest dross thy dear gathering, no otter scent disguises carrion stench. And now to return to the story of her stratagem and the woes of her working. Presently she departed, taking the chief Nazarenes with their hosts, and turned towards the army of the Muslims. Whereupon King Hardub went into King Afridun and said to him, O king, we have no need of the chief patriarch nor of his prayers, but will consult my mother's counsel and observe what she will do with her craft unending against the Muslim hosts. For these are marching with all their power, they will soon be upon us and they will encircle us on all sides. When King Afridun heard this, terror took hold upon his heart and he wrote letters, without stay or delay, to all the nations of the Nazarenes, saying, It behoveth none of the Messiahites or cross knights to hold back, especially the folk of the strongholds and forts, but let them all come to us, foot and horse, women and children, for the Muslim hosts already tread our soil. So haste ye, ere what we fear to us here appear. Thus much concerning them, but regarding the work of the old woman, Zat al-Dawai, when she went forth from the city with her suite, she clad them in the clothing of Muslim merchants, having provided herself with 100 mules carrying stuffs of Antioch, such as gold-woven satins and royal brocades and so forth. And she had taken a letter from King Afridun to the following effect: These be merchantmen from the land of Sham who have been with us, so it besitteth none to do them harm or hindrance, nor take tax and tithe of them, till they reach their homes and safe places, for by merchants a country flourisheth, and these are no men of war nor of ill faith. Then quoth the accursed Zat al-Dawai to those with her, Verily I wish to work out a plot for the destruction of the Muslim. Replied they, O Queen, command us whatso thou wilt, we are at thy disposal, and may the Messiah never disappoint thy dealings. Then she donned a gown of the fine white wool and rubbed her forehead, till she made a great mark as of a scar and anointed it with an ointment of her own fashion, so that it shone with prodigious sheen. Now the old hag was lean-bodied and hollow-eyed, and she bound her legs tightly round with cords FN number 412, just above her feet, till she drew near the Muslim camp, when she unwound them, leaving their marks deeply embedded in her ankles. Then she anointed the wheels with dragon's blood and bade her companions beat her with a severe beating, and set her in a chair stand. Quoth she, "Cry abroad the refrain of unity, FN number 413, nor fear from retort of damage." Replied they, "How can we beat thee, who be a sovereign lady, Zat al-Dawai, mother of the king we glory in?" Then said she, "We blame not nor deal reproach to him who goeth to the jakes, and in need evil becometh good deed. When ye have set me in the chest, take it and make it one of the bales and place it on muleback and fare forth with it and the other goods through the Muslim camp, and fear ye no blame. And if any of the Muslims hinder you, give up the mules and their lading and betake yourselves to the king, Zor al-Makan, and implore his protection, saying, We were in the land of the infidels and they took nothing from us, but wrote us a passport, that none shall do us hindrance or work our mischance. If he ask you, What profit has ye of your property in the land of Roum? Answer him, We profited in the deliverance of a pious man, who had been bound down in an underground cell nigh 15 years, crying out for help, yet none helped him. Nay, the infidels tortured him night and day. We knew not this, but, after we had tarried in Constantinople for some time, having sold our goods and bought others in their stead, we determined on and made ready for a return to our native land. We spent that night conversing about our journey, and when day broke, we saw figured upon the wall a human form, and as we drew nigh it, behold, it moved and said, O Muslims, is there amongst you one who is minded to woo the favor of the Lord of the three worlds? FN number 414, how so? Asked we, and the figure answered, Know that Allah hath made me speak to you, to the intent that your faith be fortified, and that your belief embolden you, and that you may go forth of the country of the infidels and repair to the Muslim host, for with them wongs the sword of the compassionate one, of our age the champion, King Sharkan, by whom ye shall conquer Constantinople town and destroy the sect of the Nazarene. And when ye shall have journeyed 3 days, you will find an hermitage known as the Hermitage of the Ascetic Matrina, FN number 415, and containing a cell. Visit it with pure intent and contrive to arrive there by force of will, for therein is a religious from the holy city, Jerusalem, by name Abdullah, and he is one of the devoutest of mankind, endowed with the power of working saintly miracles. FN number 416. Such as dispel doubts and obscurity. Certain of the monks seized him by fraud and shut him up in a souterrain where he hath lain a long time. By his deliverance you will please the Lord of faithful men, for such release is better than fighting for the faith. Now when the ancient dame and those with her had agreed upon such words, she said, As soon as that which I impart shall reach the ears of King Sharkan, say him further. Hearing this from that image we knew that the holy man and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 94th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the old woman, Zat al-Dawai, and those with her had agreed upon such words, she said, Now as soon as that which I impart shall reach the ears of King Sharkan, say him further. Hearing these words from that image we knew that the holy man was indeed of the chiefest devotees and Allah's servants of purest qualities. So we made 3 days' march till we came in sight of that hermitage, and then we went up to it and passed the day in buying and selling, as is the wont of merchants. As soon as day had departed our sight and night was come to darken light, we repaired to the cell wherein was the dungeon, and we heard the holy man, after chanting some verses of the Quran, repeat the following couplets. My heart disheartened is, my breast is strait, and sinks my soul in sea of bale and bait. Unless escape be near I soon shall die, and death were better than this doleful strait. O lightning, and thou light my home and folk, and their still brighter gems thy shine abate. Say, what my path to meet them, being barred by wars, and barricaded Succor's gate. Apostrophe. When once ye have brought me into the Muslim camp, and I mix with them you shall see, the old woman continued, how I will make shift to beguile them and slay them all, even to the last man. The Nazarenes, hearing what she said, kissed her hands and set her in the chest, after they had beaten her with a grievous beating in obedience to her commands, for they saw it was incumbent on them to do her bidding in this. Then they all made for the Muslim host as hath erst been said. Such was the case with the damned hag, Zat al-Dawi and her companions, but as regards the Mohammedan army, they indeed, after Allah had given them victory over their enemies and they had plundered everything in the ships of money and hoards, all sat down to converse with one another, and Zor al-Makan said to his brother Sharkan, Verily, Allah hath granted us to prevail because of our just dealing and discipline and concord amongst ourselves, wherefore continue, O Sharkan, to obey my commandment, in submission to Allah, be he exalted and extolled, for I mean to slay 10 kings in blood revenge for my sire, to cut the throat of 50,000 Greeks and to enter Constantinople. Replied Sharkan, my life be thy ransom against death. Needs must I follow out the holy war, though I won many a year in their country. But I have, O my brother, in Damascus a daughter, named Quzia, whom I love heartily, for she is one of the marvels of the time, and she will soon be of age. Said Zor al-Makan, and I also have left my wife with child and near her time, nor do I know what Allah will vouchsafe me by her. But promise me, O my brother, that if Allah bless me with a son, thou wilt grant me thy daughter for wife to him, and make covenant with me and pledge me thy faith thereon. With love and goodwill, replied Sharkan, and, stretching out his hand to his brother, he said, if she bring thee a son, I will give him my daughter Quzia to wife. At this Zor al-Makan rejoiced, and they fell to congratulating each other on the victory over the enemy. And the Wazir Dandan also congratulated the 2 brothers and said to them, Know, O ye kings, that Allah hath given us the victory, for that we have devoted our lives to him, be he exalted and extolled, and we have left our homes and households, and it is my counsel that we follow up the foe and press upon him and harass him, so haply Allah shall enable us to win our wishes, and we shall destroy our enemies, branch and root. If it please you, do ye go down in these ships and sail over the sea, whilst we fare forward by land and bear the brunt of battle and the thrust of fight. And the minister Dandan ceased not to urge them to combat and repeated his words, who said, To slay my foes is chiefest bliss I wist, and on the courser's back be borne a list, comes promising tryst a messenger from friend full oft, when comes the friend with hardened wrist. And these words of another, War for my mother, and I live, I'll take, spear for my brother, cimeter for sire, with every shag-haired brave who meets his death smiling, till won from doom his dear desire. And when the Wazir rendered his verses, he said, Praise be to him who aided us dear victory to uphold, and who hath given us spoil of silver and fine gold. Then Zor al-Makan commanded the army to depart, and they fared on forcing their marches for Constantinople, till they came to a wide and spacious champaign, full of all things fair and fain, with wild cattle frisking and gazelles pacing to and fro across the plain. Now they had traversed great deserts, and drink had been 6 days cut off from them, when they drew near this meadow and saw therein waters founting and ripe fruits staunting, and that land as it were paradise, for it had donned its adornments and decked itself. FN number 417, gently waved the branches of its trees drunken with the new wine of the dew, and combined with the nectar of Tasnim the soft breathings of the morning breeze. Mind and gazer were confounded by its beauty, even as saith the poet. Behold this lovely garden. 'Tis as though spring o'er its frame her greeny cloak had spread. Looking with fleshly ear, thou shalt but sight a lake whose waters balance in their bed, but look with spirit eyes and lo, shalt see glory in every leaf o'er waves by head. And as another saith, the streams a cheek by sunlight rosy dyed, whose down FN number 418, is creeping shade of tamarisk stems, round legs of tree trunks, waveless roll in rings silvern, and blossoms are the diadems. When Zor al-Makan saw this champaign, with its trees bowing and its flowers blooming and its birds warbling, he called to his brother Sharkan and said, O my brother, verily in Damascus is naught the like of this place. We will not march from it save after 3 days, that we may take rest ourselves and that the army of al-Islam may regain strength and their souls be fortified to encounter the blamed infidels. So they halted therein, and while camping, behold, they heard a noise of voices from afar, and Zor al-Makan asked the cause thereof, and was answered that a caravan of merchants from the land of Syria had halted to rest, and that the Muslim troops had come on them and had happily seized something of the goods which they had brought from the country of the infidels. After a while up came the merchants, crying out and appealing to the king for aidance. When Zor al-Makan saw this, he bade them be brought before him, and, when in presence, they said to him, O king, we have been in the country of the infidels and they plundered us of nothing. Why then do our brothers the Muslims despoil our goods, and we in their own land? Of a truth, when we saw your troops, we went up to them and they robbed us of what we had with us, and we have now reported to thee all that hath befallen us. Thereupon they brought out to him the letter of the king of Constantinople, and Sharkan read it and said, We will presently restore to you what hath been taken from you, but yet it behoveth you not to carry merchandise to the country of the infidels. Replied they, O our Lord, in very sooth Allah dispatched us thither that we might win what Ghazi FN number 419, never won the like of, not even thou in all thy razzias. Asked Sharkan, What was it ye won? O king, answered they, we will not tell thee save in private. For if this matter be noised among the folk, haply it may come to the ears of some, FN number 420, and this will be the cause of our ruin and of the ruin of all Muslims who resort to the land of the Greeks. Now they had hidden the chest wherein was the damned at Al-Dawai. So Zor al-Makan and his brother brought them to a private place, where they laid bare to both of them the story of the devotee, and wept till they made the 2 kings weep. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 95th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the Nazarenes who wore merchants' weed, when brought to a private place by Zor al-Makan and his brother Sharkan, laid bare to both of them the story of the devotee and wept till they made the 2 kings weep, and repeated to them all which had been taught by the old witch Zat al-Dawai. Thereupon Sharkan's heart yearned to the devotee, and he was moved to ruth for him, and was fired with zeal for the service of Almighty Allah. So quoth he to them, Did ye rescue this holy man, or is he still in the hermitage? Quoth they, We delivered him and slew the hermit, fearing for our lives. After which we made haste to fly for dread of death, but a trusty man told us that in this hermitage are quintals of gold and silver and stones of price. Then they fetched the chest and brought out the accursed old woman, as she were a casapod FN number 421, for excess of blackness and leanness, and she was laden with the same fetters and shackles. When Zor al-Makan and the bystanders saw her, they took her for a man of the best of Allah's devotees and surpassing in pious qualities, more especially because of the shining of her forehead for the ointment wherewith she had anointed her face. So Zor al-Makan and Sharkan wept sore, then they rose up in honor and kissed her hands and feet, sobbing aloud, but she signed to them and said, Cease this weeping and hear my words. Hereat they dried their tears in obedience to her bidding, and she said, Know ye both that I was content to accept what my Lord did unto me, for I kenned that the affliction which befell me was a trial from him, be he exalted and extolled, and whoso hath not patience under calamity and tribulation, for him there is no coming to the delights of paradise. I had indeed supplicated him that I might return to my native land, not as a compensation for the sufferings decreed to me, but that I might die under the horse hoofs of warriors fighting for the faith who, being slain in fray, live again without suffering death. FN number 422. Then she repeated the following couplets. Our fort is tall, FN number 423, and flames the fire of fight. Moses art thou, and this is time for aid. Cast down thy rod, 'twill swallow all they wrought, nor dread for man the ropes be vipers made. FN number 424. For chapters read on fight day lines of foes, and on their necks grave visets. FN number 425, with thy blade. When the old woman had ended her verse, her eyes overflowed with tears, and her forehead under the unguent shone like gleaming light, and Sharkan rose and kissed her hand and caused food be brought before her, but she refused it, saying, I have not broken my fast by day for 15 years, and how should I break it at such a time when my Lord hath been bountiful to me in delivering me from the captivity of the infidels and removing from me that which was more grievous to me than torment of fire. I will wait till sundown. So when it was nightfall, Sharkan and Zor al-Makan came and served her with food and said, Eat, O ascetic. But she said, This is no time for eating, it is the time for worshipping the requiting king. Then she stood up in the prayer niche and remained praying till the night was spent, and she ceased not to do after this fashion for 3 days and nights, sitting not but at the time of the solemn salutation FN number 426, ending with several prayers. When Zor al-Makan saw her on this wise, firm belief in her get hold of his heart, and he said to Sharkan, Cause a tent of perfumed leather to be pitched for this religious, and appoint a body servant to wait upon him. On the 4th day she called for food, so they brought her all kinds of meats that could seduce the sense or delight the sight, but of all this she would eat only a scone with salt. Then she again turned to her fast, and, as the night came, she rose anew to pray, when Sharkan said to Zor al-Makan, Verily, this man carrieth renunciation of the world to the extreme of renouncing, and, were it not for this holy war, I would join myself to him and worship Allah in his service, till I came before his presence. And now I desire to enter his tent and talk with him for an hour. Quoth Zor al-Makan, And I also, tomorrow we sally forth to fight against Constantinople, and we shall find no time like the present. Said the Wazir Dandan, And I no less desire to see this ascetic. Haply he will pray for me that I find death in this holy war and come to the presence of my Lord, for I am weary of the world. So as soon as night had darkened, they repaired to the tent of that witch, Zat al-Dawai, and, seeing her standing to pray, they drew near her and fell a-weeping for pity of her, but she paid no heed to them till midnight was past, when she ended her orisons by pronouncing the salutation. Then she turned to them, and after wishing them long life, asked them, Wherefore come ye? Whereto they answered, O thou holy man! Didst thou not hear a sweep round thee? She rejoined, To him who standeth in the presence of Allah, remaineth no existence in time, either for hearing any or for seeing aught about him. Quoth they, We would have thee recount to us the cause of thy captivity, and pray for us this night, for that will profit us more than the possession of the Constantinople. Now when she heard their words she said, By Allah, were ye not the emirs of the Muslims, I would not relate to you aught of this at any time, for I complain not but to Allah alone. However, to you I will relate the circumstances of my captivity. Know, then, that I was in the saintly city of Jerusalem with certain ecstatics and inspired men, and did not magnify myself among them, for that Allah, be he exalted and extolled, had endowed me with humility and abnegation, till I chanced to go down to the sea one night and walked upon the water. Then entered into me pride, whence I know not, and I said to myself, Who like me can walk the water? And my heart from that time hardened, and Allah afflicted me with the love of travel. So I journeyed to Roomland and visited every part for a whole year, and left no place but therein I worshipped Allah. When I came to this spot, FN number 427, I clomb the mountain and saw there an hermitage, inhabited by a monk called Matrubina, who, when he sighted me, came out and kissed my hands and feet, and said, Verily, I have seen thee since thou entradest the land of the Greeks, and thou hast filled me with longing for the land of Al-Islam. Then he took my hand and carried me into that hermitage, and brought me to a dark room, and, when I entered it unawares, he locked the door on me and left me the 40 days, without meat or drink, for it was his intent to kill me by delay. It chanced one day, that a knight called Deaconess FN number 428, came to the hermitage, accompanied by 10 squires and his daughter Tamazel, a girl whose beauty was incomparable. When they entered that hermitage, the monk Matruina told them of me, and the knight said, Bring him out, for surely there is not on him a bird's meal of meat. So they opened the door of the dark room and found me standing in the niche, praying and reciting the Quran and glorifying Allah and humbling myself before the Almighty. When they saw me in this state, Matruina exclaimed, This man is indeed a sorcerer of the sorcerers, and hearing his words, they all came in on me, Deaconess and his company withal, and they beat me with a grievous beating, till I desired death and reproached myself, saying, This is his reward who exalteth himself and who prideth himself on that which Allah hath vouchsafed to him, beyond his own competence. And thou, O my soul, verily self-esteem and arrogance have crept into thee. Dost thou not know that pride angereth the Lord and hardeneth the heart and bringeth men to the fire? Then they laid me in fetters and returned me to my place, which was the dungeon underground. Every 3 days, they threw me down a scone of barley bread and a draught of water, and every month or 2 the knight came to the hermitage. Now his daughter Tamazel had grown up, for she was 9 years old when I first saw her, and 15 years passed over me in captivity, so that she had reached her 24th year. There is not in our land nor in the land of the Greeks a fairer than she, and her father feared lest the king take her from him, for she had vowed herself to the Messiah and rode with Deaconess in the habit of a cavalier, so that albeit none might compare with her in loveliness, no one who saw her knew her for a woman. And her father had laid up his monies in this hermitage, every one who had aught of price or treasured hoard being wont to deposit it therein, and I saw there all manner of gold and silver and jewels and precious vessels and rarities, none may keep count of them save Almighty Allah. Now ye are worthier of these riches than those infidels, so lay hands on that which is in the hermitage and divide it among the Muslims, and especially on fighters in the holy war. When these merchants came to Constantinople and sold their merchandise, that image which is on the wall spoke to them, by grace of a marvel which Allah granted to me. So they made for that hermitage and slew Matruina, after torturing him with most grievous torments, and dragging him by the beard, till he showed them the place where I was, when they took me and found no path but flight for dread of death. Now tomorrow night Tamazel will visit that hermitage as is her habit, and her father and his squires will come after her, as he feareth for her. So, if ye would witness these things, take me with you, and I will deliver to you the monies and the riches of the knight Deaconess which be in that mountain, for I saw them bring out vessels of gold and silver to drink therefrom, and I heard a damsel of their company sing to them in Arabic and well away, that so sweet a voice should not be busied in chanting the Quran. If, then, ye will, enter into that hermitage and hide there against the coming of Deaconess and his daughter, and take her, for she is fit only for the king of the age, Sharkan, or King Zor al-Makan. Thereat they all rejoiced with the exception of the Wazir Dandan, who put scant faith in her story, for her words took no hold on his reason, and signs of doubt in her and disbelief showed in his face. FN number 429, yet he was confounded at her discourse, but he feared to speak with her for awe of the king. Then quoth the ancient dame, Zat al-Dawai, Verily, I fear lest the night come and, seeing these troops encamped in the meadow, be afraid to enter the hermitage. So Zor al-Makan ordered the army to march upon Constantinople and said, I have resolved to take with me 100 horse and many mules and make for that mountain, where we will load the beasts with the monies which be in the hermitage. Then he sent at once for the chief chamberlain whom they brought into the presence, and he summoned likewise the leaders of the Turks and Elamites, and said, As soon as it is dawn, do ye set forth for Constantinople, and thou, O chamberlain, shalt take my place in council and contrivance, while thou, O Rustam, shalt be my brother's deputy in battle. But let none know that we are not with you, and after 3 days we will rejoin you. Then he chose out 100 of the doughtiest riders, and he and Sharkan and the minister Dandan set out for the hermitage, and the 100 horsemen led the mules with chests for transporting the treasure. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 96th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Sharkan and his brother, Zor al-Makan and their wazir Dandan set off with 100 horse for the hermitage described to them by that accursed Zat al-Dawai, and they took with them mules and chests for transporting the treasure. Now as soon as dawned the morn, the chamberlain signalled to the host an order for departure, and they set out thinking that the 2 kings and the wazir were with them, knowing not that the 3 had made for the monastery. Such was the case with the host, that as regards the 2 kings and the minister, they tarried in their place till the end of that day. Now the infidels who were with Zat al-Dawai took their departure privily, after they had gone into her and kissed her hands and feet and obtained her leave to march. So she not only gave them permission but also taught them all she minded of wile and guile. And when it was dark night, she arose and went into Zor al-Makan and his companions and said to them, Come, let us set out for the mountain, and take with you a few men at arms. They obeyed her and left 5 horsemen at the foot of the mountain, whilst the rest rode on before Zat al-Dawai, who gained new strength for excess of joy, so that Zor al-Makan said, Glory be to him who sustaineth this holy man, whose like we never saw. Now the witch had written a letter to the king of Constantinople and dispatched it on the wings of a bird, FN number 430, acquainting him with what had passed and ending, I wish thee to send me 10,000 horsemen of the bravest of the Greeks and let them steal along the foot of the mountains with caution, lest the host of al-Islam get sight of them, and, when they reach the hermitage, let them ambush themselves there, till I come to them with the Muslim king and his brother, for I shall inveigle them and will bring them thither, together with the wazir and 100 horse and no more, that I may presently deliver to them the crosses which be in the hermitage. I am resolved to slay the monk Matruina, since my scheme cannot be carried out but by taking his life. If my plot work well, not one of the Muslims shall return to his own country, no, not a living wight nor one who blows the fire alight, and Matruina shall be a sacrifice for the followers of the Nazarene faith and the servants of the cross, and praise be to the Messiah, first and last. When this letter reached Constantinople, the keeper of the carrier pigeons carried it to King Afridan, to read it and forthwith inspected his host and equipped 10,000 cavaliers with horses and dromedaries and mules and provant and bade them repair to that hermitage and, after reaching the tower, to hide therein. Thus far concerning them, but as regards King Zor al-Makan and his brother Sharkan and the wazir Dandan and the escort, when they reached the hermitage they entered and met the monk Matruina, who came out to see who and what they were, whereupon quoth that pious man Zat al-Dawai, Slay this damned fellow. FN number 431. So they smote him with their swords and made him drink the cup of death. Then the accursed old woman carried them to the place of offerings and ex-votos, and brought out to them treasures and precious things more than she had described to them, and after gathering the whole together, they set the booty in chests and loaded the mules therewith. As for Tamazel, she came not, she or her father, for fear of the Muslims, so Zor al-Makan tarried there, awaiting her all that day and the next and a third, till Sharkan said to him, By Allah, I am troubled anent the army of al-Islam, for I know not what is become of them. His brother replied, And I also am concerned for them, We have come by this great treasure, and I do not believe that Tamaza or anyone else will approach the hermitage, after that befall which hath befallen the host of the Christians. It behoveth us, then, to content ourselves with what Allah hath given us and depart, so haply he will help us conquer Constantinople. Accordingly they came down from the mountain, while Zat al-Dawahi was impotent to oppose their march for fear of betraying her deceit, and they fared forwards till they reached the head of a defile, where the old woman had laid an ambush for them with the 10,000 horse. As soon as these saw the Muslims, they encircled them from all sides, couching lance and bearing the white saber blade, and the infidels shouted the watchword of their faithless faith and set the shafts of their mischief astring. When Zor al-Makan and his brother Sharkan and the minister Dandan looked upon this host, they saw that it was a numerous army and said, "Who can have given these troops information of us?" Replied Sharkan, "O my brother, this be no time for talk. This is the time for smiting with swords and shooting with shafts. So gird up your courage and hearten your hearts, for this strait is like a street with two gates, though, by the virtue of the Lord of Arabs and Ajams, were not the place so narrow I would bring them to naught, even though they were 100,000 men." Said Zor al-Makan, "Had we wotted this we would have brought with us 5,000 horse," and the Wazir Dandan continued, "If we had 10,000 horse they had availed us naught in these narrows, but Allah will succor us against them. I know this defile and its straightness, and I know there be many places of refuge in it, for I have been here on razzia with King Omar bin al-Nu'man, what while we besieged Constantinople. We abode in this place, and here is water colder than snow. So come, let us push out of this defile ere the infidel host increase on us and get the start of us to the mountain top, whence they will hurl down rocks upon us, and we powerless to come at them." So they began hurrying on to get out of those narrows, but the pious man, Zat al-Dawahi, looked at them and said, "What is it ye fear, ye who have vowed yourselves to the Lord, and to working his will? By Allah, I abode imprisoned underground for 15 years, yet never gainsaid the Almighty in aught he did with me. Fight ye in Allah's way, so whoever of you is slain paradise shall be his abode, and whoso slayeth, his striving shall be to his honour." When they heard from the ascetic these words, their care and anxiety ceased from them and they stood firm till the infidels charged down from all sides, whilst the swords played upon their necks and the cup of death went round amongst them. The Muslims fought for the service of Allah a right good fight, and wrought upon his foes with sway of sword and lunge of lance, whilst Zor al-Makan smote upon the men and gad the knights spite the dust and their heads from their bodies take flight, 5 by 5 and 10 by 10, till he had done to death a number of them past numbering and unaccount beyond counting. Now while so doing, he looked at the accursed old woman who was waving her sword and heartening them, and all who feared fled to her for shelter, but she was also signing the infidels to slay Sharkan. So troop after troop rushed on him with design to do him die, but each troop that charged, he charged and drove back, and when another troop attacked him he repelled the assault with a sword in their backs, for he thought it was the devotee's blessing that gave him the victory, and he said in himself, "Verily on this holy men Allah looketh with eyes of his favour and strengtheneth my prowess against the infidels with the purity of his pious intent, for I see that they fear me and cannot prevail against me, but every one who assaileth me turneth tail and taketh flight." So they battled the rest of the day and, when night fell, the Muslims took refuge in a cave of the defile being weary with stress of war and cast of stone. And that day were slain of them 45. And when they were gathered together, they sought the devotee, but could find no trace of him, and this was grievous to them, and they said, "Belike, he hath died a martyr." Quoth Sharkan, "I saw him heartening the horsemen with divine instances and using as talisman verses of Holy Writ. Now while they were talking, behold, the accursed old woman, Zat al-Dawahi, stood before them, handing in hand the head of the chief captain of the 10,000 horse, a noble knight, a champion fierce in fight and a Satan for blight. One of the Turks had slain him with an arrow, and Allah hurried his soul to the fire, and when the infidels saw what that Muslim had done with their leader, they all fell on him and wrought his bane and hewed him in pieces with their swords, and Allah hurried his soul to heaven. Then the accursed old woman cut off that knight's head and brought it and threw it at the feet of Sharkan and Zor al-Makan and their Wazir Dandan. Now when Sharkan saw her, he sprang up hastily before her and exclaimed, "Praise be Allah for thy safety and for our sighting thee, O holy man and devout champion of the religion." Replied she, "O my son, I have sought martyrdom this day, and have thrown my life away amid the infidel array, but they feared me with dismay. When he dispersed, I waxed jealous for your honor, so I rushed on the chief knight their leader, albeit he was a match for 1,000 horse, and I smote him till I severed head from trunk. Not one of the infidels could near me, so I brought his head to you." And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 97th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the damned witch, Zat al-Dawai, took the head of the knight, the leader of the 20,000 infidels, she brought it and threw it down before Zor al-Makan and his brother Sharkan and the Wazir Dandan, saying, "When I saw your condition, I waxed jealous for your honor, so I rushed on the chief knight and smote him with the sword till I severed head from trunk. And none could near me, so I brought his head to you, that you may be strengthened in holy war and work out with your swords the will of the Lord of the faithful. And now I purpose leaving you to strive against the infidels, whilst I go to your army, though they be at the gates of Constantinople, and return with 20,000 horse to destroy these unfaithfuls." Quoth Sharkan, "How wilt thou pass to them, O thou holy man, seeing that the valley is blocked up on all sides by the miscreants?" Quoth the accursed hag, "Allah will veil me from their eyes and they shall not sight me." FN number 432, "Nor, if any saw me, would he dare to attack me at that time, for I shall be as one non-existing, absorbed in Allah, and he will fend off from me his foes." "Thou sayest sooth, O holy man," rejoined Sharkan, "for indeed I have been witness of that, so, if thou canst pass out at the first of the night, 'twill be best for us." Replied she, "I will set out at this very hour and, if thou desire, thou shalt go with me and none shall see thee. Furthermore, if thy brother also have a mind to go with us we will take him, but none else, for the shadow of a saint can cover only twain." Sharkan said, "As for me I will not leave my comrades, but, if my brother will, there is no harm in his going with thee and setting us free of this strait, for he is the stronghold of the Muslims and the sword of the Lord of the three worlds. And if it be his pleasure, let him take with him the Wazir Dandan, or whom else he may elect, and send us 10,000 horse to succor us against these caitiffs." So after debate they agreed on this, and the old woman said, "Give me leisure to go before you and consider the condition of the infidels, if they be asleep or awake." Quoth they, "We will not go forth save with thee and trust our affair to Allah." "If I do your bidding," replied she, "blame me not but blame yourselves, for it is my rede that you await me till I bring you tidings of the case." Then said Sharkan, "Go to them and delay not from us, for we shall be awaiting thee." Thereupon she fared forth, and Sharkan turned to his brother addressing him and said, "Were not this holy man a miracle worker, he had never slain yonder furious knight. This is proof sufficient of the ascetic's power, and of a truth the pride of the infidels is laid low by the slaying of this cavalier, for he was violent, an evil devil and a stubborn." Now whilst they were thus devising of the mighty works of the devotee, behold, the accursed Zat al-Dawai came upon them and promised them victory over the unbelievers, wherefore they thanked her, not knowing that all this was wile and guile. And the damned hag asked, "Where be the king of the age, Zor al-Makan, and the minister Dandan?" Answered he, "Here am I." "Take with thee thy Wazir," said she, "and follow after me, that we may fare forth to Constantinople." Now she had acquainted the infidels with the cheat she had put upon the Muslims, and they rejoiced with exceeding great joy, and said, Our hearts will not be contented till we shall have slain their king in return for the knight's death, because we had no stouter rider than he. And they added, bespeaking the ill-omened hag as she told them her plan of faring to the land of the Muslims, When thou bringest him to us, we will bear him to King Afridun. Then she went out with her Zor al-Makan and the minister Dandan, and she walked on before the two saying, Fare forth with the blessing of Almighty Allah. So they did her bidding, for the shaft of fate and fortune of man's lot had shot them, and she ceased not leading them both through the midst of the Grecian camp, till they came to the defile, the narrow pass aforesaid, whilst the infidel enemy watched them, but did them no hindrance, for the infernal old woman had enjoined this. Now when Zor al-Makan and the Wazir Dandan saw that the infidel host offered them no let and stay and yet had them in sight, their Wazir exclaimed, By Allah, this is one of the holy man's saintly miracles, and doubtless he be of the elect. Rejoined Zor al-Makan, By Allah, I think the infidels be naught but blind, for we see them and they see us not. And while they were thus praising the holy man and recounting his mighty works and his piety and his prayers, behold, the infidels charged down on them from all sides and surrounded them and seized them, saying, Is there anyone else with you twain, that we may seize upon him too? And the Wazir Dandan replied, See you not yonder the man that is before us? Replied the unbelievers, By the truth of the Messiah and the monks, and the primate and the metropolitan, we see none save you two. Then Zor al-Makan said, By Allah, this is a chastisement decreed to us by Almighty Allah. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 98th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the unfaithful had seized upon King Zor al-Makan and the Wazir Dandan, they said to the two, Is there anyone else with you twain, that we may seize upon him also? And the Wazir Dandan replied, See you not yonder the man who be with us? They rejoined, By the truth of the Messiah and the monks and the primate and the metropolitan, we see none save you two. Then the infidels laid shackles on their feet and set men to guard them during the night, whilst Zat al-Dawahi fared on and disappeared from their sight. So they fell to lamenting and saying to each other, Verily, the opposing of pious men leadeth to greater distress than this, and we are punished by the strait which hath befallen us. So far concerning Zor al-Makan and the Wazir Dandan, but as regards King Sharkan, he passed that night in the cavern with his comrades, and when dawned the day and he had prayed the morn prayer, he and his men made ready to do battle with the infidel, and he heartened them and promised them all good. Then they sallied out till they were hard upon the unbelievers, and, when they saw them from afar, they cried out to them, saying, O Muslims, we have taken captives your Sultan and your Wazir who hath the ordering of your affairs, and except ye leave off fighting us, we will slay you to the last man, but an you yield yourselves we will take you to our king, who will make peace with you on condition that you quit our country and return home and harm us in naught, and we will do you no harm in aught. If ye accept, it will be well for you, but if ye refuse there remaineth nothing for you but death. So we have told you sooth, and this is our last word to you. Now when Sharkan heard this and was certified of the captivity of his brother and the Wazir Dandan, he was weighed down with woe and wept, his force failed him and, making sure of death, he said to himself, Would I knew the cause of their capture. Did they fail of respect to the holy man or disobey him, or what was the matter? Then they sprang up to battle with the unbelievers and slew great numbers of them. The brave was known that day from craven men, and sword and spear were dyed with bloody stain, for the infidels flocked upon them, as flies flock to drink, from hill and from plain. But Sharkan and his men ceased not to wage the fight of those who fear and not to die, nor let death hinder them from the pursuit of victory, till the valley ran core and earth was full of the slain she bore. And when night fell the armies separated, each making for his own place, and the Muslims returned to the cavern where gain and loss were manifest to them. Few remained of them, and there was no dependence for them but on Allah and the Scimitar. Now there had been slain of them that day 35 men of the chiefest emirs, and they had killed thousands of the infidels, footmen and fighters on horse. When Sharkan saw this, the case was grievous to him, and he asked his comrades, "What shall we do?" Whereto all answered, "That which Almighty Allah willeth shall befall us." On the morning of the second day, Sharkan said to the remnant of his troop, "If ye go forth to fight, not one of you will remain alive, and we have but little left of food and water, so I deem ye would do better to bear your brands and go forth and stand at the mouth of this cavern, to hinder any from entering. Haply the holy man may have reached the Muslim host, and may return with 10,000 horses to succor us in fight with the infidels, for belike the unfaithful may have failed to see him and those with him." They said, "This were the better course to take, and of its expediency no doubt we make." So the troop went out and held the cavern mouth standing by its walls, and every one of the infidels who sought to enter in, they slew. Thus did they fend off the foe from the gate of the cave, and they patiently supported all such assaults, till day was done and night came on dusky and done. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 99th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the army of the Muslims held the cavern mouth and stood by its walls, and they fended off the foe, and every one of the infidels attempted to charge them. Him they slew, and they patiently supported all such assaults till day was done and night came on dusky and done, by which time King Sharkan had only 25 men and no more left. Then quoth the infidels to one another, "When shall these battle days have an end? We are weary of warring the Muslims." And quoth one of them, "Up and at them, for there remain of them but 25 men. If we cannot prevail on them to fight, let us light a fire upon them." FN number 433. "And if they submit themselves and yield to us, we will take them prisoners, but if they refuse we will leave them for fuel to the fire, so shall they become to men of the foreseeing mind a warning dire. May the Messiah on their fathers have no grace, and may their sojourn of the Nazarenes be for them no abiding place." So they carried fuel to the jaws of the cavern and set fire to it. Thereupon Sharkan and his companions made sure of perdition and yielded themselves prisoners. And while they were in this condition, lo! The night their captain said to those who counselled their slaughter, "It is not for any save for King Afridun to kill them, that he may gratify his wrath. Therefore it behoveth us to keep them in durance by us till the morrow, when we will journey with them to Constantinople and deliver them to our king, who shall deal with them as he please." Said they, "This is the right course," and he commanded to pinion them and set guards over them. Then, as soon as it was black night, the infidels busied themselves with feasting and making festival, and they called the wine and drank it till all fell upon their backs. Now Sharkan and his brother, Zor al-Makan, were in confinement, and so also were his companion knights, whereupon the elder turned to the younger brother and said to him, "O my brother, how win free?" "By Allah," replied Zor al-Makan, "I know not, for here we be like birds in cage." Then Sharkan waxed wroth and sighed for excess of rage, and stretched himself, till his pinion bonds brass asunder, whereupon being free he arose and went up to the captain of the guard, and taking from his pocket the keys of the fetters, freed Zor al-Makan and the Wazir Dandan and the rest of his men. Then he turned to the two and said, "I desire to slay 3 of these infidels and take and don their dress, we 3, so that we shall be guised as Greeks, and we will pass through them, without their knowing us, and fare forth to our own force." Replied Zor al-Makan, "This is no safe counsel, for if we kill them, I fear some of their comrades may hear their shrieks and the foe be aroused upon us and kill us. Clear the shore a way to pass out of the defile." So they agreed upon this and set out, and, when they had left the head of the strait a little distance behind, they saw horses picketed and the riders sleeping, And Shargan said to his brother, "Better we take each one of us a steed." There were 25 horsemen, so they took 25 horses, whilst Allah sent sleep upon the infidels for a purpose he knew, and the faithful mounted and fed on till they were out of reach. Meanwhile Shargan set to gathering from the infidels as many weapons, swords, and spears, as were wanted. And while they took saddle and struck forwards, none of the infidels supposed that anyone could release Zor al-Makan and his brother and their men, or that their prisoners had power to escape. Now when all the captives were safe from the unfaithful, Shargan came up with his comrades, and found them awaiting his arrival, on poles of flame, expecting him in anxious grame. So he turned to them and said, "Feel no fear, since Allah protecteth us. I have that to propose which haply shall effect our purpose." "What is it?" asked they, and he answered, "I desire that ye all climb to the mountain top and cry out with one voice, Allahu Akbar. And ye add, the army of Al-Islam is upon you. Allahu Akbar. This wise their company will surely be dissolved, nor will they find out the trick, for they are drunk. But they will think that the Muslim troops have encompassed them about on all sides and have mingled with them, so they will fall on one another brand in hand during the confusion of drunkenness and sleep, and we will cleave them asunder with their own swords, and the cimeter will go round amongst them till dawn." Replied Zor al-Makan, "This plan is not good. We should do better to make our way to our army and speak not a word, for if we cry out Allahu Akbar, they will wake and fall on us, and not one of us will escape." Rejoined Shargan, "By Allah, though they should awake 'tis no matter, and I long that ye fall in with my plan, for naught save good can come of it." So they agreed thereon and clomb the mountain and shouted, Allahu Akbar. And hills and trees and rocks rewarded their Allahu Akbar for fear of the Almighty. But when the Kafirs heard this slogan, they cried out to one another, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 100th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that Shargan spake thus, I long that ye fall in with this my plan, for naught save good can come of it." So they agreed thereon and clomb the mountain head and shouted, Allahu Akbar, and hills and trees and rocks reworded their Allahu Akbar for fear of the Almighty. The infidels heard it and cried out one to other and donned their armor and said, "The foe is upon us, by the truth of the Messiah." Then they fell on one another and slew of their own men more than any knoweth save Almighty Allah. As soon as it was dawn, they sought from the captives, but found no trace of them, and the captains said, "They who did this with the prisoners in our possession, up, then, and after them in all haste till ye overtake them, when we will make them quaff the cup of requital, and let not fright nor the panic of sudden awaking possess you." So they took horse and rode after the fugitives, and it wanted but an eye twinkling before they overtook them and surrounded them. Now when Zor al-Makan saw this, he was seized with increase of terror and said to his brother, "What I feared would come, is come upon us, and now it remaineth only for us to fight for the faith." But Shargan preferred to hold his peace. Then Zor al-Makan and his companions rushed down from the hill crest, shouting, Allahu Akbar. And his men repeated the war cry and addressed themselves to fight and to sell their lives in the service of the Lord of faithful men. And while they were in this case, behold, they heard many voices voicing, "There is no God but the God. God is most great." Salutation and salvation upon the Apostle, the bringer of glad tidings, the bearer of bad tidings. FN number 434. So they turned towards the direction of the sound and saw a company of Muslims who believed in one God, pushing towards them, whereat their hearts were heartened, and Shargan charged upon the infidels, crying out, "There is no God but the God. God is most great. He and those with him." So that earth quaked as with an earthquake, and the unbeliever host brake asunder and fled into the mountains, and the Muslims followed them with lunge and blow. And Zor al-Makan and his comrades of the Muslims ceased not to smite the hosts of the infidel foe, and parted heads from bodies till day darkened and night coming on stark in sight. Thereupon the Muslims drew together and passed the night in congratulations, and, when morning dawned and daybreak shone with its shine and sheen, they saw Burton, the captain of the Daylamites, and Rustam, the captain of the Turks, advancing to join them, with 20,000 cavaliers like lions grim. As soon as they saw Zau al-Makan, the riders dismounted and saluted him, and kissed ground between his hands when he said to them, "Rejoice ye in the glad tidings of the victory of the Muslim and the discomfiture of the tribe of unbelievers." Then they gave one another joy of their deliverance and of the greatness of their reward after resurrection day. Now the cause of the coming of the succors to that place was this. When the Emir Bahram and the Emir Rustam and the chief chamberlain, with the Muslim host and flags flaunting high ahead, came in sight of Constantinople, they saw that the Nazarenes had mounted the walls and manned the towers and the forts, and had set all their defenders in order of defense. As soon as they learned of the approach of the host of al-Islam and the banners Mohammedan, and they heard the clash of arms and the noise of war voices and tramp of horse hoofs, and from their lookouts they beheld the Muslims, with their standards and ensigns of the faith of unity under the dust clouds, and lo! They were like a flight of locusts or in clouds raining rain, and the voices of the Muslims chanting the Quran and glorifying the Compassionate One, struck their ears. Now the infidels knew of the approach of this host through Zat al-Dawahi with her craft and whoredom, FN number 435, calumny and contrivance. And the armies of al-Islam drew near, as it were the swollen sea, for the multitude of footmen and horsemen and women and children. Then quoth the general of the Turks to the general of the Daylamites, "O Emir, of a truth, we are in jeopardy from the multitude of the foe who is on the walls. Look at yonder bullocks and at this world of folk like the seas that clash with dashing billows. Indeed yon infidel outnumbereth us 100-fold, and we cannot be safe from spies who may inform them that we are without a sultan. In very sooth, we run danger from these enemies, whose numbers may not be told and whose resources none can withhold, especially in the absence of King Zau al-Makan and his brother Sharkan and the illustrious Wazir Dandan. If they know of this, they will be emboldened to attack us in their absence, and with the sword they will annihilate us to the last man, not one of us safety shall see. So it is my counsel that thou take 10,000 riders of the allies and the Turks, and march them to the hermitage of Matruina and the meadow of Malukina in quest of our brothers and comrades. If thou act by my advice, it may be we shall approve ourselves the cause of their deliverance, in case they be hard pressed by the infidels, and if thou act not, blame will not attach to me. But, an ye go, it behoveth that ye return quickly, for ill suspicion is part of prudence." The Emir aforesaid fell in with his counsel, so they chose 20,000 horse, and they set out covering the roads and making for the monastery above mentioned. So much for the cause of their coming. But as regards the ancient dame, Zat al-Dawahi, as soon as she had delivered Sultan Zau al-Makan and his brother Sharkan and the Wazir Dandan into the hands of the infidels, the foul whore mounted a swift steed, saying to the faithless, "I designed to rejoin the Muslim army which is at Constantinople and contrive for their destruction, for I will inform them that their chiefs are dead, and when they hear that from me, their joining will be disjointed and the cord of their confederation cut and their hosts scattered. Then will I go to King Afridun, Lord of Constantinople, and to my son Hardub, King of Roum, and relate to them their tidings, and they will sally forth on the Muslims with their troops and will destroy them and will not leave one of them alive." So she mounted and struck across country on her good steed all the livelong night, and, when day dawned, appeared the armies of Bahram and Rustam advancing towards her. So she turned into a wayside break and hid her horse among the trees, and she walked a while saying to herself, "Haply the Muslim hosts be returning, routed, from the assault of Constantinople." However, as she drew near them she looked narrowly and made sure that their standards were not reversed, FN number 436, and she knew that they were coming not as conquered men, but fearing for the king and comrades. When she was assured of this, she hastened towards them, running at speed, like a devil of ill rede, till reaching them she cried out, "Haste ye! Haste ye! O soldiers of the compassionate one, hasten to the holy war against the hosts of Satan." When Burton saw her he dismounted and kissed the ground before her and asked her, "O friend of Allah, what is behind thee?" Answered she, "Question not of sad case and sore condition, for when our comrades had taken the treasure from the hermitage of Matruina, and designed to win their way Constantinople wards, thereupon came out on them a driving host and a dreadful of the infidels. And the damned which repeated to them the story to fill them with trouble and terror, adding, the most of them are dead, and there are but 25 men left. Said Burton, "O holy man, when didst thou leave them?" "But this night, FN number 437, replied she. He cried, "Glory be to Allah, to him who hath rolled up the far distance for thee like a rug, so that thou hast sped thus walking upon thy feet and props upon the midrib of palm tree. That thou art one of the saints which fly like birds when inspired and possessed by his directions." FN number 438, then he mounted his horse, and he was perplexed and confounded by what he had heard from the beldam so strong in lies and ill calumnies, and he said, "There is no majesty and there is no might save in Allah, the glorious, the great. Verily our labour is lost and our hearts are heavy within us, for our Sultan is a prisoner in those who are with him." Then they cut across the country, wide and side, night and day, and when morning dawned they reached the head of the defile and saw Zor al-Makan and Sharkan shouting, "There is no God but the God. Allahu Akbar!" And salutation and salvation upon the congratulator, the comminator. FN number 439, whereupon he and his drove at the unbelievers and whelmed them, as the rain torrent whelms the waste, and cried out their war cries, till figure told of the prowess knights and the mountains were cloven in affright. And when shone the day and showed its shine and sheen, the breeze of morning blew upon them sweet and fragrant, and each recognized other as hath been said before. Then they kissed the ground before the king and before his brother Sharkan, who told them all that had befallen the party in the cave. Now thereat they marvelled and said to one another, "Hasten we back to Constantinople, for we left our companions there, and our hearts are with them." So they hurried departure, commending themselves to the subtle, the all-wise, and Zor al-Makan exhorted the Muslims to steadfastness and versified in the following couplets, FN number 440. "Be praises mine to all praiseworthy thee, O Lord, who stinted not mine aid to be. Though was I lost abroad, thou west to me strongest support which vouchsafed victory. Thou gav'st me wealth and rain and goodly gifts, and slungest conquering sword of valiancy. Thou madst me bless beneath thy kingly shade, engraced with generous boons dealt fain and free. Thou savedst from every fear I feared, by aid of my was-ear, the age's noblest he. Gadus thy grace in fight to throw the Greek, who yet came back dight in war's cramoisy. Then made I think to fly from out the fight, but like grim lion turning made them flee, and left on valley sole my foeman, drunk not with old wine. FN number 441, but death cups revelry. Then came the saintly hermit, and he showed his marvels wrought for town and wold to see, when slew the hero wight who woke to dwell in Eden bowers wherein sweet rillettes well. But, when Zor al-Makan had made an end of versifying, his brother Sharkan congratulated him on his safety and thanked him for the deeds he had done, after which both set out forcing their marches to rejoin their army. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 101st night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Sharkan congratulated his brother, Zor al-Makan, on his safety and thanked him for the deeds he had done, after which both set out forcing their marches to rejoin their army." Such was the case, but as regards the old woman, Zat al-Dawai, after she had foregathered with the hosts of Rustam and Bahram, she returned to the coppice, where she took her steed and mounted and sped on at speed, till she drew near the Muslim army that beleaguered Constantinople, when she lighted down from her destrier and led it to the pavilion tent of the chief chamberlain. And when he saw her, he stood up to her in honour and signed to her with his right hand and said, "Welcome, O pious recluse." Then he questioned her of what had befallen, and she repeated to him her disquieting lies and deluding calumnies, saying, "In sooth I fear for the Emir Rustam, and the Emir Bahram, for that I met them and theirs on the way and sent them and their following to relieve the king and his